Welcome back, everyone. Doing good? Yeah? Okay. So, we are watching USA starts the atomic arms race. This is a prelude, number one, to the Cuban Missile Crisis. This is a series that we just started just now. This is TimeGhost History that we're reacting to, so make sure you go check them out. I don't know if we've done a video of them before, but now we are. So, let's go. Cuban Missile Crisis, Part 1.
19 In October 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis brings the world one launch code away from full-on nuclear war between the Soviet Union and the United States. This documentary series will cover that crisis one day at a time. But first, we're releasing two preludes to the crisis to set the stage. Here comes part one.
Before we jump in, I'm really excited about this because it's one of those very important milestones in human history of understanding what we're dealing with and what are we actually playing with. We're playing with lives. We're playing with millions and billions of lives here. Cuban Missile Crisis, of course, happens in JFK's early years, and this early years of presidency. There's not a lot of there's not a lot out there on this besides the fact that we got really close to a nuclear war. Very close, actually. I believe without a Soviet submarine man's temperament of a submarine, we would not be here today, probably. Without, there was another, I think there was also another time in history, several times in history, where people believe that they're under attack, but it was a false alarm. So Cuban Missile Crisis is actually a drop in the bucket when it comes to almost's. So keep that in mind. But also, we got this is like literally the hottest part of the Cold War. Really, I mean, you could say shooting down the U-2 or other things could be in as well, but this is really, really like the tippy top of the Cold War. Really, right here, a Cold War that goes into the 80s from the 50s, some would say. So, anyway, let's go.
This is TimeGhost, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Never before and never since has that possibility of
Bro's cat is trying to get a sip of whiskey back there.
Of our world being suddenly destroyed been so close. In the 58 years since it happened, the Cuban Missile Crisis and its aftermath has been analyzed in books, dissertations, fictional films, and documentaries. But as more of the actual source documents have been made public over the past 25 years, the story looks significantly different from both sides' original official versions. To understand the crisis, we first have to look at where the two superpowers stand in 1962. The capitalist and communist systems have been in opposition from the day the Bolsheviks seized power in Russia after the 1917 revolutions.
Yep.
The Soviets see the capitalist system as a scourge of humanity that needs to be eliminated. On the American side, the communist system is seen as a direct threat to the American way of life.
I mean, think about it. Ever since, the 19th century, the 18th century, there's been classes of these conversations between, I mean, you can take all the way back to like the French Revolution and even the American Revolution, but all these classes that are clashing with each other, the Workers' Party, the Conservative Party, it really comes down to money, how money is distributed, how money is gained, greed versus good, all of this stuff. Not to say that one is better than the other, because there's a lot of shortcuts that one does over the other, and there's a lot of greed that one does over the other. So this story does not begin in 1917. You got to go even further back into the 19th century with all of those revolutions, and the revolutions are so heavily based towards the worker class. And Marx. This is the 19th century. The whole playbook is done in the 19th century, actually, across Europe. But finally, after a power vacuum that is strong enough, big enough for someone like Lenin to travel back to Russia and expose this system with a civil war. So it's not a turnkey operation. A civil war had to happen, and then once the civil war happened, then these institutions, the USSR, was born. And from there, socialism would that would be a blueprint for communist China just a couple decades later, and then a few other places as well, like Cuba. But it all comes down to one thing. You have a protagonist and you have an antagonist in both sides, on both sides. Each side looks at the other system as an antagonist to their system. Their ideology is yin and yang almost, without the harmony. So
we believe in freedom. Freedom for these people, for ourselves.
So we're looking at probably like a concentration camp?
For everyone. We want freedom, not tyranny.
Yep.
The persecution of communists in the States during the Cold War and McCarthyism are well known. But this started already in the 1920s with the Red Scare, when thousands of American communists were prosecuted and incarcerated and even exiled for their political beliefs. The hatchet was briefly buried when the two became allies against Germany in the
Enemy against your enemy is my friend.
Second World War. But it was dug up as that war ended, and in 1962, it is unclear which ideology will prevail.
It is total competition with an antagonist who is putting into it everything within his capability.
Literally just said that.
It is not a conflict between peoples, but between basic values and systems of government.
Western world, led by the U.S., is establishing a system of more or less free trade and alliances based on independence, inclusion, and personal freedoms. The goal is peace and prosperity.
I'm John Wayne. Is there any better or equal hope in the world, Lincoln asked, than the ultimate justice of the people? We Americans believe there is not. The stonework of our national life is made of this belief. We believe in many things, but this belief that man is a responsible being bears out our own unique stamp as a nation.
Individualism versus government overreach is basically what he's saying.
As a people, we are active and often noisy. We are industrious, oftentimes to the bafflement of ourselves and our friends.
The communist world, led by the Soviet Union, though initially in cooperation with China, is developing a system of planned economy and regulated trade that depends on expanding the communist system to client states under Soviet or Chinese control. The goal is peace and prosperity.
We must create a whole new generation of mechanics, Stalin said. In 1928, the first of a series of large-scale 5-year plans was begun. And by 1940, Russia was far different from the land of the czars.
As World War II ended, many of the Central and Eastern European countries that had been invaded by Germany and then liberated by the Red Army fell under Soviet control.
Liberated for so long. Just a few years.
Soviets also kept control of East Germany when Germany was split into East and West. But this was only the beginning of Soviet expansion. Under communist doctrine, the Soviet Union theoretically strives for a world without borders, controlled by the dictatorship of the proletariat. To achieve this, it seeds and supports communist revolutions wherever possible. This is a direct threat to the democratic principles of much of the Western world. So the U.S. began a policy of global containment, supporting and financing anti-communist movements in Europe.
That's the domino theory in a nutshell.
In former European, African, and Asian colonies, and in Latin America. This is an expansion of the Monroe Doctrine from the 1800s, named after President James Monroe, which says that any European colonialism in the Americas will be actively opposed by the United States.
So that's Cuba in their eyes.
The American continents, by the free and independent condition which they have assumed and maintain, are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers. We could not view any interposition for the purpose of oppressing them or controlling in any other manner their destiny by any European power in any other light than as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition towards the United States.
And we've seen that in 2026 already with Venezuela. The casus belli of that being is not the Monroe Doctrine, but it was kind of assimilated to the Monroe Doctrine as like a overarching like policy when Maduro and oil was kind of like the first primary objective there. But still, in this regard, with Cuba, it's the ideology, it's the encroachment of the USSR, because we're kind of doing the same thing.
The U.S. has started to apply the spirit of the Monroe Doctrine to the entire world, though its direct application within the Americas will prove critical to the events leading up to the Cuban Missile Crisis and the crisis itself. This web of principles and theories brings the two superpowers into direct conflict all over the world and provides the basis on which the Cold War will be fought. It leads to a long series of proxy wars, covert operations of influence, and the fanning of regional conflicts to further the interests of each side. In early 1948, the first major confrontations arise when the democracy in Czechoslovakia is overthrown in a Soviet-backed communist coup, and the Western Allies introduce the new Deutschmark as the currency in Berlin. Berlin at the time is divided into 4 zones of military control between France, Great Britain, the US, and the Soviets. But the city is still governed as one unit by local powers, right? The introduction of a new currency is a direct threat to Soviet economic control over the city. Up to then, President Harry Truman and the US had not decided what to do with Berlin. They weren't even sure.
And Berlin's like an enclave, because outside of the walls of Berlin, obviously, you have Soviet control. It's like an island in the Soviet side, because just like Berlin is divided by 4, so is the entirety of Germany. So you have East Germany and West Germany, and West Germany is divided originally by UK, France, and the United States, similar to how Berlin's divided there in that picture. So it's an anomaly.
Or if they would keep armed forces within the city. Soviet leader Joseph Stalin, though, had decided his gang would keep control over all of East Germany, including Berlin, and milk it for as many resources as possible. They had, in fact, managed to turn their zone's population against them by plundering industrial resources, forcibly deporting workers, and even transporting whole factories to Russian territory.
Dang.
France and Great Britain, for their part, are staunchly opposed to a Soviet Berlin and pressure the US to hold out against the Russians, and officially, everyone is striving for a reunited Germany with Berlin as its capital. In an attempt to stop the Deutschmark, Stalin orders a full blockade of the city so that no food, materials, or supplies can be brought in. The Allies respond by creating an air bridge into the city, flying in enough food and materials to keep the city alive. The Berlin airlift eventually brings in so many supplies that Stalin gives up, and the blockade is practically over by May 1949, though officially it's lifted in September. But both sides move to assert their control over Germany. First, the Federal Republic of Germany is created as a democratic state on...
See, the Berlin side. What's the blue?
May 5th, 1949. Then on October 7th...
Was that France?
The SED, the East German Communist Party, proclaims the German Democratic Republic. The SED as a move to assert their control over Germany. First, the Federal Republic of Germany is created as a democratic state on May 5th, 1949. Then, on October 7th, the SED, the East German Communist Party, proclaims the German Democratic Republic, which, despite its name, is a satellite state to the Soviet Union. With all of this, the threat that the Soviet Union is to the West is now tangible and immediate. It brings the Western Allies closer together, and they create the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
NATO. The formation of NATO. What we still are grappling with today with the war of Europe that we're seeing in the Ukrainian-Russian war. My gosh, this is where it begins.
NATO as a bulwark against Soviet expansion. A similar situation to Germany also exists in Korea. After being liberated from Japan during World War II, Korea has been split into the north under Soviet control and the south under US control, both claiming sovereignty over each other's territory. The attempt to create 2 independent states fails in 1950 when the north invades the south and the Korean War breaks out. While the Soviets and Chinese back the north, a large part of the rest of the world unites in defense of the south in a combined intervention under the United Nations flag. Ostensibly, the war is between an independent North and a UN-backed South. In reality, China and the Soviet Union give extensive support to the North and 88% of the UN forces for the South are from the United States. The war even actually sees direct battle between Russians and Americans,
which is crazy because it's a proxy.
as Soviet airmen fight their US Air Force counterparts in the Korean skies.
But because it's under the guise of a proxy, there's no escalation.
3 years of bloody war end with a divided Korea along the line of the DMZ, not too different from the Strait Division along the 38th parallel, where they began in 1950. Meanwhile, in Europe, the conflict around West and East Germany continues to escalate. In 1952, the Soviet Union proposes the reunification of Germany as a free democratic state on the condition that the new Germany would remain neutral and not be allowed to join NATO. West Germany refuses, fearing that the Soviets will not stick to their promises of allowing the new country independence. To what extent the proposal actually comes from the Soviets, or is a real East German initiative, and if so, a missed opportunity for genuine reunification, is still an issue of debate. After Stalin's death in 1953, the Soviet Union proposes that it too should join NATO to preserve peace in Europe.
Great idea!
The US and Britain reject this, seeing it as an attempt to stop the buildup of NATO forces in Europe. Instead, they move to include West Germany in NATO. The Soviet reaction is to form the Warsaw Pact in 1955.
So stupid. Why are we so stupid?
This effectively joins the Soviet Union and 7 Central and Eastern European satellite states into a single cohesive military force. On
Of course, against their will, mainly, right? I mean, these are coup governments.
paper, the two blocs are now in a balance of power state, but only if you don't consider the nuclear arms race. The Soviets had already begun developing nuclear arms during World War II, but it would take until 1949 for them to develop a functional atom bomb to test. The US is well aware of Soviet efforts, and in response, increases its nuclear program from an estimated 13 warheads in 1947 to 2,422 by 1955.
Jesus! There is no missile gap.
In the same time frame, the Soviets are able to increase their arsenal to 200. The US is clearly ahead. By the time John F.
There is no missile gap. Which is a hilarious statement, by the way.
Kennedy is inaugurated as president in 1961, the US has an estimated 22,229 operational warheads,
God dang, this is when McNamara went crazy when he looked at it.
while the Soviets possess just 2,492. Furthermore, the deployment systems of the US are so much more advanced that the Soviets have no realistic chance of launching a first strike that would lead to anything other than immediate self-destruction. JFK knows this. The by now sole leader of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev, knows this. The military commanders on both sides know this. The KGB knows this. The CIA knows this. But the American and Soviet public do not know this.
And that's why you're able to hold both of the propaganda machines together.
This will prove crucial in the crisis to come.
Yep.
Meanwhile, in Asia, Latin America, Africa, and Europe, the dance of revolutionary and counter-revolutionary actions goes on. 4 of these hotspots will become critical for Kennedy: Berlin, Vietnam, Laos, and Cuba. Okay, the developments in Southeast Asia in the 1950s lead to the domino theory, formulated by President Dwight Eisenhower in 1954. This theory states that if one country in a region is allowed to fall to communism, then the rest will swiftly follow. The Laotian Civil War is a proxy war that neither the Soviets nor the US are really keen on fighting, but still have to stay engaged in. That war breaks out in 1953, but will soon spill into the Vietnam War, which begins 2 years later, which in turn will partly reignite the Korean War, and it looks more and more like the domino theory is correct. So after New Year's 1959, when Fidel Castro rather unexpectedly succeeds with the Cuban Revolution, the US thinks it has all the reason in the world to fear a communist surge in its own backyard, and that it needs to be stopped as swiftly as possible. I should point out here that the Western powers under US leadership have more money than the Soviet Union, more resources, and outpower it in nuclear arms by a factor of 10. And yet, both sides are capable of destroying the world. And now, here we stand, as the 1960s are about to begin, with them facing each other ever more warily, over a world ever more divided in two, and that world will very soon be on the brink of nuclear holocaust. I mentioned Stalin's death, but if you want to see his rise to power, you can click here.
All right, so this is our first. Oh, I like this video. I like this video. Very informative. Cuts between the behind the scenes of what's happening. The context is all there. Yeah, I mean, look, there is a huge missile gap, 10x on the American side. It's brought in by the military-industrial complex. The funds that are going into that, whether research and whether it be Operation Paperclip that exacerbated that, or whether it be just the amount of resources that the United States has, nevertheless, it happened, and it's pretty much a huge behind-the-scenes moment where the United States people are fearing, especially when you look at things. And he said 1959, so you can go ahead and think about like Sputnik, and you can think about like how you have a Soviet, and this brainwashing will continue through Reagan years, where we have Star Wars and all that stuff, when the people are still believing. To his point, though, both sides could destroy the world, but anything that Russia tries to do, or the USSR does, it's their last move, really. So it's interesting. So anyway, we'll keep this going. I appreciate you guys as always. Add me some context. Peace out, and bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for clicking. This is going to be a fun one. This is called Kennedy, the Lying Politician. We're continuing our Cuban Missile Crisis series. Really learned last time about kind of like the build-up, the fake numbers, the propaganda, Khrushchev versus Kennedy. It's kind of like all coming to a head. Let's jump right in, shall we?
World War II. And from the end of World War II until 1962, the Western world, led by the United States, and the communist world, led by the Soviet Union, are on a continuous path of collision as the Cold War explodes all over the world. The two sides face off in direct confrontation in Berlin and wage proxy conflicts in Czechoslovakia, Albania, Greece, Korea, Laos, Vietnam, and Cuba. And for 13 days in October 1962, the world comes closer to nuclear holocaust than ever before.
Let's get it.
This is TimeGhost, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell.
I just noticed he has a mug with his face on it doing this, and he has a good radio voice.
The Cuban Missile Crisis does not begin in Cuba. It has its roots in Berlin, Italy, and Turkey. The domestic political situation in the U.S., facing the newly elected President John F. Kennedy, and in the USSR, where Nikita Khrushchev takes power after a harsh 4-year struggle following Joseph Stalin's death in 1953. But leader of the Soviet Union is not a comfortable position in which to be.
No, because you got to deal with the juxtaposition between your military build-up with competition in the United States, because the propaganda machine's trying to hold true, while also create a state of living that does not result in a 1917 situation.
He faces an ailing economy, the solution for which the party believes is partly an increased sphere of global control and more client states. He faces demands for reform and liberalization at home, but also the expectation to carry out an
Westernization is also a good word for that.
aggressive foreign policy to protect Soviet interests. And an important part of that policy is the nuclear arms race, where the USSR is way behind the United States. From 1957
It's not what we think, though. We think they're ahead.
to 1962, the number of operational American nuclear warheads goes from around 5,500 to an estimated 25,540. Over that time, the Soviets go from 660 to 3,346.
Of course, that's because of the military-industrial complex just exacerbating our buildup. We have the Pentagon, we have the CIA, we have everything. It's just kind of like the line items of the military budget just keep going.
Enough explosive power to destroy planet Earth several times over, sure, but still not even close to an actual balance of power. After Kennedy's election, this situation will worsen for the Soviets. When President Eisenhower, Kennedy's predecessor, was still in office, the Cuban Revolution had ousted Fulgencio Batista and put Fidel Castro at the head of a now communist Cuba. Despite extensive U.S. support, a close ally of the U.S. has fallen to communism.
Yeah, and now remember that domino theory? The domino theory is it's gonna happen now in Mexico or Guatemala or something.
And according to Eisenhower's domino theory,
There you go.
more Latin American states will follow suit. And with revolutionary movements brewing all over the South American continent, that seems a plausible assumption. At first, the U.S. administration chooses to observe and tolerate Castro until he confiscates and nationalizes all American assets on...
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, that happens. When you nationalize assets, people don't like that. Just ask anyone that's ever done that. Egypt, Iran, Panama, etc.
Cuban soil. The U.S. answers with an embargo on Cuban goods and the economic isolation of Cuba. So in February 1960, Cuba enters into an economic alliance with the USSR. 1 month later, Eisenhower orders the U.S. military to start training Cuban expats for an armed counter-revolution.
Which eventually will become what we know as the Bay of Pigs, with most of the military units in that being expats, I think.
Now, unlike the Soviet economy, the American economy has been growing vigorously, despite a brief recession in '57 and '58. The U.S. avoided the destruction that befell the countries in which the Second World War had actually been fought, and capitalized on a post-war global economy that desperately needed rebuilding. Despite this, though, there are deep divisions and challenges on the home front. There is the big fear that communism will spread throughout the world and destroy the American way of life, or even result in another world war.
What we oppose fundamentally is the aggressive nature of the communist
All these old propaganda videos, they probably play these at theaters.
state. Its unceasing effort to expand wherever it can, to grow bigger, to take over, to supplant. This deadly impulse toward aggression we oppose as a continual threat to peace.
Back when people trusted media and government-led media.
Also, when the USSR puts the first satellite, Sputnik, into orbit in 1957, the American public wrongfully concludes that they have fallen behind the Soviets in technological development as well.
In the space race, we were behind them technically because of this achievement by them. However, we just needed more motivation, which this gives us. And then, of course, this is also going to provide more scariness because, oh, they can put a satellite above our head. They can drop a nuke above our head.
And assumes that the Soviet Union has passed them in the nuclear arms race.
Yep.
There are racial and social injustices that split the electorate. And the young and ambitious senator from Massachusetts named John Fitzgerald Kennedy says he will take on all of these issues at once. He runs his presidential campaign in 1960 on a promise of change. He will reform the country to improve equality and liberty for all. He will boost the economy by promoting technological advancement and commerce. And above all, he will be aggressive with the Soviets and close that perceived missile gap.
The choice for you is clear. The choice is between those who sit still and look to the past and between those who look to the future. Between those who recognize that in this deadly age, when we are involved in a close and narrow competition for survival, for the maintenance of freedom around the globe, with our adversaries, the communists, the best in this country can do is none too good. And therefore, I come here today and ask your help in moving this country forward again.
Interesting. And also, he doesn't know about the missile gap yet until he gets in office.
Now, until the late 1950s, the prime deployment method for nuclear weapons was bombs carried on planes. Rocket development, though, is creating
Oh yeah, ICBMs comes the new thing.
a new way to deploy them much further away and with less risk of being prevented or intercepted. Intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs, can travel the globe in just dozens of minutes. Both the Soviet Union and the US work feverishly to develop functioning ICBM programs, and on both sides, it's proving to be a real challenge. In 1958, the Gaetan Report is issued by the US Air Force, which assumes that Russian ICBM deployment has reached at least 130 units and will increase to close to 1,500 by
Oh, God.
1963. At the same time, an independent CIA report concludes that the USSR has about 10 deployable ICBMs.
That's crazy.
In reality, the Soviets have 4.
Oh, my God.
Of which 2 are untested prototypes.
They have 2.
While the US has a couple dozen. By 1962, the United States has 177 ICBMs, the Soviet Union still has fewer than 40. The Eisenhower administration is well aware that the Gayton report is erroneous and even suspects that the CIA report is an overestimation.
Interesting.
But political opponents of that administration leak the report, and it's seized upon by Kennedy in his presidential campaign. So Kennedy hits the campaign trail promising to close the missile gap created by the Eisenhower administration's inaction in the arms race.
That is so crazy, isn't it? Because, of course, I mean, you can see Johnson there on the ticket. And then McNamara, who is kind of like the brainchild of not the brainchild, but like the smartest man in the room probably for Camelot. But in terms of the administration, that is just so insane to me to think that all that misinformation created a ticket of aggression versus regression. But once they get in there, it's going to be like, all right, we were promising this, but it's actually this. Do we say the government lied to you, or do we keep swooping in and cover this up?
Despite being repeatedly informed about the actual situation, Kennedy continues this rhetoric. Finally, in July 1960, Eisenhower summons both Kennedy and his running mate Lyndon Johnson to the White House and informs them personally of the actual situation.
Because it's kind of dangerous to spoke that rhetoric out there during, you know, because it makes us look like we're so behind, you know, and Russia, USSR is going to look at that and be like, we are ahead. We are ahead, and now we can be more aggressive.
It is to no avail.
Oh.
For back on the campaign trail, Kennedy continues to slam Eisenhower for allowing the missile gap to arise. He even goes so far as to claim that he himself discovered the gap and coined the phrase. Kennedy's opponent, Richard Nixon, attacks Kennedy as
well. Let's look at this with intent, because Eisenhower's VP is running against him. So in politics, it's a dirty game. So does Kennedy believe Eisenhower, or does Kennedy believe he's right?
Being weak on fighting communism and too young to shoulder the challenges of the Cold War.
We know the right way, and our opponent offered a way which would have lost us our friends in Latin America, the tremendous outrage that they exploded with once he made that very silly and foolish and immature suggestion of his that we ought to intervene directly in Cuba. Now, of course, he's jumped off of it. But let me just say one thing with regard to that. Can America, in this time, afford a well-intentioned man, but a man who, frankly, doesn't know the situation and who says one thing today and another thing tomorrow? That kind of a man, Mr. Khrushchev will make mincemeat of. That's what I'm talking about.
Kennedy counters by upping the anti-communist rhetoric and continuing his claims about the non-existent missile gap. As the election approaches, the candidates are neck and neck. Kennedy barely ekes out the win with a
and you can see there's a third party in the South.
Margin of the popular vote of 0.17%, carrying 4 fewer states than Nixon, but winning 303 votes of the Electoral College. Allegations of voter fraud and irregularities follow, and the bitter, close campaign leaves Kennedy with a less than optimal amount of popular support. We now know that Kennedy and his brother, soon-to-be Attorney General Robert Kennedy, believed in a dialogue with the Soviets, but harsh measures against Cuba. And even before Kennedy
Because are they going to stoke the Monroe Doctrine for that?
took office, they opened a direct back-channel communication line to the Soviet Union through the spy Georgy Bolshakov, a highly positioned Russian intelligence operative with direct access to Khrushchev. Now, this contact was reported to the FBI and CIA and was never covert. But as the situation between the superpowers deteriorates, it soon becomes a vital part of the regular intelligence and diplomatic operations of the Kennedy administration.
Okay.
And Kennedy has made public promises that he now needs to keep.
Yeah, he's got to close that missile gap.
One of his early actions as president will be to continue the planned covert invasion of Cuba already put in motion by Eisenhower.
Yeah.
In April 1961, 3 months after...
I mean, I don't know. Did he want to do that? I've heard so many conflicting forces that he was kind of like forced to do it by his military generals. Forced is a fun word because he's the president.
Taking office, he orders the invasion that will soon be known as the Bay of Pigs invasion. On April 17th, close to 1,500 CIA-trained Cuban exiles descend on Cuba's Bay of Pigs, supported by 8 B-26 bombers and 5 supply ships. Facing them are 25,000 soldiers.
Yeah, kind of, kind of uneven.
200,000 militia and 9,000 police. And it does not take long before the invasion becomes a fiasco, and a very public fiasco. The reaction and condemnation by Cuba and the Soviet Union are swift and angry. And in the following months, Bobby Kennedy will meet Bolshakov a total of 19 times in order to try to patch up relations, to little avail.
Jeez.
The Kennedy administration continues to look for ways to overthrow or undermine the Castro government, though. But despite the situation in Cuba, a summit between Kennedy and Khrushchev goes ahead in June. The main topic on the agenda is Berlin, and both parties walk away satisfied that they have prevailed, while in actual fact they have achieved nothing.
Is that when Kennedy says, I feel like it's going to be a very cold winter? Or something like that?
Days later, Kennedy announces an increase in the U.S. armed forces by over 20% to protect the world from the USSR.
Jeez.
He also specifically increases the troops deployed to Berlin. Khrushchev, who is on vacation on the Black Sea at the time, is reportedly furious, but that is only the beginning of his problems. That same month, the U.S. starts deploying mid-range ballistic missiles in Italy. In contrast to ICBMs, MRBMs do exist in large amounts. These missiles now allow the U.S. to strike at the Russian heartland within minutes of an outbreak of war. More MRBMs are
And they're going to go to Turkey next.
positioned in NATO ally Turkey, even closer to Russia. Kennedy is delivering on his promise to close that imaginary missile gap. But to do this quickly,
And he's well aware of the missile gap now. That's favorable to the Americans. Well aware.
Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara must rely on existing and tested missile technology. And the only
He lived to 2009. I didn't know that.
missiles that exist in large enough amounts are the PGM-19 Jupiter missiles. Developed in 1954 and produced from 1956, these are already dated by 1961, but more importantly, they stand above the ground, so they can easily be spotted and destroyed by airstrikes. So they're fairly useless as defensive weapons and only really good for a first strike. It does not take long for the USSR to find out what's going on, and Khrushchev's frustration and fury continue to grow. The next challenge comes when East Germany closes the border between East and West Berlin to the passage of civilians.
Yep. And eventually that will become a Berlin Wall.
In order to stop the brain bleed of East German academicians, technicians, and engineers leaving in droves through the open border, Kennedy responds by calling in 148,000 reserves to potentially defend Berlin. In October, after a few incidents where Army vehicles are not allowed to cross the border, Kennedy's special envoy to Berlin, retired General Lucius Clay, decides to test the borders to see that U.S. Army vehicles still have, in fact, free passage over that border.
What?
The test vehicle passes through. However, to be safe, the Americans backed up the test by parking a few tanks on their side of the border. The USSR also parked tanks on its own side. When the Americans see that everything is normal, they call their tanks back. But the Soviets misunderstand this move and think that they're only retreating because of them. So they roll into Friedrichstrasse towards Checkpoint Charlie, the main American Army border crossing.
Getting testy.
The American tanks quickly turn around and take up aggressive positions on their side of the border. So there they stand.
My God.
Fewer than 80 meters apart for the next 48 hours.
Yo, that's crazy. Imagine living there too and having to deal with this.
As Kennedy and Khrushchev negotiate, who will pull back first? In the end, they agree the Soviets should pull back 5 meters first,
Oh my God, like children.
then the Americans, and so on in steps. Although somewhat comical in nature, the incident has serious implications as both sides walk away with the impression that the other side is ready to go to war over Berlin. Both Khrushchev and JFK are actually recorded at the time saying they don't care that much for the fate of Berlin, despite making...
Isn't this crazy? Isn't this just crazy? This all was substance to Hitler and World War II and giving, you know, freedom to Europe. And this is what's resulted. What a bunch of egotistical maniacs at the head of each government.
making public statements to the contrary. That does not really matter, though, as the allies of both countries care very much about Berlin, so the USSR and the US are left with little choice. Meanwhile, the pressure on Khrushchev to do something about the overwhelming US nuclear superiority is mounting. By May 1962, he has a plan. He asks Fidel Castro to allow him to do the same thing the US did in Turkey and Italy.
And now it's fun because the game is balanced.
Put a few MRBMs in their front yard. Castro reluctantly agrees, and the construction of missile sites begins. Despite all of this, during the summer of 1962, Kennedy is still under attack for being too soft on communism and the Soviet Union. So at the White House press conferences on September 4th and September 13th, he publicly warns Cuba and the USSR that the United States will not tolerate any nuclear buildup on Cuba and will take forceful actions to prevent it. He will go on record as regretting this warning when, on October 16th, 1962, American spy planes discover the missile sites and the 13 most dangerous days in human history begin.
In human history, which could be true. It could be true.
Not kidding about that. The 13 most dangerous days in our history. If you'd like to see some other...
All right, so I think we entered day 0 next time. And then the next videos will be the days that go after that, obviously. This is crazy. Like, I'm getting chills with, like, imagining I'm in 1962 and this is happening live. Ooh. Well, thank you guys for being here. Leave me some context if you have any. Peace out and bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for clicking. We are going to watch If Paris Was Nuked. This is the continuation of the Cuban Missile Crisis. We're on day 0. So we did 2 preludes. Don't know if this is another prelude and he just got fancy and did day 0 or... Yeah, let's jump right in, shall we?
In the summer of 1962, a war of words between the United States and the Soviet Union and a number of nuclear tests on both sides increases tensions that have been mounting for years. Both sides are under growing panic that the other will push the button and launch a preemptive nuclear strike, possibly destroying the world in the process. I'm Indy Nidell, and this is TimeGhost with the Cuban Missile Crisis. In 1958, the Soviets, led by Nikita Khrushchev, demand a stop to nuclear testing to cool down the arms race.
Not a bad suggestion.
The US says no, but the Soviets stop testing on their own. So under mounting international pressure, the US government and its allies agree to stop tests, and a de facto moratorium goes into effect. In an attempt to make the test ban permanent, negotiations between the US, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union begin in Geneva. But here's the thing. As we saw in the preludes, the Soviets are seriously inferior to the Americans in terms of nuclear strength.
Super inferior comparatively when we look at that missile gap. 10x in some cases.
Although both governments know this, the public on both sides is largely unaware, and the public perception is a missile gap in the Soviet Union's favor. In reality, with mid-range missiles in Italy and Turkey, the US is not only the stronger, but also the only side that can effectively carry out an initial strike without ensuring complete self-destruction from the retaliation. In the Soviet Union, political and military pressure increases on Khrushchev to do something, anything, to at least keep up the semblance of a balance of nuclear power.
Enter Cuba.
But Khrushchev holds fast to the test ban. By early 1960, the Cold War belligerents reach a tentative agreement in the ongoing Geneva talks. But the situation changes when an American U-2 spy plane
Yeah, this is such a blunder on behalf of the United States. This is just embarrassing almost.
is shot down over the Soviet Union on May the 1st. A solution as to how to effectively enforce a ban,
And by the way, the pilot survived, and he was imprisoned.
seems further and further away as the already fragile mutual trust is now severely damaged. By the end of the year, war hawks on both sides call increasingly for resumed nuclear testing. When the crisis over West Berlin breaks out in June 1961, the Soviets end the moratorium and will resume testing beginning September 1st. The US follows suit. On October 30th, 1961, the Soviet Union shocks the entire world when they set off a staged thermonuclear bomb called RDS-220 over the Novaya Zemlya island in the Russian Arctic Sea. The bomb is nicknamed Tsar Bomba in the West. In the USSR, it's referred to as Kushkina Mat, Kuzma's mother, which is also an idiom meaning roughly, "we'll show you," that had been said as a threat to the West by Khrushchev at the United Nations the year before. Now,
So this is the biggest one so far, right?
Tsar Bomba is a truly terrifying device. In a staged thermonuclear device, several separate cores boost the nuclear reaction, right? Theoretically, you can have as many layers as you have nuclear material, making it possible to construct a bomb that blows up the whole planet. Anything more than 2 stages is considered excessive, even by nuclear bomb proponents. Tsar Bomba has 3. The cores implode sequentially on each other, compressing the nuclear material and setting off an outward chain reaction.
Very scientific we're getting today.
The actual explosive power. The immediate explosion expands into a huge fireball before reaching 100 million degrees Celsius, the same temperature as the interior of the sun.
Jeez, so it's a mini sun.
The initial explosion also emits thermal radiation traveling at the speed of light, instantly igniting anything within its radius. The heat created inside the fireball causes a thin shield of air to expand violently within fractions of a second of detonation. This hydrodynamic front acts like a piston on the surrounding medium and sets off a massive shock wave that accelerates outward at more than 1,000 kilometers per hour. In Tsar Bomba, the combined force of thermonuclear blast and shockwave make for an explosion 50 million times stronger than a metric ton of TNT.
It's a lot.
It remains the largest man-made explosion ever set off.
And hopefully it will stay that way.
3,800 times stronger than the Hiroshima bomb.
Jesus.
The detonation is at 4 kilometers, or 13,000 feet, above ground, and it still triggers an earthquake of 5.0 on the Richter scale. The mushroom cloud is close to 60 kilometers high. That is 7 times as high as Mount Everest.
My God.
Objects in a radius of 35 kilometers are completely destroyed, and the heat from the bomb can be felt hundreds of kilometers away. It actually defies human imagination in many ways. So let me try to put this in some perspective. Let's say that this bomb is set off over the Eiffel Tower in Paris.
So this is how, okay, so this is really about the Tsar Bomba and like the hypothetical of Paris in terms of the scale. Okay.
In our time, in clear weather. The light flash as it goes off can be seen from over 1,000 kilometers away. So in Berlin, Dublin, Barcelona, the fireball engulfs and instantly incinerates more or less all of the western half of the inner city. About 2 million people just evaporate. The thermal flash is hot enough to instantly ignite wood in the rest of the inner city and the better part of the Parisian suburbs, so millions more die in the flames. Thermal radiation strong enough to create third-degree burns extends to 60 kilometers.
My God, that's like 20 million people at least.
Thermal radiation from the bomb only becomes harmless at a distance of 129 kilometers. That's
Oh my God.
80 miles. That's roughly the distance to the next big French cities. Rouen, close to the Normandy coast, Amiens in the north, Rheims in the east, and Orléans in the south. At ground zero, it blasts a crater around 1.5 kilometers wide and 335 meters deep. That is deeper than the Eiffel Tower was high. The shockwave travels outward at hundreds of meters per second, wiping away pretty much any man-made construction still standing. The whole inner city of Paris is flattened. The shockwave continues to wreak havoc on the suburbs, destroying most houses in a 21-kilometer radius, which includes the palace at Versailles, the Louvre, and of course killing yet more people. Houses are damaged and all windows blown out for another 25 to 45 kilometers from ground zero. Now that's about a third of the distance to the English Channel. Yet more people are killed and injured. The blast has now destroyed millions of homes and workplaces, 130 hospitals, 88 fire stations, 155 schools, and over 1,000 places of worship. Millions are already dead and injured, and any survivors have no immediate humanitarian and medical aid at their disposal.
No.
Within the coming months, countless more will die from radiation sickness and their wounds.
And then, like, depending on how the wind blows as well.
Over Paris, the bomb kills close to 7 million people and injures another 2.5 million. In an instant, one single bomb has created a human tragedy nearly on the scale
World War I almost.
of a world war. So the Soviets might have been behind in the number of warheads and deployment devices, but they now have the strongest bomb.
So the playing field has been balanced a little bit.
The Cold War is heating up fast, and the U.S. soon resumes atmospheric tests of its own. But it's not only tests that fan the flames. The rhetoric is also sharpening. On October 21st, a few days before Tsar Bomba, Kennedy lets Khrushchev know that the U.S. knows full well that the missile gap is a myth. For a speech in Hot Springs, Virginia, Kennedy tells his Deputy Secretary of Defense, Roswell Kilpatrick, to let everyone know for the first time and let Khrushchev know that the U.S. knows that there is no missile gap.
Okay.
He reveals the actual number of U.S. missiles and emphasizes that even after a
Why? That was an interesting diplomatic play there.
Soviet strike, this arsenal will be enough to destroy the Soviets. Up until this day, the Soviet Union may really have believed that the U.S. actually believed in the missile gap. Well, Khrushchev knows without a doubt that this jig is up. Yet he continues the rhetoric. His standard response to questions on the missile gap is, yes, I know what Kennedy claims, and he's quite right, but I'm not complaining. We're satisfied to be able to finish off the United States first time around. Once is quite enough. What good does it do to annihilate a country twice? We are not a bloodthirsty people.
That is crazy rhetoric, indeed.
Although this might sound polite by today's standards, it has effects. Both Khrushchev and Kennedy come under pressure to act on the threats. Khrushchev makes the first move in May 1962 when he convinces
There's a lot of talking.
Fidel Castro to let him place nuclear missiles on Cuban soil. By June, the work has begun, and soon a trickle of reports on mysterious Soviet shipments to Cuba, blank cargo statements, tarpaulin-covered machinery, nighttime unloading of equipment under heavy guard, an increasing Soviet presence on the island reach U.S. officials. Meanwhile, the nuclear tests on both sides proceed. Between 1961 and 1963, the Soviets and the United States carry out more than 200 nuclear tests.
So freaking stupid.
Here in the summer of 1962, they turned their attention to high-altitude tests, partly to see if nuclear weapons induce electromagnetic pulses, EMPs. thought to be an effective way to knock out electronics and infrastructure. Well, as it turns out, they are right. On July 9th, 1962, the United States carries out the Starfish Prime test 400 kilometers above the Pacific Ocean. The 1.4 megaton bomb creates a spectacular light show in the sky, but also knocks out a number of satellites, causes power and telephone line outages in Hawaii, and even makes Hawaiian streetlights explode. The nuclear radiation band that it spreads across the top of the stratosphere severely damages the world's first TV and telephone satellite, Telstar 1, which is launched a few days after the detonation. Although it is made functional and makes the first ever satellite relayed telephone calls and TV broadcasts, it does sustain serious radiation damage. In November 1963, shortly after Kennedy's assassination, it fails terminally. Tests in the Soviet Union have similar effects. Kennedy is still under attack at home, though, for being soft on communism. So more tests, more rhetoric, and more mysterious shipments to Cuba put the nuclear arm race at the top of the political debate in the United States. On August 31st, 1962, Senator Kenneth Keating brings the reports of possible missiles on Cuba to the attention of the Senate.
And this is where it gets really interesting.
Urges Kennedy to take action. Instead of increasing intelligence gathering, though, the White House chooses to restrict aerial reconnaissance by U-2 spy planes over Cuba for diplomatic reasons. So on September 15th, the first actual Soviet missiles arrive on Cuba, and the U.S. does not notice. Nevertheless, the reports on suspicious Soviet activity in western Cuba keep coming in. In early October, the National Security Council relaxes those restrictions on the U-2 flights, but bad weather and red tape delay them until October 14th. On that day, the first flight crosses the island of Cuba and brings back photographs of what analysts at the National Photographic Interpretation Center determine are 3 MRBM launch sites near San Cristobal.
And that is cause for concern.
The CIA informs the president's national security advisor, McGeorge Bundy, on the evening of October 15th, and Bundy tells President Kennedy the following morning. The hard words, the threats, the blustering, the missiles in Turkey and Italy, the increased nuclear tests, and the overwhelming might of the U.S. nuclear arsenal have not deterred the Soviets. Instead, it has forced them into a corner and made them more dangerous than ever. Kennedy now faces the most dangerous crisis in the history of humanity. In the next 13 days, we'll see the world not only come close to a new world war, but almost step over the precipice into total nuclear holocaust. I will see you tomorrow on day 1.
Woo! I got chills, guys. I got chills. This is going to be crazy. Why are we so stupid? Why are we so stupid about this? God, I'm just gonna sink. My heart's gonna sink in my chest listening to this next 13 days. But why are we so stupid? All these nuclear tests, guys. Gosh, such egomaniacs on both sides. Well, until next time, peace out and bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for clicking. I don't know if I'm scared or excited. A little bit of both. This is day 1 of the Cuban Missile Crisis. We did the 2 preludes. Then we did a day 0. So basically 3 pretexts. Let's jump right into it. Let's see what's going on. Let's go.
The prospect of nuclear holocaust can ruin the best of days. That might be how many people in the White House feel on the first day of the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, it would throw the vibes off. It would definitely do that.
I'm Indy Nidell. This is TimeGhost and the Cuban Missile Crisis. The weather is foggy in Washington, D.C. on the morning of Tuesday, October 16, 1962. As the morning progresses, there's a drizzle of rain, but in the afternoon and evening it becomes a warm, sunny autumn day. The President of the United States of America, John F. Kennedy, begins his day with a meeting with one of the original Mercury astronauts, Wally Schirra, to congratulate him on his 9-orbit spaceflight 2 weeks earlier.
Nice.
Mostly, though, the day is spent in the fog of potential war with Cuba or even with the Soviet Union. 2 days ago, Air Force pilot Richard Heyer flew over the island of Cuba in a spy plane equipped with high-resolution cameras. The photos he brought back showed 3 installations of Soviet nuclear medium-range ballistic missile launch sites with SS-4 and SS-5 missiles waiting to be made deployable. The Soviets now have nuclear first strike capability and can launch an attack on the U.S. mainland just as quickly as the U.S. can on the USSR from Turkey or Italy.
So now the game has been settled in some sort of balance. We looked at the Tsar Bomba, and that was super scary. And now the mid-range missiles that are in Italy, that are in Turkey, are now in Cuba, per se.
The CIA reported this to McGeorge Bundy, the president's national security advisor, last night. Bundy tells Kennedy the news this morning at 8:45 and is now assembling the committee that will deal with the impending crisis. This group is the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, ExComm for short. Over the coming 13 days, their deliberations and actions will hold the fate of humanity in their hands. Unknown to the members of ExComm, though, the president records their conversations. Now in 2020, when the content of their meetings has been declassified, it gives us unprecedented documentation.
Really? All right, so this is going to be interesting.
As to how this crisis was handled on the American side. ExComm was created during the Berlin crisis in 1961, specifically to avoid the mistakes that had been made during the disastrous Bay of Pigs invasion earlier that same year. The decisions during that crisis had turned out, though, to be a textbook example of groupthink.
So basically, so groupthink or think tank. Basically, let's try to put as many brains in the room as possible so we don't overstep. Let's create some sort of council.
Practice of thinking or making decisions as a group in a way that discourages creativity or individual responsibility. Let's have a look at the main members of ExComm and see where they stand before the first meeting.
Let's go.
John F. Kennedy won the presidency after campaigning on making America stronger than the Soviet Union in nuclear weapons, closing the missile gap that assumed that the Soviets were ahead, although JFK was well aware that the missile gap was a myth and that America was actually already much stronger than the Soviet Union in terms of missiles. Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson supported Kennedy's bluff in order to make the ticket look hard on communism, something that...
Did he actually know, though? I mean, he's also an outsider in terms of the administration that was in it. Not saying he's an outsider politics. That obviously wasn't. He was a staunch contrast to Kennedy, actually, in the Democratic side, being a Southern Democrat from Texas. But he was more aligned to Democratic, interesting stuff with Johnson. I don't think he would know. There's no way, right?
Their Republican opponent, Richard Nixon, had accused them of not being capable of. Secretary of State Dean Rusk is...
Don't know much about Dean Rusk.
...in favor of diplomatic solutions and a limited rapprochement with the Soviets. Secretary of the Treasury C. Douglas Dillon is a deeply anti-communist Republican businessman and longtime supporter of a hard line against the Soviets. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara has been alternating between calls for a rapprochement and harder actions against the Soviets for the...
Wasn't he at Ford before this?
...past year and a half. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, the president's brother, leads efforts to maintain a dialogue with the Soviets and has direct personal contacts with Russian operatives, but he is a hardliner on Cuba. Only 2 weeks ago, on October 4th, he was made the unofficial chairman of Operation Mongoose, a covert CIA-led initiative to support an overthrow of Cuban leader Fidel Castro, or possibly even prepare for another Cuba invasion. National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy is an ex-Navy man and a staunch advocate for a hard line against the Soviets. Director of the CIA John McCone was the first one to suspect a military buildup on Cuba earlier this summer. McCone is a longtime supporter of military action against Cuba and an advocate of increasing the nuclear advantage against the Soviets.
There's a lot of contrast coming in this group right here.
U.S. Army Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Maxwell D. Taylor, is a self-described twofold hawk from start to finish. The Joint Chiefs whom he represents are also deeply suspicious of the Kennedy brothers.
Yeah, the generals and the Kennedys, they didn't get along, is all I know.
Shortly after 11 a.m., October 16th, XCOM meets about Cuba for the first time. Secretary Rusk opens with a briefing on the situation.
I'm gonna turn it up a little bit so you guys can possibly hear. Hard to hear.
He goes on to explain the options at hand. First, he points out the possibility of eliminating the missile bases, and even notes that this could, theoretically, involve the total destruction of Cuba.
God dang.
We ourselves are not moved to general war. We're simply doing what we said we would do if they took certain action. Or would decide this is the time to eliminate the Cuban problem by action movement of the island.
That is golly, we live in such a bubble in 1962. Such a bubble of American sovereignty. Golly, there's millions of people on that island, and this politics is conversating about blowing that island to smithereens in the guise of war. Crazy how this is the Secretary of State.
He then outlines the diplomatic options, including making Castro aware that the Soviets might be ready to take the destruction of Cuba into consideration in order to gain control of Berlin. This is something Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko had intimated to the press a few weeks back. In hindsight, we have multiple sources indicating that this may have been part of a ruse by the Soviets to divert attention from Cuba to Berlin and give them time to build up the secret missile sites without American interference. First Deputy Premier of the Soviet Union, Anastas Mikoyan, will tell Fidel Castro and the Cuban leadership on November 4th, "We let the Americans know that we wanted to solve the question of Berlin in the nearest future. This was done in order to distract their attention away from Cuba. So we used a diversionary maneuver. In reality, we had no intention of resolving the Berlin question at that time." The real reason for the missiles in Cuba is to even out.
Yeah, it's chess, right? You know, we're not looking at like a overstep by any means. I mean, remember the Berlin, 5 meters back, 5 meters back, 5 meters back. It's even, like, it's optics, but it's also pressure and leverage.
First nuclear strike capability created by the U.S. missile sites in Turkey. Secretary Rusk and CIA Director McCone seem to understand this full well.
Mr. President, about why the Soviets are doing this, Mr. McCone suggested some weeks ago that one thing that Mr. Khrushchev may have in mind is that he knows that we have a substantial nuclear superiority, but he also knows that we don't really live under fear of his nuclear weapons to the extent that he has to live under fear of ours. Also, we have weapons nearby in Turkey and places like that.
The president
Yeah, I mean, it's clear as day. It's balance. This is a balancing act.
immediately assesses the situation.
How many weapons do we have in Turkey?
How do we not know this? How do we not know this, Kennedy? I mean, some of this is very, very much details, but come on. Maybe we're just trying to get to a granular number. You have to have a ballpark number in your head by now, right?
The president immediately assesses the situation.
How many weapons do we have in Turkey? We have about 15, I believe.
Everyone agrees that the Cuban missile sites have to be eliminated, but how? General Taylor is for surprise.
We're impressed, Mr. President, with the great importance of getting a strike with all the benefit of surprise, which would mean ideally that we would have all the missiles that are in Cuba above ground where we can take them out.
He wants to mobilize forces along the Atlantic coast.
Golly, these war hawks, man. These war hawks. I know it's hot. It's a hot temperature right now. But it's crazy that just a few men control the lives of millions, and their decisions and their rhetoric are in a balancing act in this room.
Gather more intelligence, and then take out the missiles. While the mobilization is in progress, he will assess the possibility of invasion, but also suggests a blockade to stop further missiles from coming in. The president opposes a blockade. In his view, it could be easily circumvented with submarines. They believe that it's unlikely that the Soviets will go to full-on nuclear war over Cuba, but Berlin might be in play. That being said, McNamara is concerned that the Cubans, not the Soviets, might have control over the missiles.
Oh, now the game gets shifted now, because the third party becomes the first and second party now. And now what that means is you're dealing with an entirely different administration. The Cubans, who you've already pissed off, by the way, who is a very new administration. How reckless are they?
We don't know what kinds of communications the Soviets have with those sites. We don't know what kinds of control they have with the warhead.
In fact, Khrushchev has considered
Is that Brezhnev, by the way, right next to him?
giving control over at least the tactical nuclear arms to Castro, though control over the actual ballistic missiles has never been an option. First Deputy Mikoyan opposed giving any control whatsoever to the Cubans and had prevailed.
I mean, that would be pretty stupid. It'd be almost like, who has control of the warheads in Turkey? Not the Turks. There's no way, right? It's us.
Though McNamara's fears are justified in other ways, as we'll see in a few days. In the end, XCOM agrees to draw up a variety of plans for airstrikes to knock out the missile
Golly, that was a low strike.
sites before they become operational, and to seriously consider invasion plans after that. They adjourn the meeting and will meet again in the early evening. When they do at 6:30 p.m., the discussion continues, and the lines now get drawn more clearly. The Joint Chiefs want to go for a full-scale airstrike to knock out all of the missiles and any and all military aircraft on Cuba. This can be done.
So the missiles most likely don't necessarily have a payload when they're taking them out, right? So meaning they don't have a nuke on them. Nuclear material could be elsewhere, and without it being on the missile, if you destroy the missile, you destroy the vehicle to get it to somewhere, right? So is that the kind of the idea here? If that's the idea, it's not as bad as I thought it was originally. Obviously if there's a payload on there, that's really bad, but still it's pretty hawkish, and I feel like that's a slippery slope, obviously.
With 24-hour preparations anytime after the coming Friday. They also think that an invasion should be left on the table. Secretary Rusk wants to explore political and diplomatic options. He's especially concerned about the effects of military action on the rest of Latin America and on the NATO allies. He's convinced that the Soviets are not ready to use nuclear force. Defense Secretary McNamara argues that the missiles haven't changed anything in practice. The U.S. still has a massive advantage in destructive deterrence. The Joint Chiefs strongly disagree. National Security Advisor Bundy believes in a limited airstrike as fit punishment and a warning. General Taylor is opposed for fear of not knocking out all of the missiles. Robert Kennedy wants to know if invasion after a partial strike is an option. His main concern is that if there are any missiles at all left in place.
Oh, yeah, if you guys take out 16 of, say you take out 16 of them and there's 20, there's 4 now that's coming back at you.
They can be used to deter the U.S. from taking action against revolutionary activity in other parts of Latin America. The president expresses shock that the Soviets have been willing to take this enormous risk of provocation. He is undecided what action to take, but wants to know if all possible options are in preparation. McNamara assures him that they are. They agree to continue planning for all eventualities and to revisit the issue tomorrow, and they will continue gathering intelligence via spy plane activity. So at the end of this first day of crisis, the world goes to sleep without knowing that the wheels of war have been set in motion by Moscow, Havana, and Washington. It will be several days until the world finds out, but by then the crisis will have deepened, and many of the fears expressed in the White House this day will look like they are coming to pass. The President and First Lady dine with guests that evening. One of them is the philosopher Sir Isaiah Berlin. In his book, Two Concepts of Liberty, Berlin argues that there are two concepts of freedom: negative freedom, which is freedom from interference, and positive freedom, which asks not what we are free from, but what we are free to do. Little does Berlin know that his host that evening has neither of those freedoms. This was the first episode of our daily coverage of the 13 days of the crisis.
Wow.
Our next project of this kind...
We're going to pause there. But wow. So day one, surveillance, intelligence, meeting, temperament, all just on display. You have a room full of people that are contrasting each other in different tones. Some say our ceiling is no more Cuba. Some say, well, let's talk before we talk about to do stuff. Some say, let's just wipe out the missiles. Some say, let's see what else we could do. Maybe an invasion and post. There's so much on the table here that the surgical move will have to start diplomatically. Confrontation of the intelligence will have to be the first move here, obviously. So we'll have to see where that goes. But ooh, it is a Cold War. It might be freezing, but it feels hot. Let me know if there's any other context to add. This was day one of the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'll see you in day two. Peace out and bye-bye. Day two of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Make sure you've watched the other videos if you haven't yet. But this is day two. We have a lot on the table. The intelligence is there. But now, what will Washington do?
Day two. War and conflict have their own dynamics, and once you let out some slack on the leash of the dogs of war, there is a great risk that they might just slip out of your hands altogether. On October 17th, 1962, American President John F. Kennedy loosens the slack on his dogs of war, just like Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev had already done 5 months ago. This is TimeGhost, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. When the American administration found out that the Soviet Union had placed nuclear missiles on Cuba, they struggled to come up with an immediate response. XCOM, the group dealing with the crisis, wavered between a stern warning to the Soviets and the complete destruction of Cuba.
Big contrast between the two decisions, right? You know, you have the war hawk ideology of let's just finish what we started with the Bay of Pigs, but let's actually do what we need to do. Which means not just regime change, but it means like, I don't know what it means. I mean, it would be pretty freaking stupid, right? To drop a nuke 90 miles off the coast of Florida. But I don't know what that means. It could mean, that could be a metaphor for just like carpet bombs. I don't know. But what I do know is the options on the table are they're so dense that anything that you do, you're going to be walking on eggshells.
President Kennedy is undecided and still wants all options to be left on the table. On the morning of the 17th, he receives a briefing outlining the possible courses of action. His close advisor and speechwriter, Ted Sorensen, has compiled the views from the day before. He outlines 4 options. Track A, political warning, and if the missiles are not then removed, limited airstrikes. Track B, limited airstrikes, and then a demand to remove the missiles.
So order of operations are just going this like this. Okay.
Track C, political actions followed by total naval blockade and a declaration of war on Cuba. Track D, full-scale invasion to take Cuba away from Castro with no warning whatsoever.
Okay. Whew.
Sorensen points out, it is generally agreed that these missiles, even when fully operational, do not significantly alter the balance of power, i.e., they do not significantly increase the potential megatonnage capable of being unleashed on American soil, even after a surprise American nuclear strike. So they all agree that the missiles are not a real problem, and yet the
Why not? Because they can be shut down, or what?
preparations for war go ahead. In fact, a possible invasion of Cuba has long been in the planning stages. A couple days ago, the day before the crisis began,
The mongoose.
an exercise was begun to land on the Puerto Rican island of Vieques, which represented a fantasy island nation ruled by the dictator Ortsac. Take out Ortsac and occupy the island.
That's fine.
Now, Ortsac is Castro spelled backwards. So there was little doubt.
If that ever leaked, that is the most childish thing I've ever seen in my life.
Out, even to the slowest minds involved, what the real objective was. The exercise involved 40 ships, 20,000 Marines, massive air support, and Puerto Rico. Diverting them to actually invade Cuba would be easily possible. With additional preparations and forces, an invasion can be underway in as little as 10 days from today. Those additional preparations begin. Along the eastern seaboard, troops at all bases are discreetly increased and made combat ready. Spy plane activities are also increased, and the plans for the Ortsac exercise revised to fit the new situation. At 8:30 a.m., the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the members of XCOM meet at the Pentagon to continue the decision regarding a definite plan. Defense Secretary McNamara has even spent the night at the Pentagon to supervise planning. From the record, it's obvious.
Yeah, I bet you there's a lot of sleepless nights, though, in this entire, process. I mean, can you imagine? The fate of the world is in your hands, basically. And it doesn't have to be, but that's where we're at.
Obvious that it's not a response to the possible objectives of the Soviets that's driving their decisions, but what the different factions already believed before the crisis. Those that believed in thawing relations with the Soviets are advocating diplomacy. Those who believe that Cuba must be neutralized tend towards invasion. The idea of a naval blockade, for which there is neither a plan nor a risk assessment, starts gaining some traction, though, with, among others, General Taylor, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. After the meeting, one of the strongest proponents of an invasion, CIA Director McCone, goes to brief President Kennedy at the White House. His notes show that he walks away from that meeting with the impression that Kennedy, too, wants to invade.
I imagine they're not aligned.
But Kennedy's notes contradict this. He's still very much undecided. McCone then takes a car to Pennsylvania to meet with former President General Dwight Eisenhower, at JFK's request, to get his presidential and military advice.
I mean, think about it. That is actually a really good idea, because you have someone that was pretty much as most experienced person in the country when it comes to military and diplomatic power. It's Eisenhower at the time. It has to be, right? So that's a great second opinion.
McCone comes away with the opinion that Eisenhower, too, supports decisive military action.
I feel like McCone is kind of like set in his ways on a bias train, so whatever anyone says, it's just assimilating what he's saying.
And yet, no one knows what the Soviets are really after, which Sorensen points out. The Soviet purpose in making this move is not understood, whether it is for purposes of diversion, harassment, provocation, or bargaining. One of the assumptions is that their true objective might be Berlin. The situation in that divided...
We keep going back to Berlin. Obviously, Berlin's one of the most hot button topics of the Cold War. Obviously, you already know Berlin's divided in two. You have West and East. You recently have, that crisis that happened with the tanks. Eventually, there's no longer crossing back and forth. It's pretty much a bubble for East Berlin into the Soviet side. So it's a part of contention, because this is where everything came to a head in 1945, and now we're in 1962, 17 years later. Things haven't really moved too far progressive.
City is the first topic on the president's regular agenda when he receives the German Foreign Minister, Dr. Gerhard Schroeder, at 11 a.m. at the White House. Kennedy asks if the Germans have any reason to believe the Soviets will make another move for Berlin.
neigen eher zu der Meinung, dass die Sowjets bei allen Versuchen, vor allen Dingen psychologischen Druck auszuüben, im Grunde darauf aus sind, weiter zu sprechen und weiter zu versuchen, ihre Ziele ohne Gewalt zu erreichen.
Schroeder says they don't have any indication of an escalation there, nor does their analysis of the situation show that it would make sense for the Soviets to do so at this point.
I mean, yeah, right? Each side thinks the other is the boogeyman. So like that analysis from the German ambassador, right? It probably seems so lame that he's saying something like that because of the optics, but it might just be true, right? Because why would you want to plunge yourself into a confrontation with the other world superpower? What could go right? Like it's a stalemate or it's a defeat. Like how can you guarantee a win? And it's just the pressure is and the leverage is just all out ahead.
One thing Schroeder says in passing, though, is remarkably important to the situation.
Ich bin der Überzeugung, dass Khrushchev seinerseits überzeugt ist, dass es gewisse Dinge gibt, für die die Amerikaner und für die der Westen wirklich kämpfen würde. Er muss nur die Partie so spielen, dass man sozusagen weiter und weiter eingeengt ist, ohne reagiert zu haben. Und dann hat er natürlich in dieser psychologischen Auseinandersetzung einen großen Erfolg errungen. Es genügt nach meiner Meinung also nicht, dass die Sowjets wissen, unter bestimmten Umständen wird man kämpfen.
So basically do some things so minute that Washington would not react to it, which would be a victory in Soviets' eyes because they did something that pushes their agenda without response.
Das wissen sie und das glauben sie auch. Sie glauben
Wow.
sogar, dass man
So each side is kind of like in the same consensus, but it's a ghost. They're talking over a ghost.
einen nuklearen Krieg wegen Berlin riskieren wird, obwohl ihnen den Sowjets das ziemlich verrückt erscheint. Aber sie glauben das. Aber sie werden ihre eigenen
I mean, there's only one country that's launched a nuke on another country. So that would make that country become a boogeyman. The United States is a boogeyman to Russia, as just as much Russia is a boogeyman to the United States, but even more so for the United States being one, because we dropped 2 on Japan. And the optics of that register in every brain in the Soviet Union.
diplomatisch-psychologischen Möglichkeiten daran ermessen.
Of course, Schroeder does not know the significance of his words at this point, as he does not know about the growing crisis over Cuba. As the day proceeds, the crisis deepens, as more intelligence on the missile buildup comes to light. The ultra-high altitude flights over Cuba continue. The Lockheed U-2, known as the Dragon Lady, has already played a central part in the crisis and will continue to do so for its duration. This aircraft is a remarkable feat of engineering, but it's also a little crazy. In 1962, it's been in operation for just over 7 years. Improved versions are still in use by the U.S. Air Force in 2020, as it is the fastest way to get aerial reconnaissance other than satellites. In 1962, there are very few satellites, and it's the only way to gather photographic intelligence over enemy territory at a reasonably safe distance from anti-aircraft measures. Now, reasonably safe is not the same thing as safe. See, it had been assumed by both the US and Great Britain that Soviet radar could only pick up signals as high as 19,800 meters, like 65,000 feet.
That's really high still.
Because that was as high as British and American radar worked. It was also assumed that Soviet surface-to-air missiles, SAMs, could not reach higher than that. Both assumptions were wrong.
This is news to me, by the way. I didn't have a stance on it, but it's interesting.
And back on May the 1st, 1960...
Oh yeah, they're going to talk about the U-2 that got shut down over Georgia?
The Soviets used SAMs to shoot down a U-2 over Russia. The pilot, Captain Francis Gary Powers, parachutes out and survives the crash. while the pilot of a pursuing Soviet MiG-19 isn't as lucky when he is hit and killed by friendly fire. Powers is then captured by the Soviets, and the whole thing becomes a complicated diplomatic incident, which only ends this year in February when Powers and another American spy are exchanged for 2 Soviet operatives held by the U.S.
Jeez, man.
But the U-2 is not only dangerous to fly because it can be shot down. In essence, the plane is a combination of a subsonic jet and a glider. At ultra-high altitudes, it has to be flown within a narrow speed corridor to avoid stalling. The pilot can only vary speed by 5 miles per hour upwards or downwards to keep the plane flying and not have it fall apart around him.
Golly. So basically you need an astronaut to do this. Like the level of skill is unmatched. Like, look at that suit. You would imagine that's a freaking astronaut drive. I mean, you are so high up.
At normal altitudes, the controls are extremely resistant, requiring the pilot to use muscular strength to maneuver. With its short fuselage and enormously long wings, it has an operational altitude of 70,000 feet, 21,336 meters. But to be light enough to reach that altitude, many compromises in safety design had to be made. The cabin is only partially pressurized, and the pilots have to wear spacesuits and breathe oxygen. There have been several incidents of decompression sickness and at least 9 cases of pilots suffering permanent brain damage from flying a U-2. And at least 1 pilot has passed out, crashed, and died because of a malfunction in his oxygen supply. Landing the plane is also extremely tricky, as the long wing-to-fuselage ratio creates ground effects that can cause sudden upsurges and a crash. When you put the plane down, the wingtips are actually pulled against the ground, which is why they're coated with titanium to withstand the friction. Landing is, in fact, so complicated that it requires a chase car to guide the pilot, and a second pilot on the ground assisting the flying pilot by relaying how the plane is behaving from an outside view.
All of this is just crazy, man. That is insane detail to go over. I'm glad we're doing this.
Because of incidents and accidents, and the obvious fact that it's illegal to fly planes into other countries' airspace without permission,
The risk factor.
the U-2 program is highly controversial. In 1962, it isn't even operated by the military. The U-2s belong to the CIA, and they have been financed without congressional budget approval through secret slush funds, which the CIA is the only federal agency that is allowed to have. At this point, though, they prove invaluable
The military-industrial complex, my man.
in assessing the situation on Cuba.
Wow.
October 16th and 17th are both clear days over the island. The U-2 flights come back with a load of new images. The analysts discover a range of surface-to-air missile batteries that could threaten the U-2s and which definitely lower the probability of successful airstrikes. They discover more mid-range missile sites, but the pictures are not high resolution enough to see if the SS-4 missiles are launch ready, nor where their warheads might be stored. Most alarming is the discovery of intermediate range missile launch ramps. Although they don't find any missiles for these, this now extends the threat beyond the East Coast and the Midwest. These missiles can reach any major city in the continental U.S., except
Golly.
Seattle in the distant Pacific Northwest.
Seattle.
While Kennedy flies out to do political rallies in Connecticut, members of XCOM meet once again. The new information does not help the decision-making, but it does harden the drive for a decisive military response.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's the temperature's rising.
Among all of the saber rattling, one voice urges restraint. It's Adlai Stevenson, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. The former Democratic presidential candidate is famous for his intellect, reason, eloquence, and diplomacy. Hardliners consider him too soft and indecisive. During the Bay of Pigs invasion, he had largely been kept out of the loop to avoid his uncomfortable advice. And with incomplete information, he then suffered public humiliation when he firmly denied any operative involvement by the U.S. in an open session at the UN, only to be refuted by his own administration.
Well, that's just the administration doing a disservice to him.
This time around, he's in the loop and receives the XCOM briefings. He now urges the president to talk to Khrushchev and Castro to avoid a conflict that will inevitably lead to retaliation in other regions. He writes, "To start or risk starting a nuclear war is bound to be divisive at best, and the judgments of history seldom coincide with the tempers of the moment."
Yeah, calm down, right? We gotta think of longevity here.
He ends his letter with, "I confess I have many misgivings about the proposed course of action, but to discuss them further would add little to what you already have in mind. So I will only repeat that it should be clear as a pikestaff that the U.S. was, is, and will be ready to negotiate the elimination of bases and anything else. Blackmail and intimidation never, negotiation and sanity always." These wise words will not be heeded for many days to come. And on October 17th, as night settles over America and a new day dawns over the Soviet Union, the preparations for war on both sides continue and begin taking on a life of their own. I will see you tomorrow.
Goodness gracious. So now we got U2 intelligence, which deepens the stances of this XCOM group. But now, well, there is some contrast to the Warhawks in the room. Adlai being one, possibly, you know, other people like that haven't really been speaking up yet. Like the Secretary of State's actually seems like he has some reason. He's being reasonable. Kennedy, it's kind of like getting ping pong back and forth. Not a lot of meat in this episode. We talked a lot about the operation to kind of like get there. Eisenhower, of course, getting briefed. A lot of opinions. It feels like this is more or less like the opinion episode. What do you think about what? We learned a little bit about U2s and kind of like how dangerous and risky that was. But overall, October 17th. Getting crazy. Let me know if you guys have any other context to add. Appreciate you. Peace out. Bye-bye. The Cuban Missile Crisis is continuing on day 3. Today, a secret Soviet nuclear transport operation. Let's jump right in. Thanks for clicking, by the way.
Day 3. Diplomacy can be an art based on telling the truth the way that best serves your own interests. Outside of the diplomatic corps, this is usually known as lying. And when you're playing diplomacy with nuclear warheads at your back, such lies can prove very dangerous. This is TimeGhost with the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. On October 18, 1962, U.S. Army Task Force 8 detonates a nuclear bomb called Thumbelina over the Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean. This bomb is...
And that atoll no longer exists, probably now.
An attempt to make nuclear arms smaller and more deployable. But still, at 1.8 megatons, it would, for example, kill about 2 million people and injure another 3.4 million if detonated over Paris. President John F. Kennedy's focus today, though, and the topic of discussions within XCOM, his group dealing with the missile crisis, is the meeting with Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko for later in the afternoon. The meeting was set up well before the eruption of the crisis, but now presents itself as an opportunity to finally take the Soviets' pulse. Yesterday, XCOM became divided into 3 factions. A minority, spearheaded by Secretary of State Rusk, favoring a diplomatic approach.
That's crazy. That's the minority. That is just crazy to me. That shows you where the heads are right now. The level heads are not present.
A majority under CIA Director McCone favoring decisive military action and growing support for a blockade, driven by Defense Secretary McNamara. This happened despite the general consensus that the missiles on Cuba do not upset the American nuclear power advantage over the Soviets in any significant way. Why then are the Americans driving so hard towards confrontation? 3 main reasons emerge when you read the records. First, an elimination of Fidel Castro and his communist regime just 90 miles off the U.S. coast had been a priority already under the previous administration. Ridding Cuba of Castro also has broad support in the current administration.
Yeah, but they already have they've already dipped their foot in that pond with the Bay of Pigs. So like anything, if you fail twice, you could just ruin the Democratic ticket.
Second, letting the USSR get away with a provocation of this sort would be a sign of weakness that could worsen the chances of keeping them in check in other regions. This is part of a principle that emerged during World War II and is still in place in 2020. See, the US sees itself as the main guardian of peace and stability for a free market economy-driven world.
It's still that way, and it's driven by the hegemonic, power. I'm speaking to you on the 2nd of March right now. You might be listening a different day. But, the Iranian attacks just happened a couple days ago, and it's true, right? We are quite literally the police of the world, but we overreach, and we don't have to go down that line of attack right now, because the Iranian war that we have started, hopefully it doesn't evolve. So, I'm the 2nd of March. I don't know what's going to happen, but my goodness, we definitely get into a lot more trouble than we should, just because of our need for the US dollar to stay strong, and our need for free market economy to stay relevant, and our need to stay relevant within that conversation at its height. So yeah, yes, let's keep watching.
And unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed, and to which we are committed today at home and around the world.
Somewhat undermining this principle, to maintain that peace, the U.S. will threaten and even launch preemptive wars on its opponents.
Preemptive.
And to maintain this principle, the U.S. must maintain global military superiority. Third, for President Kennedy, this is now a domestic political issue that he believes will threaten his chances for re-election. In his recorded and written notes from the crisis, he repeatedly expresses his dismay at Khrushchev's lack of understanding for what this does to JFK's own domestic political standing. Kennedy is under pressure to show that he is hard on communism and that he is aggressively pushing U.S. interests in the world, especially in the...
At this time, I don't know. I'm not that smart on the general secretary. Like, is it a lifetime position? There's that component, right? I don't know if it is. I can't remember. But I feel like it is, given like how Stalin, after Lenin dies, Stalin takes over. After Stalin dies, Khrushchev. Trying to remember. I don't know. Is it a lifetime position?
The Americas. Remember, he publicly stated in early September that nuclear arms on Cuba would not be tolerated and would be met by an aggressive response. And now he feels he has to deliver on that threat, no matter how senseless. The situation does not get any easier when analysis of spy plane footage reveals more alarming details of the Soviet buildup on Cuba. So preparations for war go ahead while Kennedy receives Gromyko at the White House. Kennedy repeats his public statements from September and directly confronts Gromyko about a Soviet buildup on Cuba, if they have nuclear arms there. Gromyko is evasive and refuses to acknowledge the existence of missiles. He says any Soviet military support for Cuba is purely for defensive purposes to maintain Cuban sovereignty and independence.
Very political conversation right there. So, statement right there. So you can tell there he's not leaving too much out there, but obviously there's a hidden statement not being said. Where there's nothing offensive, there's defensive. But what does that mean? That could mean defensive in regards to your missiles in Turkey. It could be defensive in regard to the balance of power. It could be defensive in a preemptive strike, etc. So, yeah.
Strictly speaking, he is not lying. He's just not telling the truth.
There you go.
The Soviets had two reasons to put missiles on Cuba, and one of them is, in fact, to prop up Castro and defend Cuba from a U.S. invasion. According to his own memoirs, Khrushchev finalized the whole missile plan personally during a lonely walk through the labyrinth of a seaside park at the Bulgarian Black Sea resort Varna back in May. It had been brainstormed a few days before that as a possible response to the problem of the immediate threat posed by mid and intermediate range missiles pointed at the USSR in places like England, Italy, and Turkey.
They were in England too? That's interesting.
Khrushchev runs his plan by Gromyko, and Gromyko comes on board. When they run it by the Central Committee of the Communist Party, though, it is presented as a defense plan for Cuba. The only one who objects to the plan as being too dangerous is Deputy Chairman Anastas Mikoyan. Khrushchev does admit that a miscalculation in such a plan could in fact lead to nuclear war. But in his view, the benefits outweigh the risks. The Minister of Defense and the commander of the Strategic Missile Forces are both enthusiastic, and the plan is set in motion. They begin executing it, though, without actually asking Fidel Castro. Only at the end of May does a delegation travel to Cuba to persuade the Cubans to accept their gift.
Why? Because do they trust Castro? Is it like a tier list of like the communist sphere of influence where Castro is below them, so he's a subordinate?
Some sources say that Castro was enthusiastically on board immediately, while the Soviet ambassador to Havana at the time claims that Castro was stunned and flabbergasted at first, and it was only when they pointed out the inevitability of a U.S. invasion and promised increased economic support that he came around. Be that as it may, the Cubans do agree, and the Soviets start moving in. Mikoyan suggests a dependable World War II veteran, General Issa Pliev, as commander of the operation. Pliev receives a new official identity as an agricultural specialist named Ivan Alexandrovich Pavlov. The original plan for a few missiles goes into action, but the scope soon massively increases, and they decide they will deploy both medium and intermediate range missiles, totaling several hundred warheads, supported by 44,000 men, with rocket personnel, guard units, anti-aircraft batteries, tactical naval bombers, fighter jets, high-speed missile-carrying boats, and even tanks.
Crazy. By the way, I've noticed something. Like, there's quite a difference. I mean, there's some people that are older that have a, a more, I guess, light at the end of the tunnel approach, but it seems like a lot of these older individuals that have seen the horrors of the Korean War and most importantly World War II have been calloused, have been hardened, and their apt for just rolling people over is present. I think, we all know what MacArthur wanted to do to China in the 50s. They wanted to nuke them, right? When there was conflict with the Korean War. And then others to suggest to wipe off Cuba off the map and like to intervene, and just the war hawks. It seems that they're so calloused and they're hardened because of World War II and the Korean War, and just like there's no light at the end of the tunnel approach from them. It's a pattern. Not all of the older individuals in this time frame probably have that point of view, but some of them do, and they shine brighter than others. That's why I pointed out.
This force will not only guard the missiles, but will also repel any attempt by the U.S. to invade Cuba. A headquarters will be created for intelligence, ballistics, topography, meteorology, human resources, and accounting with a staff of 133 people. There will even be a bread factory, an engineering unit, and a mining crew. 2 anti-aircraft missile divisions with 3 squadrons each, with an anti-aircraft personnel of 10,000 will be deployed across the missile sites. The Soviet Air Force will bring in 40 MiG-21 fighter jets, 36 helicopters, and 6 IL-28 nuclear-capable bombers with support personnel of 5,000 people. 4 mobile infantry.
That's a huge, That's an army right there.
Squadrons numbering 10,000 men will be the core of the operation. Last but not least, the Soviet Navy contributes 36 more IL-28s as mine and torpedo aircraft, 12 R-183 speedboats, also carrying nuclear cruise missiles, 2 squadrons of cruisers with 8 launchers each, and a Sopka Coast Guard squadron with 6 launchers, a naval force of 5,000 people.
You know, we talk a lot about the Monroe Doctrine today in the 2020s because of, influence of Russia and China and in Latin America and so forth. But I wonder what the conversation of the Monroe Doctrine is in 1962, because obviously the sphere of influence is to, keep imperialist nations out of the American sphere. And of course, that's a loaded statement because America is also imperialist themselves. But obviously, Cuba is 90 miles off the coast of Key West. Probably the most, besides a border country or Bahamas, probably one of the closest nations to the United States in Latin America, right? So, the Monroe Doctrine. That's all I gotta say. The Monroe Doctrine. It kind of like creates this inherent problem.
To escort it all will be an undisclosed number of nuclear-armed submarines. A huge force, armed to the teeth with nuclear missiles and short-range nuclear tactical arms that has to be shipped secretly thousands and thousands of miles to Cuba. When you look at how they go about this gigantic task, it's like straight out of a Cold War spy movie. The whole mess is loaded on civilian ships, hospital ships, transports, passenger ships, tugboats, in 4 different ports on the Black Sea and in the Baltic. A total of 111 trains loaded with men and equipment are sent on detours inland before they inconspicuously head to the ports. The soldiers are not told where they're going, and to avoid suspicion, they're fully equipped, so they carry winter boots and heavy coats into the tropics.
That's crazy.
Once on the ships, enlisted men are only allowed to take meals and go above deck at night. The summer weather and lack of air conditioning pushes the temperatures below deck above 50 degrees Celsius, 122 Fahrenheit. Inevitably, with such a large force under these conditions, a few people die.
That's crazy. All in the spirit of secrecy.
The corpses are unceremoniously thrown overboard. Officers have it better, as they are transported as civilians on passenger ships. End of July. The first ships carrying missiles arrive on Cuba, but the warheads are still in the Soviet Union. The soldiers must now learn commands in Spanish. All the Red Army uniforms are discarded, and they dress either as civilians or in Cuban Army uniforms. The heavily guarded unloading takes place under extreme secrecy, mostly at night. The Cuban police even fake traffic accidents to block roads to allow the convoys through out of sight.
This is insane, man.
Of the Cuban population, which is rife with counter-revolutionary insurgents and CIA informants. At first, the intention is to set up the missile sites deep in the inland jungles, but an assessment by the Soviets concludes that the lack of roads and the extensive counter-revolutionary activity in those parts makes that undoable. The locations they select instead are substantially less concealed, and this, combined with the impossibility of housing so many men in the existing structures, will be instrumental in the U.S. discovery of the sites. In fact, the first thing that strikes the Americans as odd when analyzing the YouTube pictures from October 14th is the unusual amount of tents that have been set up as housing. Last month, on September 16th, the civilian cargo vessel Indigirka, retrofitted with 2 37mm anti-aircraft guns with 1,200 rounds of ammunition, leaves the Soviet port of Severomorsk carrying 160 nuclear charges.
Jeez.
The ship arrives on Cuba October 4th, and by the 15th, the warheads are in a secret warehouse. The plan is to ready them all in stages for deployment by January 1st, 1963. But the first missile units will already be loaded and active sometime before the end of October. There are, though, already loads of tactical nuclear arms ready to deploy on the island. Now, tactical nuclear arms are bombs, artillery pieces, and cruise missiles in the kiloton range, and they're intended to destroy personnel and equipment in direct confrontation. They are mobile, they can be used on the ground, fired from tanks, from small ships, fired from planes. As far as we can tell from these somewhat limited and very secretive Soviet records, the total megatonnage of just these tactical nuclear arms amounts to over 100 Hiroshima bombs.
So we're on a keg of explosives right now, similar to like World War I, but it's all because of the Cold War, man. Oh man, it's just still crazy to me to think like every time it just almost makes me mad to think that these are the two nations that stopped fascism in Europe.
Today, October 18th, when Kennedy meets Gromyko, the Americans only know about the missiles, the AA support, and a limited Soviet force. They have no idea that should they invade Cuba, they will be faced by tens of thousands of well-trained Red Army soldiers armed with tactical nuclear weapons, which they will without a doubt use to drive back the US forces, killing tens of thousands of Americans. This, in turn, will inevitably have to lead to an American response and full-on nuclear war. At the end of the day, Kennedy tapes his own conclusions. His advisors are still divided between diplomatic actions and direct military action, including an invasion.
You would immediately see a Nixon presidency in 1964, or someone even more far right than Nixon, if that was the case, if we were able to get an election to go through in 64.
Kennedy himself is wary of a state of war and feels that he has consensus around an intermediary solution.
Consensus was that we should go ahead with the blockade beginning on Sunday night. Originally, we should begin by blockading Soviet against the shipment of additional offensive capacity. That we could tighten the blockade as the situation be quiet. I was most anxious that we not have to announce a state of war existing, because it would obviously be bad to have the word go out that we were having a war, rather than it was a limited blockade for a limited purpose.
Although Kennedy hopes that this is what he will achieve, his military is still preparing for war, and the Soviets continue arming the missiles on Cuba. And a blockade might still end with war, as we shall soon see. See you tomorrow on...
Man. A blockade. Look, and a blockade doesn't always work, too. It's not always 100% sound. Sometimes it is, but sometimes things get through. Sometimes there's confrontations. And what ships do you check? Do you check flagships? Meaning like ships that have the flag of USSR? Do you check every ship? Do you check passenger ships? How's the checking going? Like, do you go all the way down? Do you look everywhere? Every compartment? Do you trust their word of inventory? God, man, this is crazy. So everything's getting heated up, and I did not realize there were tens of thousands, apparently, Soviets on Cuba during 1962 at this time. Wow. All right, well, leave me some context if you have it. Appreciate you as always. Peace out, and bye-bye. Welcome back, and thank you for clicking. We are continuing the Cuban Missile Crisis. WTF? Destroy Cuba or don't? Day 4. Let's jump.
Linguist and thinker Dr. Samuel Johnson once said, "Patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel," as a warning to not seek simple solutions to complex problems.
Okay.
Science fiction author Isaac Asimov later paraphrased it as, "Violence is the last refuge of the incompetent." But today, on the 19th of October 1962, American President John F. Kennedy receives very competent advice as to why violence should be the simplest and most patriotic response to the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Most patriotic. That makes no sense.
This is TimeGhost with the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Yesterday, Kennedy leaned towards not going to war with Cuba, but declaring a blockade instead. And Defense Secretary Robert McNamara had seemed to get some support from the military for that idea.
By the way, this is decision making like 3 days in. Like, we can't make a decision.
Today, the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the U.S. Armed Forces try hard to sway Kennedy back to the path of military action. On Cuba, there were many
Soviets.
more Soviets than U.S. intelligence presumes, and they are hard at work readying their missiles for deployment. The CIA has been trying to work out where the Soviet nuclear warheads were stored. Obviously, knowing this is the prerequisite for the U.S. Air Force taking them out with targeted strikes, and would significantly increase the appeal of a limited airstrike as a solution. One location...
By the way, if you take out the conversation was, of course, if you take out, say, one of the sites, let's just say you take out 19 of the sites, and there's a 20th. What happens then?
They have been observing for months is a bunker complex near Bejucal, about a 45-minute drive south of Havana. But they have by now discarded this as a possible option, since they didn't see any recent improvements to the facility, it wasn't very well guarded, and was in fact only protected by a chain-link fence. Bejucal surrounds a small township founded in 1831. Other than being the terminal station of Cuba's first railroad, and hosting a very popular carnival festival, it's a fairly insignificant place. On a random side note, actor Andy Garcia was born there 6 years before the crisis, but he and his family fled to the U.S. last year. Anyhow, the CIA are very much mistaken. This is where the warheads are in fact stored. In a modified hillside bunker complex, there are now 160 nuclear warheads being prepared to be mounted on missiles and armed. A veteran of the Soviet nuclear armed forces, Colonel Sergei Romanov.
By the way, why are they always pointy instead of having like a rounded top? I'm just curious. Is there like some sort of aerodynamic physics there?
Is in charge of the operation. The working conditions are abysmal. In Cuba, the warm and humid tropical climate makes it difficult to maintain the right conditions for what is a very sensitive and a very dangerous.
Very cold-blooded group of people right there. Not metaphorically cold-blooded. I mean, you could, but you know, like they're not used to the temperature at in the tropics in the Caribbean.
Dangerous job. Romanov scrounges whatever air conditioners his Cuban hosts can lay their hands on, but finally resorts to requisitioning loads and loads of ice to cool the inside of the bunker.
God.
Much worse, though, is the imperceptible radiation. Many of the workers will develop cancer and die from this radioactive exposure over the coming months and years. There's also the stress of maybe being discovered and bombed by the United States. There is hardly any time or any peace of mind to sleep. The strain is already taking its toll on Romanov's health, and he will die of a heart attack shortly after returning to the Soviet Union. His second-in-command, Major Boris Boltenko, also a nuclear force veteran, is even now suffering from undiagnosed brain cancer from prolonged exposure and will also die in a few months.
My God, how much exposure are these people getting? Like, are they just like using their hands to touch this stuff, or is it just that crazy radioactive through the material which they are encasing it?
Today, they are finally getting rid of at least some of the warheads. The first batch of the gadgets, as they call them, is ready to be shipped to the missile sites. The chosen destination is a remote missile location at the center of the island. Unit Commander Colonel Sidorov has made progress there far more quickly than expected with preparing the rockets. His unit is also the best concealed and most difficult to strike from the air. The warheads are loaded onto a convoy of 20 trucks that will travel 14 hours by night on primitive jungle roads. To avoid detection, they use no headlights, and only every fourth truck uses side lights to allow the convoy to stay on the road.
Not sus at all, right? However, the American intelligence system and the satellite technology is not like that, like it is today. So I think we might have a satellite or two in the air by now, but U-2 planes are still like the only method of intelligence, right?
Sidorov finalizes
Unless they're on the ground.
preparations so that the first warheads can be mounted already tomorrow. The Soviets will then only need a 30-minute window to arm and launch the missiles. In the White House, the assumption, or should I say the hope, is that this window is 18 hours, which would allow the U.S. to act without the danger of immediate nuclear retaliation. Though as of today, the U.S. does correctly assume the total Cuban nuclear arsenal, including ICBMs, will be deployable sometime in the next 2 months. At 9:45 a.m., President Kennedy receives the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They still want to convince him to make a military strike, as I said before. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Taylor, says,
From the outset, I would say that we felt we were united on the military requirement here. That we cannot accept Cuba as a missile base. That we should either eliminate or neutralize the missiles there and prevent any others coming in.
But what happens, though, when you eliminate these missiles? They're like, what is I need to understand two things. One, what is the payload per missile? Does it vary? Probably, right? It probably varies. So, like, what is the most extreme version of the payload on one of these missiles? The gadgets. And two, when you eliminate it, what happens? Does it create a nuclear reaction then and there because of the explosion? Or does the material just deteriorate in the explosion and the nuclear reaction does not occur? Right? Does fission or fusion, whatever it could be, happen? Or does that even matter to happen for the explosion to happen? I'm just wondering, like, does it implode? Does it? I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know this stuff. So anyone that's listening that might know, let me know. Would it just be like if there's like 10 of these things loaded up and they're ready? Maybe they're in the missile, bay. What's to stop a nuclear reaction to happening? That's where I'm just curious.
Well, from a military point of view, that meant three things. First, attack with the benefit of surprise those known missiles and offensive weapons that we knew about. Secondly, continued surveillance then to see what the effect would be. And third, a blockade to prevent the others from coming in. I would say, again, from a military point of view, that seemed clear. We were united on that.
he goes on to say that they are not unanimous
So, like, from a military point of view,
regarding invasion and what political action to also take in parallel. Kennedy replies,
Let me just say a little first about what the problem is from this point, my point of view. First, I think we ought to think of why the Russians did this. Well, actually, it was a rather dangerous but rather useful play of theirs. If we do nothing, they have a missile base there with all the pressure that brings to bear in the United States and damage to our prestige. If we attack Cuba, the missiles or Cuba, in any way, it gives them a clear line to take Berlin.
right? Berlin is still one of the main proxies to this entire thing.
As they were able to do Hungary under the Anglo war in Egypt, we will have been regarded as they should have fixation about Cuba anyway.
I don't know too much about that. I'm guessing that's the Egyptian situation with Israel, France, and UK.
We regarded as the trigger-happy Americans who lost Berlin. We would have no support among our allies.
Kennedy goes on to weigh the options at hand, explaining why he might prefer a blockade, but he also says,
On the other hand, we got to do something, because to do nothing, we're going to have the problem in Berlin anyway. It's been very clear last night. We're going to have this thing stuck right in our guts in about 2 months. And so we got to do something now.
he then outlines all the difficulties that they're presented with on a diplomatic level if they should attack Cuba, especially regarding Berlin. Then Taylor says,
We recognize all these things, Mr. President, but I think we'd all be unanimous in saying that really our strength in Berlin, our strength in
you're saying that basically we we don't have the capacity to actually do what our strength can be. I don't know if those are the right words to use, but basically we're doing a lot of talking. We're a hegemonic power. Not really a hegemonic power, right? Because we're being checked right now by the Soviets. So not yet in hegemony until like 91, maybe before that, depending on how you view hegemony. But if, economically for the West, for sure, right? So like there's a two-sided earth between West and East, and since like the Cold War. So you have like two-sided hegemony here. In your sphere of influence, in your Western sphere of influence, in your ability to make trade relations and economic, decisions, your strength comes from the military. So if you cannot utilize your military in the fashion of your strength, people might think that you're weak. So is that what we're saying?
So that's why we got to respond. Now the question is, are we going to respond?
General Curtis LeMay, chief of the U.S. Air Force, shares his
LeMay? Oh my, Curtis LeMay
views.
Well, I certainly agree with everything General Taylor has said, and emphasized a little strongly, perhaps, that we don't have any choice except throughout military.
He's a war hawk. LeMay had a crazy bombing campaign in Japan. I think it was Japan. He was responsible for a lot of the bombing in World War II.
Action. If we do this blockade that's proposed and political action, the first thing that's going to happen is your missiles are going to disappear into the woods, particularly your mobile ones.
Admiral George Anderson, chief of naval operations, explains that he could carry out the blockade, and it would be easier to enforce complete blockade than partial, but
if we institute a complete blockade, we are immediately having a confrontation with the Soviet Union because it's the Soviet block ships which are taking the material to Cuba.
so he too thinks decisive preemptive military action is preferable. Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army, General Earl Buss.
So we're saying that the blockade is equitable to the military action because they're both confrontation?
Wheeler wants his forces to join in with boots on the ground.
Mr. President, in my judgment, from a military point of view, the lowest risk course of action, if we're thinking of protecting the people of the United States against a possible strike on us, is to...
So they were like really this echo chamber cabinet, it's not even a cabinet, but this echo chamber meeting is super, like, maybe I'm just like such an outsider with hindsight's 2020, but they are super like zoned in that they are going to get struck. Why is it so? Is it because there's no precedent? Is it because their relations were that bad? But they are very sold that they're going to get struck. This is what they're saying.
Go ahead with a surprise airstrike, the blockade, and an invasion.
The conversation gets testier. LeMay says,
I think that a blockade and political talk would be considered by a lot of our friends and neutrals as being a pretty weak response to this, and I'm sure a lot of our own citizens would feel that way too. In other words, you're in a pretty bad fix at the present time.
We say?
You're in a pretty bad fix.
they debate how certain they can be of Soviet missiles being ready and when and how to deal with fallout against Guantanamo, the U.S. base on Cuba. The conversation moves more and more towards the practicalities of military action until finally they start looking at dates. They conclude that the military can be ready to begin a blockade and do airstrikes the day after tomorrow, so Sunday the 21st. To really get it right, though, they'd prefer Tuesday the 23rd. Then there's the question of invasion.
And then now invasion would take 7 days after the airstrike.
Obviously, Taylor does not know about the tens of thousands of Soviet forces armed with tactical nuclear weapons that are awaiting them on Cuba. No matter what, the Joint Chiefs of Staff are anxious to move ahead, but Kennedy still isn't sure to even respond at all. Wheeler asks,
Dave, am I clear that you addressing yourself as to whether anything at all should be done, but that if military action is to be taken, you agree that my question is,
would this make Kennedy indecisive, in your opinion? Because it's been like 4 days and really I mean, he hasn't like completely leaned one side or the other. He's kind of leaned towards the blockade, but military action, it seems like he's just like inching this way, inching, depending on who's talking to.
Sum up the meeting and conclude that for all eventualities, they will continue preparing the military options. Kennedy leaves for his waiting helicopter. Not knowing that they're still being recorded, the chiefs wait until they think the coast is clear and then air their frustrations about not being able to decisively move ahead.
Dang.
Expressing an astonishing amount of wishful thinking, they interpret the president's non-committal statements as a discreet way of telling them that they should move ahead, at least with airstrikes to take out the missiles. Even General David Schopp of the Marines, who is the only military man there opposed to an invasion, feels they have Kennedy's unspoken support for airstrikes, while acknowledging that no matter what you do in this situation, you are screwed.
if somebody can keep him from doing the goddamn thing piecemeal, that's our problem. You go in and freak around with a missile, you're screwed. You go in and freak around with a little else, you're screwed. That's right. You're screwed. And if some goddamn thing, some way, you can say either do the son of a bitch and do it right, and quit frigging around. That was my principle. Don't frig around and go take a missile out.
That no matter what you do in this situation, you are screwed. In fact, Kennedy is not at all convinced of any.
I mean, if you think that everything that you could do, you're screwed, you're obviously only looking at one side of the equation and not looking at the other. The other side of the equation is diplomacy. Like, is it because diplomacy hasn't completely worked quite yet that we don't even look at the other side of the equation? I mean, that's the problem with only consulting, the military, is you're only going to get a military point of view. However, I know he's been talking to the Secretary of State and his brother and all the other individuals that are in politics as well. You got to have both at every meeting. Because, I mean, depending on what you want to accomplish in that meeting, right? But if you only have military components in your meeting, you're going to get a military point of view and not a political point of view. Usually those things don't cross.
Any military action, and still the preparations go ahead. As we've said earlier, when you let out the slack on the leash of the dogs of war, there's a real risk they might slip out of your hand. By the time Kennedy lands for campaign rallies in Ohio, the world has taken yet another steps towards nuclear war. I
guess midterms is what he's talking about.
We'll see you tomorrow on.
So yeah. TLDR to this entire episode. Warhawks or hawking. Obviously, Cuba is a very hot place right now when it comes to the festering of nuclear war, especially in the eyes of his military, his commanders, his generals. But you gotta look at it from both sides of the view. You can't just look at it from a military point of view. You have to look from a diplomatic point of view. It's obvious that if you talk to Khrushchev and you really try to get this thing, in a better position, you could probably make progress. The radio silence is actually hurting the progress because each person is probably theorizing what the other person's doing, and you're making assumptions, and assumptions never work out. Obviously, this is, someone talking to you guys through YouTube in 2026 or maybe another year where you're watching this. What does it matter? It's hindsight, but I mean, let's just look at this for what it is. When we look through history, it's the decisions were so echo chambered in some of these conversations that, of course, he is kind of he is meandering around. It's like it's going to be day 5 tomorrow. Not really a decision been made. That's a whole work week without a decision. So we'll have to see what happens. Appreciate you guys. Until next time, peace out and bye-bye. I'm back, and thank you for clicking. It is decision day for President John F. Kennedy. We have day 5 ahead of us, and the Cuban Missile Crisis is quite interesting. We have Soviets on Cuba. We have a potential blockade. We have a divided group of individuals that have strategically met for a couple days now, who either want full-out war or some sort of diplomatic utilization for solving this crisis. We have a lot of people that know a lot in the intelligence committee, and we have a lot of people that are unaware, which is most of everybody, that, you know, there's like probably 10,000 Soviets on the island, and how they have nuclear warheads attached to missiles and ready to, you know, circumvent any sort of invasion. But anyway, let's jump right in and see what's going to go down.
Day 5. Being diplomatic is often a study in the art of subtlety. Now, subtle is a word with many subtle meanings. A diplomat would probably like the definitions that tend towards clever, ingenious, and cunning. On Saturday, October 20th, 1962, 2 master diplomats on opposing sides, American President John F. Kennedy and Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, will use another definition of the word, so delicate or so precise as to be difficult to analyze or describe.
All right.
This is TimeGhost, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Yesterday on the 19th, the first Soviet nuclear warheads were made ready for deployment on Cuba. At the same time, the American Joint Chiefs of Staff presented the president with their preferred plans for a military solution to the crisis.
And as we talked about in the last episode, when you only consult military individuals on a crisis, you're only going to get a military response. He's been kind of like going back and forth, but I think yesterday he really just spoke to military people, unless I missed something.
Kennedy left that meeting with the impression that he had made clear he wanted to explore diplomacy and maybe a blockade. The chiefs understood him differently. Kennedy is now in Ohio, campaigning for Democratic candidates for the upcoming midterm elections. Despite the crisis, he will go ahead with his regular schedule to not raise public alarm. The campaign speeches he holds focus on everything except foreign affairs and the looming nuclear crisis.
Very, very smart to kind of keep out any potential rhetoric.
Meanwhile, Gromyko, who is still in the States, cables Moscow his conclusions from meetings with Kennedy and Secretary of State Rusk 2 days ago. Gromyko has spent many years in the U.S., speaks fluent English, and has a degree in American economics. Nonetheless, he is a firm and passionate communist. He's also a hard-ass negotiator who listens patiently, but stands his ground without budging an inch or displaying emotion. He has a photographic memory and a razor-sharp mind. In short, he understands his adversary.
I heard the same about McNamara having a photographic memory. So that's really interesting that both of them are kind of like, you know, however, they're very different individuals in terms of like their place here. Isn't it interesting how each country has its own version of that?
He is experienced, and he is smart enough to read the tea leaves. He reports that in his meetings with Kennedy and Rusk, he made a point of protesting the embargo on Cuba, which he calls a blockade and piracy. He has gotten concessions on Laos and steered the conversation to Berlin to keep Kennedy focused on that conflict instead of Cuba. During those meetings, no one mentions the missiles outright. Instead, they use the euphemism, events in July. Gromyko is adamant that an invasion of Cuba is not in the cards. He writes that
very interesting.
Kennedy replies, as president, I'm trying to restrain those people in the U.S. who are favoring invasion to Cuba. Referring to the events in July, he notes the president's words. I repeat, a very dangerous situation arose regarding this issue, and I don't know what can be the outcome. One would assume that he understood the point, especially since he ends his report by noting that the Americans are deeply perturbed. By Rusk's behavior, it was possible to observe how painfully the American leaders are suffering the fact that the Soviet Union decisively has stood on the side of Cuba, and that the Cubans are conducting themselves bravely and confidently. Kennedy managed to hide his feelings better, but he too, when he spoke about Cuba, formulated his ideas with emphasis, slowly, obviously weighing every word. It is characteristic that Rusk, during our entire conversation with Kennedy, sat absolutely silently and read like a crab.
Interesting.
In the conversation with him later, he could not hide his feelings very well.
Like one-on-one?
No matter what Gromyko personally thinks, in Moscow, the rest of the Soviets believe that the trick has worked. Their assessment is that the Americans are now deterred from hostile actions against Cuba. They are right about Kennedy being both against an invasion of Cuba and opposed to a nuclear war. In fact, Kennedy is extremely aware of the grave responsibility weighing on his shoulders.
That's every president, but in this time frame, it's like that grave responsibility has become forefront.
Sometime before the crisis, he read the book The Guns of August by Barbara Tuchman about the beginnings of World War I. During the whole crisis, he will keep a copy of the book on his desk. He tells his brother Robert in private that he does so to remind himself of his fear that someone might one day write a book called The Missiles of October because of him. But the Soviets are wrong about the Americans being deterred. Instead, they've given those in favor of an invasion fuel for their fire. Bobby Kennedy was even part of that group at the beginning of the crisis. And remember, the president had met the Joint Chiefs and walked away with the impression that they had understood his message of restraint.
Too many assumptions here, not clear communication.
Remember, too, that they had chosen to understand his message differently from what he thought. Anyway, this morning, the President of the United States is about to change his mind. From his statement of being ready to do nothing at all about the missiles on Cuba, he will now move to side more with the hawks, advising a forceful response.
It's like whoever he talks to last, because yesterday he talked to the Hawks.
The day starts off fairly normally at the Blackstone Hotel in Chicago with the usual briefings, breakfast, and preparations for the campaign events of the day. All of this is interrupted when Bobby Kennedy calls at 10 a.m. to tell his brother that the XCOM members are now urgently asking to meet the president and are ready to decide on a response. XCOM is the group dealing with the crisis.
Right.
More intelligence has become available, and the situation is worse than they thought. The CIA has a new assessment of the total strength of Soviet forces on Cuba.
Do they actually have the number of Soviets?
Though they still hugely underestimate the number of troops there as between 6,000 and 8,000, instead of the actual 45,000.
That's crazy that it was really that much. Are they that hidden? I mean, Cuba is a very interesting place. I mean, there's a few metro places, but mostly it's sparse villages and jungle, and countryside and mountains. So, like, I'm just wondering, where are these 40,000 individuals at?
But they have discovered all 40 of the MiG-21 fighter and IL-28 mid-range strategic bombers. They have also discovered 15 Komar-class speedboats armed with 2 tactical nuclear missiles each, which is 3 more boats than the actual 12 that are there. And most of the SAM sites and almost all of the missile sites are also now known. Moreover, today for the first time, there is mention of possible tactical nuclear frog missiles in their report, but they note this as unsubstantiated rumor. They still do not know where these strategic nuclear warheads are stored, though. They're not even sure that they're on the island yet, so they have not noticed that the first ones are in fact locked and loaded since yesterday. Even if they underestimate their opponent's strength, the US now knows that it will face a substantial Soviet force armed with tactical nuclear weapons if they invade Cuba. But remarkably, the CIA still thinks that the Soviets would probably not go to war with the US if they did invade.
How interesting of an analysis that is without any details to back that up. Why would they think that, though? Why would they think that they would lay down a militaristic society on both sides, and the other side's going to think the other one's not that militaristically involved? They literally have shipped. This is not a deterrent. This is a deterrent and a defense. And it's so far away that it's not like it's Berlin where there's a lot of cards on the table. It's an island nation. It's almost a proxy. It's a whole different conversation.
Instead, they argue that the USSR will stay out of it and choose to heat up conflicts in other locations as a response. They come up with some fairly vague reasons for this thinking. One of them is the argument that there's no public and official military alliance between Cuba and the Soviet Union.
Okay, so weak. Next.
Making a war on Cuba involving the Soviet Union technically illegal.
American illegal, that's funny.
They failed to furnish any argument to show the legality of the US waging war on Cuba, though, which will prove significant later in the day. Be that as it may, there is alarm that the Soviets might get even stronger if action is not initiated immediately. JFK agrees with RFK, that's Bobby, and XCOM's assessment, and will return to Washington immediately. In order to not alarm the public, he and his doctor concoct a story about a sudden bout of the flu. Press statements are drawn up and sent out within minutes. There's even an improvised photo op as the president leaves the hotel.
That's crazy. God. Lon Kennedy, come on, bruh.
Doing his best to look sick. By 1:30, he's back in Washington and on his way to the 505th meeting of the National Security Council. As it is an official NSC meeting, it's not recorded. The meeting will last for 5 hours, and the discussions will get heated, even uncivil. It opens with a briefing on the situation. The official minutes note Kennedy's reaction. There is something to destroy in Cuba now, and if it is destroyed, a strategic missile capability would be difficult to restore. Defense Secretary McNamara acknowledges that they have not been able to agree on one course of action to recommend, so they present the president with two alternatives: the blockade track, led by McNamara, and the Bundy Plan, or the airstrike route, led by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Taylor, and National Security Advisor Bundy. Three remarkable things emerge from the record of this meeting.
There's two factions.
1. Kennedy expresses his opposition to an invasion of Cuba, while still explicitly directing the Joint Chiefs to begin the plans for such an invasion. CIA Director McCone writes in his notes tomorrow that an invasion of Cuba was agreed upon when all other actions had run their course. 2. It's clear that the participants are anticipating a war that could go much further than Cuba and could become a nuclear confrontation. They discuss limiting this risk by dismantling warheads in Turkey and Italy so that they don't fire these off, even if they are attacked by the Soviets.
It's so crazy how much this is masking ego. When you got checked, basically this entire thing is you got checked. We'll talk about this at the end.
They decide to reconsider their opposition to French nuclear armament and help France with its nuclear development. Bobby Kennedy even proposes giving nuclear arms to West Germany, or at least threatening the Soviets that they will do so.
Crazy.
3. Legality, or the appearance of legality, is a major concern that helps decide the course of action. In the end, the Bundy Plan is rejected partly because the U.S. would look like the bad guy through a sudden, unannounced attack. Bobby Kennedy calls it the Pearl Harbor effect. Even wording becomes an issue, so that when they choose the blockade track, they decide to call it quarantine, as blockade would imply an act of war.
That's so stupid.
Only one person of those at the meeting speaks in opposition of decisive action. It's once again the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Adlai Stevenson.
So he's consistent.
He suggests negotiating a trade with the Soviets, offer to withdraw missiles from Turkey and Italy, give up foreign military bases, and offer closing the Guantanamo military base on Cuba. Everyone jumps on him, one after another. Even Kennedy is noted as forcefully rejecting the Guantanamo idea. Security advisor and Stevenson's friend, George Ball, who was there, will say that participants at the meeting intemperately upbraided Stevenson and were outraged and shrill.
Mostly probably the war hawks here. But interesting, he noted, well, the thing about it is like, he might have in his proposal, he might have gave too much, like the bases, but the missiles could be the alternative, which I think that's exactly what happens eventually. But I mean, come on.
Stevenson himself remarks, "I know that most of those fellows will consider me a coward for the rest of my life for what I said today. But perhaps we need a coward in the room when we're talking about nuclear war."
What a interesting quote there.
Finally, the blockade, or quarantine, is agreed upon to begin Monday, and preparations go ahead for how to inform U.S. lawmakers, foreign allies, and the general public. The current military exercise on Vieques to take out the imaginary dictator Ortsac, Castro spelled backwards, is immediately suspended, and the forces involved are held in readiness for a possible Cuban invasion. According to the men who are on the ships involved in the exercise, to their shock, they are now informed over the ship's loudspeakers that they will be redirected towards Cuba. In U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force bases around the world, hundreds of thousands of men and women are made ready for what their commander-in-chief believes could be a third world war that might erupt as soon as this coming Monday.
Wow.
I will see you tomorrow.
Interesting. So Saturday, so tomorrow will be Sunday. So it's the Saturday. A decision was finally made. Oh my God. Finally. The Warhawks are still thinking that this quarantine will lead to the invasion somehow, probably. It's crazy though. Like I said, like how much this, you know, how much this devolved when it can be as easy as just having a conversation with the other side. That's the thing. There's no conversation. It broke down, and it's more about looking strong than actually playing smart. Kennedy is very indecisive. I didn't know he was this indecisive. He is so, I don't know if he's because he's green, meaning like he's not experienced in political decisions, but he's very indecisive right now. Maybe that's okay though, because of what the, you know, what the room feels like and how, you know, what he's thinking about. I won't hold it against him too much, but this is like day 5 and they finally chose quarantine, which is a dang blockade. Let's say what it is. It's a blockade. So we'll have to see what happens. I appreciate you guys as always. Leave me some context if you have any. Subscribe if you haven't. Peace out and bye-bye.
Welcome back. Thank you for clicking. What if a fool has the launch codes? Well, that's an interesting question, huh? What if the fool or a fool has the launch codes in the Cuban Missile Crisis? Let's jump right in, shall we?
Thing. Preparing hundreds of thousands of troops for war is a complicated thing.
Yeah.
Clear and precise directives are an essential part of such adventures, especially when the troops are armed with nukes. Politics, on the other hand, is fraught with ambiguity and lack of clarity, especially when it involves a potential nuclear war. And when military clarity confronts political ambiguity, it has explosive potential.
Let's see.
This is TimeGhost, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Yesterday, October 20th, the crisis had heated up significantly when the U.S. administration decided to impose a naval blockade on Cuba beginning tomorrow, the 22nd.
Yep, so today is Sunday. What will happen on a Sunday? Will it be a lazy Sunday or will it be a impactful one?
The Soviets were deeply mistaken in thinking that they had deterred the U.S. from decisive action on Cuba. The preparations for the blockade and for a possible war are underway today, Sunday, October 21st, 1962. it's virtually impossible to mobilize the armed forces of the United States without someone noticing. All you need,
especially with all that, yeah, like he's saying, like, think about it, how much intelligence the United States has gotten on the soil of Cuba. Of course, it's in our backyard and we have U-2 planes and so forth, but the Soviets have spies, the Soviets have intelligence, the Soviets have things. They definitely might notice, right?
are a few people in the right places observing the movement of people and material to connect the dots. That's exactly what happens today when the Soviets are alerted to the fact that their assessment yesterday is inaccurate. Moscow is to start looking at the various scenarios at hand. The central question is how to react in case of an American invasion of Cuba. That they will fight back is clear, but will they use their tactical nuclear arms? More importantly, will they give their commanders in the field discretion as to when to use those nukes?
And if that discretion is given two-handedly, that's what if a fool has the launch codes, is the title of the video, you could create a very volatile situation.
This is a discussion that has actually been going on for some time. It was already debated in the summer by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev and Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, the architects of the whole Soviet missiles on Cuba plan, along with Marshal Matvei Zakharov, the chief of the Soviet General Staff, who
that's a lot of medals.
Argued for allowing the use of tactical nukes in case of an American invasion. They met opposition from Deputy Chairman Mikoyan and Defense Minister Marshal Rodion Malinovsky, a veteran of both World Wars and the Russian Civil War. Malinovsky
and the Russian Civil War are old.
Is an outstanding military leader who is in the process of turning the Red Army into one of the most fearsome fighting forces ever seen. But he is also an outspoken pacifist and a believer in a
what a contradiction.
Conventional defense policy. To him, nuclear arms should only be used strategically as a deterrent to keep the peace, never in the field. In the end, they cannot find common ground. But Khrushchev prevails, or at least he thinks he prevails. An order is drafted, but when it lands on Malinovsky's desk for signature, he stalls and just leaves it there unsigned. So when the battle orders are formally issued, it's not part of Malinovsky's and Zakharov's signed memorandum.
So it's a no then.
Unfortunately, the unsigned instructions have already been given orally to most of the commanders on the ground. The verbal briefing is along the lines of how the unsigned order reads. In a situation of an enemy landing on the island of Cuba, when the destruction of the enemy is delaying further actions, and there is no possibility of receiving instructions from the USSR Ministry of Defense, you are permitted to make your own decision and to use the nuclear means of the
That's a slippery slope if I've ever seen one.
Luna, IL-28, or FKR-1 as instruments of local warfare.
Local warfare for global implications.
For the destruction of the enemy on land and along the coast in order to achieve the complete destruction of the invaders on the Cuban territory and to defend the Republic of Cuba.
God.
The Luna missiles can carry a nuclear warhead with an explosive yield as low as 3 kilotons or as high as 200. The lowest yield would kill about 65,000 and injure almost 250,000 if blown up over Paris.
It's always Paris.
We've used as our model in great
I know he's just using it as his benchmark, but it's funny how he keeps bringing it up.
Detail before. The 200 kiloton bomb would kill over 900,000 people and cause up to 1.8 million further casualties.
So quite a like a 10x difference there.
The Soviets have at least 7 missiles ready to fire from land and 12 from ships at sea. An estimated additional 70 warheads are also in storage together with these strategic warheads. So today, the Soviet forces have both been ordered to use and to not use these tactical nukes at their own discretion.
Ambiguity, man.
For now, the Soviet forces on Cuba remain on alert with tactical nuclear readiness in a political vacuum. Meanwhile, the American armed forces find themselves in a remarkably similar situation. As we've already seen, President Kennedy has walked a thin line between decisive military actions and diplomatic restraint regarding Cuba for some time. At the famous press conference back on September 13th, he said,
"But let me make this clear once again. If at any time the communist buildup in Cuba were to endanger or interfere with our security in any way, including our base at Guantanamo, our passage to the Panama Canal, our missile and space activities at Cape Canaveral.
Cape Canaveral, Florida? Come on.
Or the lives of American citizens in this country, or if Cuba should ever attempt to export its aggressive purposes by force or the threat of force against any nation in this hemisphere.
Any nation in this hemisphere, even the Dominican Republic or Haiti? They're in like a rural dispute.
Or become an offensive military base of significant capacity for the Soviet Union.
Okay, that's very subjective.
Then this country will do whatever must be done to protect its own security and that of its allies.
The words whatever is so insurance. It's so, we'll just say this to cover our bases later. It's very political, obviously.
He doesn't explain what exactly he will do when faced by such a threat, but says,
"We shall neither initiate nor permit aggression in this hemisphere. With this in mind, while I recognize that rash talk is cheap, particularly on the part of those who do not have the responsibility, I would hope that the future record will show that the only people talking about a war or an invasion at this time are the communist spokesmen in Moscow and Havana.
And my generals.
And that the American people, defending as we do so much of the free world, will in this nuclear age, as they have in the past, keep both their nerve and their head."
That leaves...
Yeah, and so that's just the extension of the Monroe Doctrine, basically, with the hemispheric talk, as we've seen so many times before.
A lot of room for interpretation, and one journalist asks,
"At what point do you determine that the buildup in Cuba has lost its defensive character and become offensive? Would it take an overt act?"
Well, we talked about the presence of offensive military missile capacity or development of military base, other indications which I gave last week, all those
So a preemptive measure
would, of course, indicate a change in the nature of the threat.
So if anyone has like an idea of the intelligence and they also have this script, it's already a done deal.
In another answer, he diplomatically sums up the ambiguous situation in which he's stuck.
The United States will not take any action that the situation does not require and will take whatever action the situation does require.
Oh my gosh, this is the most GPT answer I've ever heard in my life.
Along the grounds which I indicated in my opening statement.
Oh my God.
Kennedy is trying his best to satisfy everyone and still stay his own preferred course by not getting involved in another embarrassing adventure on Cuba like the Bay of Pigs invasion. But the situation he has tried so hard to avoid is now facing him. After all that's been said, after all the actions that have been taken, and with all of the pressure that Kennedy faces both at home and abroad, he believes that the blockade, or quarantine as they call it, is the compromise that will allow him to avoid a war. He hopes that the Soviets will back down. He also hopes...
Why doesn't he talk to, like, they haven't even, like, he's not even confronted the Soviets about the missiles being there.
He can rein in his own warhawks who are pressing hard for an invasion, or at least airstrikes as a show of force. In fact, he has set a machine into motion that is almost pre-programmed to end with war. Remember that yesterday it was decided to not go for airstrikes and to not invade Cuba, yet the president also told the Joint Chiefs to continue preparations for exactly these things.
So they're, and funny enough, the Soviets are just as indecisive because of what could happen if one puts liability too much in the hands of themselves.
Should the USSR not back down? This the chiefs have done and begun doing the following plan. A total blockade on Cuba to stop any ships leaving or entering Cuban territorial waters. They can call it a quarantine as much as they like, they can call it anything else they like, but by international law, this is an act of war. The blockade line will be set as an arc 800 nautical miles from Punta de Maíz, Cuba.
Okay.
The line will initially be held by 12 destroyers, with the aircraft carrier Essex leading an anti-submarine warfare carrier group and aerial anti-submarine warfare squadrons based in Bermuda and Puerto Rico. The naval force will be gradually increased to include the carrier group, 2 cruisers, 22 destroyers, 2 frigates carrying tactical nuclear cruise missiles, and an undisclosed number of submarines with nuclear arms.
I'm guessing this carrier group is close, because if they were like in the Mediterranean or something, this would take a few days. So we're going to imagine they're probably close.
The blockade line will be expanded into 2 lines called Walnut and Chestnut. The quarantine announcement will be accompanied by a demand to the USSR to withdraw their missiles from Cuba. If they do not withdraw the missiles, the destruction of the missile sites will follow. Several hundred jet fighters and bombers will fly more than 1,500 sorties on the first day alone. After 7 to 8 days of continuous airstrikes, the plan is to invade Cuba with an initial force of 200,000 troops.
Ah, golly, man. That would be a bloodbath.
These troops already have permission to use tactical nuclear arms to respond to any tactical nuclear strikes by the Soviets. Finally, should these actions fail to eliminate the missiles, there is a contingency plan to drop kiloton-range thermonuclear charges on the missile sites. Even by the most conservative calculation, that last action will wipe Cuba out of existence.
And the radiation would harm so many other people. And Berlin would be immediately occupied. And who else has something to throw in the hat? I don't know. Like, anything could happen.
Now, you might think this is just a theoretical contingency plan, but it's not. This is exactly what the US military is preparing for, and what some of the generals are even hoping for. This is what Air Force Chief of Staff General Curtis LeMay said.
Which is, he's sitting the closest to the president right here. He is the hawkish of the hawks. The hawkish of the hawks.
To JFK only 2 days ago.
So I see no other solution. This blockade and political action I see leading into war.
So we lead with war. That's how you don't lead into war. You lead with the war, so you don't later lead into the war. The wars are crazy.
I don't see any other solution to lead right into war. This is almost as bad as the appeasement of Munich. Because if the blockade comes along, our MiGs are going to fly, the IL-28s are going to fly against it, and we're just going to gradually drift into war under conditions that are a great disadvantage to us, with missiles turned in the face of that can knock out our airfields in the southeastern portion, and if they use nuclear weapons,
No diplomacy involved here at all.
population down there. So we just drift into a war under conditions that we don't like. But I just don't see any other solution except direct military intervention right now.
Well, he's gonna really be pissed in the future when he looks back and he sees this impossible road that was taken, which was almost horrible. But
Okay, politically that has been rejected, sort of, but in practice, it's still the direction that the military is taking. Boats full of bombs, missiles, aircraft, and troops are already at sea heading for Cuba. Hundreds of fighter jets and bombers are being armed and made ready at the East Coast military airfields. Paratroops and infantrymen all over the U.S. are confined to quarters, and 150,000 reserves have already been called up. The nuclear forces of the United States are preparing to go on high alert. So far, very few of them know why, and the world in general has no idea that they are about to be shocked with Cold War steel suddenly glowing hot with the threat of radiation. I will see you tomorrow.
Maybe we'll see each other tomorrow. Maybe. Unless Kennedy gives his control over to LeMay and folks. Man, as I said always, diplomacy cannot just be via the generals. We need to be talking to the secretary. We need to be talking to anyone. Talk to somebody walking down the street. Ask their opinion at this rate. All right. Well, appreciate you guys. Add me some context. Peace out and bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's jump into the Cuban Missile Crisis. Day 7. We've had a week to digest this. What will happen next?
Missile. The weekend when the Cuban Missile Crisis moves into an actual phase of war, the #1 album in the United States of America is Peter, Paul, and Mary's debut album featuring the song If I Had a Hammer. Now, it's about the hammer of justice, the bell of freedom, and a song about love between the brothers and the sisters all over this land. President John F. Kennedy has a big hammer, and he believes that it is the hammer of justice. He also has a bell of freedom that today he will ring loud and clear. And he will sing a song, but it's not a song about love between brothers and sisters.
Okay. One weekend.
This is TimeGhost, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Over the past weekend, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev has gone from believing that the Soviets have deterred the Americans from invading Cuba to realizing that, in fact, they've done the exact opposite. President Kennedy has moved from leaning towards doing nothing at all about Soviet missiles on Cuba to initiating an act of war against Cuba and the USSR.
And the act of war is just a blockade. That's as far as it's actually initiated. That starts today. There's nothing else that's been initiated.
So on this Monday morning, October 22nd, 1962, the White House is buzzing with activity. In fact, the entire American administration and defense apparatus are working at high speed and with great intensity. The military preparations have been extended beyond the Atlantic and the East Coast. Troops and supplies are being moved towards the Caribbean from all over the world. And by now, it is not only the Soviets that have noticed. This morning, the Washington Post runs a headline on the front page speculating that there is an international crisis pending. Based on observation.
So that's going to create panic. That's going to create economic changes. That's going to create hysteria. That's going to create questioning, so forth.
Of these activities, it is high time for the government to act. The public announcement is going to be made at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Before that, Kennedy will talk to the congressional leadership and key allies.
What a time that was. You talked to the congressional leadership before a major military decision.
To prepare for all of that, he will convene cabinet members and meet with military and civilian advisors throughout the day. First, the White House press secretary contacts all major U.S. news outlets and asks them to hold back on any reports until the end of the day. But there is also concern that the Soviets will make an announcement themselves, preempting the Americans. For a minute, the White House considers issuing an immediate written statement, but finally they decide to stick to the plan. One of the first things to do is to prepare the speech to be delivered to the United Nations by U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Adlai Stevenson.
And he really doesn't want any part of this. He's just like, I'm here, fine. Because of course he is the white dove of the group. He wants diplomacy over war. However, they chose an action of blockade, which is better than invasion, so.
There is great concern that Stevenson will not be up to the job of sticking it hard to the USSR. Remember, he was the only one to openly voice strong opposition to the chosen path of action. So Kennedy is taking steps to make sure that Stevenson is up for the job. At 6:30 in the morning, he calls an advisor in Frankfurt, Germany. It's John J. McCloy, chairman of the private think tank, the Council on Foreign Relations. These two men will actually stay connected beyond Kennedy's death, as McCloy will serve as chairman of the Warren Commission that will investigate Kennedy's assassination a little more than a year from now.
You say this is a difficulty at the UN?
No, but it's going to provide difficulty at the UN. And
you want me to come back to be of general help?
Well, I think we need somebody up there to sort of sustain Adlai and stiffen him and support him. And
McCloy.
Do they not trust Adlai to relay it? Or are they just trying to back him up?
Cancels everything and will take the first flight tomorrow. JFK continues.
No, I'll check with my military. I'll get my air aid on the thing, and then we will be back.
I'll just wait to hear a further call from you.
Yeah.
Some representative.
I'll be back in the next few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
But it's not only Stevenson who has concerns. During a meeting of the National Security Council in the morning, Secretary of State Rusk makes a last-ditch attempt to persuade Kennedy to call off the blockade and offer up the U.S. missiles in Turkey and Italy as a trade for the Soviet missiles on Cuba. The president reportedly flat-out rejects the proposal.
Oof. Yeah, that was like, I mean, that's gonna be what it takes, though.
And berates Rusk for restarting that discussion. Kennedy also calls his predecessor, President Eisenhower, and leaves no doubt as to the true intentions of the United States regarding an invasion of Cuba.
We have to assume that as this surveillance continues with the U-2s, that these SAM sites may shoot one down. At that point, then we were just discussing what action we will take and in attacking the SAM site. So I would assume that this will only be the first of an increasing number of steps. We're not going to be in any position to carry out an invasion for some days because we have to move those troops around from San Diego, but we're going to do all those things, and we'll just stay in touch with you this week, which, as I say, we anticipate that it will be getting more intense.
Eisenhower supports him.
Well, I thank you for telling me, and I will, personally, I think you're really making the only move you can.
Yeah, it's tough to, as I say, we will, I don't know, we may get into the invasion business before many days are out, yeah. but
from a course, military standpoint, that's a clean-cut thing to do now.
That's right.
Because
that's right.
You've made up your mind, you've got to get rid of this thing.
Right.
Kennedy.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a daunting. There's two sides of the equation. There's the equation of outright, like, we got to get rid of this thing, as they're talking about, because they're seeing it from a point of view of what nuclear capabilities can be. We went through the 50s already. The 50s was such a scary time of nuclear standoff, not in this regard, but nuclear standoff in terms of the space race towards the end of the 50s, early 60s. But then you see all this testing start to happen across Pacific or Siberia and towards the United States, and we know what the magnitude of these bombs can do. These big bombs can do. So you put that in your back pocket, and then you see that part of the equation is now 90 miles off of your coast. You start to create these hypotheticals. What if this goes to Dallas? What if this goes to DC? What if this goes to Chicago? Do we shoot it down? Can we shoot it down? What happens then? My legacy's gone. Millions might lose their lives. The Democratic Republic of America might be gone as we know it. The Soviets might win. And there's also the propaganda side as well, where you try to keep strength, right? You try to keep some strength with at home domestically, within not telling too much, but also saying we're behind, but also saying we have strength. The weird balance tug of war there. And then it's also your propaganda to the Soviets, which is, strength, but also it's a weird little position to be in. It's probably one of the weirdest times in the history of the world, because you are trying to play both sides of the equation at all times.
He is worried about one thing, though.
General, what about if the Soviet Union, Khrushchev announces tomorrow, which I think he will, that if we attack Cuba, that it's going to...
It's weird how he references him. I guess maybe not. He calls him general. Most presidents are still called president after their... most presidents are still called today president after they've been president. But that's interesting.
Be nuclear war. And what's your judgment as to the chances they'll fire these things off if we invade Cuba?
I don't believe it will.
You don't think they will? In other words, you would take that risk if the situation seemed desirable.
As a matter of fact, what can you do?
Well,
I wonder why he says that without 100%. Well, first off, he doesn't have all the context, probably, unless he's been briefed. But that's a huge assumption right there.
Eisenhower is correct as to the mindset of the Soviets. They have now concluded their discussions regarding how much freedom they will give their commanders in the field to use their tactical nukes.
Oh, okay.
An order now goes out to not use any nuclear weapons without prior consent from Moscow.
Yeah, because they don't want to get in that pickle.
There's only two issues with that. First of all, to launch the MRBMs and IRBMs, Moscow has to provide the launch codes anyhow, but there is no way of stopping the use of the tactical nuclear arms remotely. Second of all, the commanders have already been given the order that if they should lose contact with the state, they can deploy tactical nukes as they see fit. As we will see in days, this is not a hypothetical situation, but a real direct threat. Meanwhile, the U.S. Armed Forces are taken to the third highest defense readiness, DEFCON 3, increase in force readiness above that required for normal readiness. In practice, this means that the Air Force is now ready to mobilize within 15 minutes, and that all other service branches are ready to act. Hey, you know what? The mother of a school friend of mine contacted me on Facebook when we started this series. Well, she was also my 5th grade English teacher, actually. Anyhow, she told me that at this time, she and her U.S. Army husband were stationed in Wiesbaden, Germany, and she was in hospital about to give birth to her first child in a matter of days. She then got a message that in case of a nuclear exchange, she should make her way to Spain to be repatriated. Nobody told her, though, how she should go about doing this.
That's the government for you. Telling you to do something, but not telling you how to get there. Happens so often.
Anyhow, it might seem odd.
Interesting.
President Kennedy has moved from considering doing nothing at all only 3 days ago to heading to war with determination today. But if you think about it, it's not really. The president is commander-in-chief of the armed forces. While Kennedy has personal doubts and fears that he might be starting World War III, once he has committed himself to a course of action, he really has no choice but to follow through. For others in the administration, it's different, like Attorney General Robert Kennedy. Now, RFK will later claim that he was the first one to oppose the Hawks and that his line was always diplomacy. With the declassified records, we know now that this is not correct.
Ooh.
On the first day of the crisis, he was a strong advocate for an immediate invasion. But 6 days later, he's changed his mind.
Well, people can change their mind, but make the record straight.
We also know that it was Undersecretary of State George Ball that convinced RFK to reconsider during several discussions between the 17th and 19th of October. To what extent the Kennedy brothers discussed and planned this as a coordinated good cop, bad cop effort, we will never know, as they will both fall victims to assassins' bullets before they can reveal the full story. In order to understand what is about to happen, we have to consider for a moment the world of 1962. Television is a relatively new phenomenon. And
yeah, I mean, since like the 40s, but really the 50s, it starts to kick off with like huge major events, and then it becomes mainstream with commercials. It made mainstream with television shows. We know this. The 50s really kicks it off. So most people have a family television in 1962.
There's not even landline telephones in many homes in the Western world. Outside of the West, the vast majority of the world's population still doesn't even have electricity. Nonetheless, President Kennedy is the first president to make extensive use of TV to communicate. Still, a great many of his viewers will catch him on TV in neighbors' homes or standing in front of a television shop window. His television address will be the first time that an international crisis and the threat of world war is delivered directly to the people via TV.
That's what a interesting time, you know, because the world becomes a little less big immediately because of that. Becomes a little bit, I don't know, it comes full circle.
Over the next 24 hours, it will be replayed again and again on TV and radio all over the world. It will have a stunning effect on the world population, many of whom are veterans or civilian victims of the worst human conflict to date, World War II. Moreover, the Cold War is on everybody's minds. Even those of us like Sparty and me who experienced only the end parts of the Cold War can assure you that we lived in constant fear of nuclear war.
Good evening, my fellow citizens. This government, as promised, has maintained the closest surveillance of the Soviet military buildup on the island of Cuba. Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites is now in preparation on that imprisoned island. Our policy has been one of patience and restraint, as befits a peaceful and powerful nation which leads a worldwide alliance. We have been determined not to be diverted from our central concerns by mere irritants and fanatics. But now further action is required, and it is underway, and these actions may only be the beginning. We will not prematurely or unnecessarily risk the course of worldwide nuclear war, in which even the fruits of victory would be ashes in our mouth. But neither will we shrink from that risk at any time it must be faced. Our goal is not the victory of might, but the vindication of right. Not peace at the expense of freedom, but both peace and freedom here in this hemisphere, and we hope around the world. God willing, that goal will be achieved. Thank you and good night.
Wow, so much to be left. So much was left unsaid there in terms of what does that mean? What are we actually doing? Of course, you don't want to give away the strategy necessarily, I guess. And also, like, what else does that entail in terms of like timeline and so forth? But very well said, very well spoken. Kennedy's always had good, he's always had a good way with words. Partially why he was elected. Very charismatic. So interesting stuff there. Very interesting stuff. Ooh, chilling though if you are in a happy time in your life, and then this comes on and you're like, what's that mean? Wow. The end scene. Oh, on all things.
I'll see you tomorrow on...
Oh, man. All right. Well, leave me some context, guys. I appreciate you as always. Cuban Missile Crisis is getting closer and closer to a crisis. Peace out, and bye-bye.
I can thank you for clicking. We have the start of World War III here. This is, of course, the Cuban Missile Crisis. It is definitely a crisis indeed. Let's jump right in. Day 8.
Remember when you were a kid and you built something cool but dangerous, like a pirate ship using all the pillows you could find, and you're in the Caribbean on a swashbuckling adventure with your little brother using broomsticks for swords, and then suddenly some grown-up walks in yelling at you to stop because it's all fun and games till someone loses an eye, followed by angry questions about what the hell are all the pillows doing on the floor, and suddenly you're at home again, and the ship is gone, and you're just standing in front of a mountain of old pillows, realizing that this maybe was, in fact, a little bit dangerous, and you could have maybe hurt your brother. That is probably roundabout how the Soviet leadership feels on the 8th day of the Cuban Missile Crisis, except it really is the Caribbean, and it is nuclear missiles, and it is, in fact, extremely dangerous.
So maybe he's prompting up that the Soviets are like, maybe this wasn't such a good idea for this aggression. Is that what we're saying?
I think that's what he's saying.
This is TimeGhost, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Yesterday, President Kennedy announced to the world that there are Soviet medium-range ballistic missiles on Cuba and announced a blockade to stop any further weapons arriving on the island. He claimed that there was no desire from the U.S. to take unilateral action and start a war. But the actual plan that he has set in motion includes an invasion of Cuba, possibly even the total annihilation of Cuba. If the...
I mean, has he set this in play, or has he, been ambiguous about it?
Soviets do not remove the missiles and the warheads immediately. From a Soviet perspective, the Cuban Missile Crisis starts today, October 23rd, 1962, just after Kennedy's announcement. Until now, it had been Operation Anadir, a bold, secret adventure to even the odds a bit with the Americans in the nuclear arms race. Or, as Nikita Khrushchev phrased it, putting one of our hedgehogs down the Americans' trousers. I love that expression.
That's an interesting phrasing.
Wow. When it became apparent that the American announcement was coming, they convened their version of XCOM. Now, that's America's Executive Committee of the National Security Council, who deals with the crisis from their end.
Basically, the council's been doing this whole thing.
With the crisis on the other end. Theirs is a subset of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, with some military thrown in, and it will meet in several different constellations as the crisis proceeds. In the first meeting, the main participants are Premier Nikita Khrushchev, who is under increasing political pressure as his economic reinvigoration plans are failing, his de-Stalinizing reforms stalling.
Think about that, 1894 to 1971. This guy has had a life of craziness. Think about it, World War I. Think even like you can go as far back as the Russo-Japanese War, Revolution of 1905, the Russian Revolution, World War I, like I said, the Soviet state, the Soviets, the like Civil War versus oh my God, like then you have the plans, the Stalin, then you have World War II, then you have the 50s, up to this point. What? And that's just him. There's a lot of other perspectives also in that same room, but just think about that. Think about all that context he has and where we're at.
And now his grand foreign relations adventure is also on the brink of failure. Chairman of the Supreme Soviet, Leonid Brezhnev,
well, you guys might recognize him.
Formally the head of state, but in practice, second most powerful Russian politician.
Yep, and that is why I believe he's next in line, right? He's next in line to the, not throne, but the premier, I guess. I forget when he takes over.
Brezhnev is a longtime faithful Khrushchev friend and ally, but has secretly started moving away from his failing leader. First Deputy Chairman Alexei Kosygin, another Khrushchev friend and ally. Now, he favors soft power and a rapprochement with the U.S. He is also drifting away from his failing friend and will eventually lead the coup against him and become the next premier in 1964.
Oh! Well, I didn't know that. See, there's a lot of stuff I don't know about the Soviet Union and all their intertwining politics. So that's interesting. Okay. Interesting.
Deputy Chairman Anastas Mikoyan. As we already know, he's the only member of the Politburo that opposed Operation Anadir.
So he's the Adelaide. He's their version of that guy.
He was the first to visit Cuba after the revolution and knows the Cuban situation better than anyone else in the room. Mikoyan also favors a rapprochement with the U.S. and liberal reforms. On a side note, his brother Artem Mikoyan is the airplane designer that partnered with Mikhail Gurevich to create the MiG aircraft designs. True story. Second Secretary of the Communist Party, Mikhail Suslov, a staunch ideologue sometimes called the Pope of Communism. He is vehemently opposed to rapprochement with the U.S. He leads Khrushchev's main opposition and favors a hard line against the West. First Deputy Prime Minister and Chairman of the Committee of Party and State Control, Alexander Shelepin, the former head of the KGB and now political leader of the party branch that controls the KGB. Shelepin is a serious communist hardliner and the architect of communist rebellions and revolutions in other parts of the world. As such, he was instrumental in helping Castro take control of Cuba.
Seems like thinking about intertwining, there's webbing all the way to Cuba for some of these leaders. So the proxy, of the Cuban, what you call that? Just call it revolution. The Cuban Revolution is such a proxy to this entire thing. I'm seeing more and more now.
And he believes in an aggressive, militarist foreign policy. Defense Minister Marshal Rodion Malinowski. As we know from the last few days, Malinowski is a traditional military man that opposes the use of nuclear arms in any conflict.
Interesting. Well, I mean, that's a huge contrast to what we're seeing on the military side in the United States. For the Warhawks, really just everything's on the table. So it's interesting.
Although he was a co-creator and early supporter of Operation Anadir, he now questions the operation as having got out of hand. Deputy Army Chief of Staff General Semyon Ivanov supports Khrushchev. He is a career military man and does not get involved in the political side of things. The group meets the first time at 10 p.m. Moscow time on October 22nd. With the time difference, this is 2 hours before Kennedy's address, and they have received neither a letter from Kennedy nor a transcript of his coming statement, but they have been informed that they are on their way. General Ivanov gives an update on the deliveries of arms. Several new shipments have left port on their way to Cuba. Most ships are too far away from Cuba to make it across the blockade line before it takes effect. But one very important ship, with a 4-ship escort, is close enough to maybe make it into port before the blockade takes effect. It is the Alexandrovsk, a large Swedish-built cargo ship carrying 24 1-megaton nuclear warheads and 44 14-kiloton warheads.
Jeez. So there's a lot of firepower in this.
For tactical cruise missiles.
Jeez.
Malinowski opines that the U.S. will not go to war over the situation if not further provoked. He believes that Kennedy's statement is a stunt for the coming elections, but he also believes that further provocation could worsen the situation quickly. Khrushchev sides with Malinowski, saying, "The point is that we do not want to unleash a war. We want to intimidate and restrain the USA vis-a-vis Cuba."
Vis-a-vis Cuba. Via Cuba, basically? So I've never heard that before. Vis-a-vis.
The difficult thing is that we did not concentrate everything that we wanted and did not publish the treaty. See, just like the Americans were a few days ago, Khrushchev is concerned with the legality of their actions. They do have a defense treaty with the Cubans.
But not a true alliance.
But it is secret. So this revelation makes them look bad and weakens its legality. They argue about announcing the treaty immediately over the radio, but they don't do it since this is unclear if it would help or worsen the current situation. Khrushchev concludes, "The tragic thing, they can attack and we will respond. This could escalate into a large-scale war."
So the context is there that this could obviously divert into something crazy, but what is the diplomatic side of things for the Soviet Union in terms, what are they going to do to mitigate that potential fallout?
This leads to a discussion about the appropriate immediate response. The hardliners advocate allowing the forces on Cuba the discretion to use their tactical arms in case of U.S. aggression. Malinowski points out that if such an order became known, it would give the U.S. justification to strike back with atomic force. Especially if it came out that...
Oh, that's crazy that those people were right there when that happened.
The order was given before...
They probably all got cancer, honestly.
...before Kennedy's address. Remember, we're still ahead of Kennedy's TV speech. Obviously, there's also a risk that actions resulting from the blockade could escalate into a nuclear exchange. For now, they decide to order the Cuban forces not to use the nukes and to revisit the subject in the morning after they've read Kennedy's note and transcript. They will, however, inform agricultural specialist Pavlov, aka General Pliev, on Cuba to make his troops combat ready.
Agricultural specialist is such a weird title, and seeing all these medals.
They order all ships still in the Mediterranean to turn back to Soviet ports. The ships that are in the Atlantic but have no chance of reaching Cuba before the blockade takes effect are ordered now to hold. The Alexandrovsk, with her deadly cargo of warheads, totaling over 30 megatons of explosive power, is to proceed to the closest Cuban port. They adjourn for the night and await Kennedy's missives. When they meet again, they have regained some resolve. They create a laundry list of actions, including informing their allies and the public about the situation. They draft a resolution for the UN Security Council, and they write a strongly worded protest note to President Kennedy. They also decide to send a telegram to Castro, informing him that they will stand by Cuba. And
I wonder if that telegram got, intercepted.
Ask him to come to the next session of the UN. They will also immediately inform Soviet ambassador to the UN Valerian Zorin so that he can start preparing for a face-off with his American counterpart Adlai Stevenson.
So they're both trying to say they're justified to do what they're doing. So they're having a third party, which is the United Nations, or quote unquote the world, and they're trying to. That's like the mom in the situation, and the two children, obviously, United States and Soviet Union. So they're trying to justify their actions in such a way that they are in the right, either via the defense or doing this little treaty that is now somewhat known publicly, and of course, the United States with their quagmire / blockade, that they are, within their sphere. You could draft the Monroe Doctrine argument, which do people even care about in this? I guess Europe does, but does the Soviet Union constitute? Like, there's so many questions I have. Like, I don't know. Let's sum it into one question for anyone that has this potential knowledge. Do people care about the Monroe Doctrine? Like, do they all? Does that even matter anymore in 1962? Obviously, you guys know why that was, instituted in the first place via colonialism, but it's ironic too, right? Because what the United States did in the turn of the 20th century. But in the case in point, because it was a proxy, the revolution was kind of like a proxy. You can almost infer that was a sort of colonialism. And the Soviet Union is technically in Europe. Is it a European thing? Is it a sphere thing? I don't know. I'm just so interested in this.
The most significant decisions they take, though, are military or about legality of action. 4 nuclear-armed Foxtrot-class submarines are on their way to Cuba. Their purpose is to take up permanent base in the port of Mariel. Codenamed Operation Kama, this is a response to the permanent placement of U.S. subs armed with ballistic nukes in the port of Holy Loch, Scotland. Now, the 4 submarines are still far away from the blockade line, but are to proceed as ordered and to try to run the line. This decision will eventually prove central to the chaotic escalation of the crisis. Last but not least, they decide to not officially announce their defense treaty with Cuba.
Okay, so that was talked about, but that was an official. Okay.
This too will prove central to the outcome of the crisis. So, the Soviets have decided to stay their course, but will try to avoid a direct confrontation on the blockade line. They're playing for time. In the communication to Castro, they explain about the whole missile plan. It was halfway successful and half not. It is positive that the whole world is focused on Cuba now. Time will pass, and if needed, weaponry will again be sent. Meanwhile, in the U.S., President Kennedy is turning words into actions. He meets with all the members of the OAS, the Organization of American States, the Continental Organization of Cooperation between the countries in South and North America. Okay. Cuba was excluded from that in January 1961 on the grounds that Marxism-Leninism is incompatible with the inter-American system.
Love it. Love it. And I don't, I'm just being facetious.
Kennedy manages to get a unanimous vote ratifying his blockade. Moreover, under the Rio Treaty on Mutual Assistance between the OAS states in case of aggression, several other nations will participate actively in the blockade. Argentina, Colombia.
Of course, Argentina. Always Argentina. Colombia, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, the Dominican Republic and Venezuela will provide ships, air support, and even ground forces. Trinidad and Tobago offer the use of Chaguarama's naval base to warships of any OAS nation for the duration of the blockade. Kennedy then spends the rest of the day in a series of meetings dealing with the details and minutiae of how to enforce the blockade and still minimize the risk for the outbreak of general war. We'll get back to that in a few days. At 6 p.m., he signs the proclamation for interdiction of the delivery of offensive weapons to Cuba at the Oval Office. The blockade will go into effect at 2 p.m. Greenwich time tomorrow, October 24th, 1962. That line is set at 800 nautical miles from Cuba. When the last meeting with ExComm ends, the Kennedy brothers are alone in the room with the recorder still on. The president is on the phone with the First Lady and then returns to his brother. They return to the crisis.
crazy they're able to get captions out of this. Try to back it up. I can't understand half of it, but the captions are helping, obviously.
They return to the crisis. Bobby.
Wow. So he's saying that if he did nothing, but there's no diplomacy still. It's rather gunboat. It's almost like gunboat, the diplomacy here, but it's a blockade instead of like aggressive. Go to the port and start, dominance. Anyway,
Kennedy expresses frustration about not having direct communication with the Soviets, and the president asks about the spy Georgy Bolshakov, who has been Robert's liaison with them.
I get lunch today. What's he say? He said they're going to go through. Ships are going through. He says this is a defensive base for the Russians. It has nothing to do with Cuba. Why did they lie to them? Khrushchev said shit about the election. The sickening thing was that he was very mad that they revealed about this harm, because that embarrassed me in the election.
Robert Kennedy now goes to an off-the-record meeting with the Soviet Union's ambassador to the U.S., Anatoly Dobrinin. Kennedy's message is simple: tell Khrushchev to start communicating openly with President Kennedy.
So they're blaming the USSR for not communicating.
Dobrinin repeats his statement from previous meetings that there are no missiles on Cuba.
Bruh. We know there is.
In fact, he's not aware that he's lying.
Oh.
Nobody has told him about the missiles. Kennedy advises him to check his facts with his government and returns to the White House. There he joins the president, who is split from his dinner party and is now taking drinks with British Ambassador David Ormsby Gore. The ambassador gives the president some advice. Move the blockade line from 800 to 500 nautical miles so that the Soviets have more time to consider their options. Kennedy immediately calls Defense Secretary
Not bad.
Secretary McNamara and has the line moved. So, on opposite sides
also,
of the
it aligns with Puerto Rico, which is an American territory, so okay.
Iron Curtain that night, the two most powerful men in the world go to bed fretting and worrying about their political futures, while the rest of the world sleeps
Who cares about the stupid political futures?
restlessly in fear of the nuclear world war that those two leaders may have just launched. Join us tomorrow.
All right, so yeah, like today, what we learned on day 8, we learned that the egos are still egoing, and there is now the blockade has been moved back, which is probably a great thing to kind of like create some sort of time to mediate this entire thing. We got an idea to see how the Russians were talking on their council. They're very much, they don't want to escalate this. It seems like they might have bit off more than they could chew, but they still want to have a strong stance on it because, well, that would not be a good thing if they did not have a strong stance. It would make them look weak. The entire thing is a mess, though. It's an entire mess. Let me know if you have any context to this entire thing. This is interesting. Day 8 in the books. I'll see you guys in day 9. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're doing amazing. This is going to be day 9 of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Let's jump right in.
Battleship, where you sit on opposite. Day 9. You know the game Battleship, where you sit on opposite sides of a screen and you try to sink the other guy's ships by guessing what grid coordinates they're at?
I guess we're going to be playing some Battleship IRL.
Imagine how frustrating that game can be when your opponent takes all of his ships off the grid without telling you. That is pretty much how the U.S. military feels on October 24th, 1962, as their naval blockade on Cuba goes into effect.
All right.
This is TimeGhost, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Yesterday, the Soviet top brass met.
Yeah, all these handsome gentlemen met in Moscow, their CENTCOM, very much, a lot of depending on your propaganda and what you think about the Cuban Missile Crisis, you might think that, I don't know, the Soviets are hawkish. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, I really didn't think that, but I figured there would be some. But their military guys are quite contrasting to our military guys.
For the first time to discuss the crisis. They decided to not provoke the U.S. openly by sailing through the blockade line, but to still keep their nuclear missiles on Cuba and run the line with 4 Foxtrot-class nuclear-armed submarines. American President John F. Kennedy spent the whole day dealing with the details of how to get the blockade in place politically and how to enforce it militarily. He was worried about political fallout for having acted so late in the day, and Attorney General Robert Kennedy was pessimistic about the effects of the blockade.
The question that I've heard raised rather extensively is that why this was not uncovered sooner when there were some reports about it.
I was saying something similar. And then I know it's really about having all the answers and then creating a concise response. But he kind of acted slow. Let's be frank. It took him 5 days to make a decision. Now, it's a big decision, but it did take him 5 or 6 days to make that decision. So, I understand. However, it's a big decision. It's kind of like you're playing tug of war there.
Why we didn't know about it. Therefore, why a blockade of some kind was not instituted earlier. And whether this second question, whether what we are doing now is in fact closing the barn door after the forces go on. And those questions that will be raised.
Well, that ties into Senator Keating's frequent statements. I'm having Senator Keating's statements analyzed. Actually, they're quite inaccurate. He made a statement 2 days ago that it was being built.
So he's having internal strife happening within his own Congress right now, it seems like.
They have pads which would be ready for firing in the United States in 6 months. So his information was, he had a piece of it, but it was not precise. But nevertheless, that is going through now. It seems to me that somebody in a responsible position ought to take up this question. I don't think that it's realized how quickly these mobile bases can be set up and how quickly they can be moved. So that I'm just wondering now what is the judgment of the best means of getting this point over. In view of the next 24 hours, there'll be some spraying all around.
At 2 p.m. Greenwich time, so 10 a.m. in Washington, D.C., October 24th, 1962, the blockade of Cuba goes into effect.
Such a crazy moment in history. That just started right there.
The President and ExComm, the National Security Committee dealing with the crisis, are now huddled up in the White House monitoring developments. The atmosphere is tense as they wait to see what the Soviets will do.
You really don't know what you're doing, right? I mean, they know what they're doing, but you really don't know what the response is going to be. It could be hostile, it could be dormant, it could be really just anything. It's just such a wild card.
Is what to do about submarines if they are caught breaking the blockade.
Of course, there are submarine hunters, is what we call them, where they could drop depth charges, and these depth charges could harm the submarine if not complied. They can communicate with these submarines depending on a lot of factors. So, like, it's not like they're ghosts.
How do you get them to surface?
To meet this exact situation, we have depth charges that have such a small charge that they can be dropped and they can actually hit the submarine without damaging the submarine. These are practice depth charges. We propose to use those as warning depth charges. The message that Alex is talking about states that when our forces come upon an unidentified submarine, we will ask it to come to the surface for inspection by transmitting the following signals using a depth charge of this type and also using certain sonar signals which they may not be able to accept and interpret.
Such a slippery slope of what to do from this point, because what happens if I know this is a little bit of foreshadowing because I kind of know, but what happens when you drop depth charges and it seems intentionally aggressive and there is little interception in translation? What happens then, right? It looks like just an active war and you're attacking, and then what? And these are nuclear submarines.
That is the warning notice and the instruction to surface.
This is a very dangerous operation and can easily end up sinking the submarine or provoking a response, a nuclear response. Later in the day, Robert Kennedy will write down that these few minutes were the time of greatest worry by the president. His hand went up to his face and covered his mouth, and he closed his fist. His eyes were tense, almost gray, and we just stared at each other across the table. They debate the danger of the proposed anti-submarine actions until CIA Director McCone interrupts that conversation.
Mr. President, I have a note just handed to me that says that we just received information through ONI that all 6 Soviet ships currently identified in Cuban waters, I don't know what that means, have either stopped or reversed course.
Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Cuban waters?
So, I mean, I forget, is it 100 or 500 nautical miles off the coast of sovereignty? I forget what it is. Ah, God, I should know that. Anyway, within the nautical miles of Cuban waters. That's what Cuban waters mean. It has to be, right?
It's the ships heading towards the blockade that are being referred to.
Oh, that's not Cuban waters.
The sudden message is a bit strange, though, as we'll see in a moment. Now, a lot has been made over the years of this being the moment when the US and the USSR stood eyeball to eyeball and the other fellow just flinched as the Russian ships approached the line and seemingly turn around at the last moment. The eyeball quote is attributed to Secretary of State Dean Rusk, who whispers it to National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy. Apparently he does do this, but there was never an eyeball moment here. The Russian ships, with the military equipment on board, were already ordered to turn back or to stop 24 hours ago. Rusk does not know this, though, and it's interesting to see why he does not know this.
So there's a lot of echo chambers for some reason in this.
During the past 24 hours, you'd think that the U.S. Air Force and Navy would have noticed, given that they have now positioned 12 destroyers along a 500-mile arc stretching east of to northwest of Cuba. There's an aircraft carrier group south of Cuba. Several submarines patrol the waters. Dozens of planes and a bunch of smaller ships monitor the Soviet cargo vessels. The fact is, they did notice already on the 23rd. But for some reason, the Air Force and the Navy choose not to report this to XCOM. Now, we cannot be sure of why the Joint Chiefs of Staff did not report it. We do know that they are opposed to the blockade and for a harder confrontation, especially U.S. Air Force Chief of Staff General Curtis LeMay.
Yeah.
One of the recipients of the report that the blockade is seemingly being respected. Then again, maybe the chief's observations were just inconclusive. A few words about Curtis LeMay here. He directed the firebombing campaign on...
Okay, now we're getting context. I was about to say, I'm surprised we never got context for this guy. This guy is lethal. So listen to this. He's lethal, especially in World War II.
A few words about Curtis LeMay here. He directed the firebombing campaign on Japan in 1945 that killed some 500,000 civilians and left millions more homeless. So he is no stranger to offensive war. He also was furious that he was not allowed to nuke North Korea. In fact, they literally had to lock up the nukes to prevent him from using them. So he carpet-bombed urban areas and dams, destroying agriculture and causing famine. He and JFK...
He's a monster.
...loathe each other. So anyhow, does this mean that the crisis is now over, only the president and his men just haven't noticed yet? Far from it. This is the beginning. First of all, do not forget those 4 nuclear-armed Soviet submarines that are not turning around. Second of all, there is the issue of the Soviets removing their missiles from Cuba.
Yeah, like how do they remove it with the blockade? Kind of trapped, aren't they?
Khrushchev has penned a strongly worded letter Kennedy is about to receive. The letter does not concede anything, though, and does not even acknowledge the existence of the missiles.
Yeah, it's just like it's so weird, isn't it?
He writes, "You are doing all this not only out of hatred for the Cuban people and its government, but also because of considerations of the election campaign in the United States. What morality, what law can justify such an approach by the American government to international affairs?" No.
And this is also like propping and posturing towards the United Nations to kind of like say good guy, bad guy.
No such morality or law can be found because the actions of the United States with regard to Cuba constitute outright banditry, or if you like, the folly of degenerate imperialism. He gives the U.S. leadership good reason to believe that the blockade will not be respected. The Soviet government considers that the violation of the freedom to use international waters and international airspace is an act of aggression which pushes mankind towards the abyss of a world nuclear missile war. Therefore, the Soviet government cannot instruct the captains of Soviet vessels bound for Cuba to observe the orders of American naval forces blockading that island.
Well, that's clear as day that he just said that they're not going to, respect it. Clear as day.
Our instructions to Soviet mariners are to observe strictly the universally accepted norms of navigation in international waters and not to retreat one step from them.
Okay.
It's a partial bluff, but he also goes from veiled threats to direct promises of retaliation. Naturally, we will not simply be bystanders with regard to piratical acts by American ships on the high seas. We will then be forced on our part to take the measures we consider necessary and adequate in order to protect our rights.
This is a very scary letter, by the way, if you're reading this and you have all the context up to this point, and knowing that there's tactical nukes on the island of Cuba, like I would be kind of shaking in my boots a little bit.
We have everything necessary to do so.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Navy has stepped up another action that will further escalate the situation. So far, CIA-operated U-2 high-altitude planes have been furnishing photographic evidence of the missile buildup. But it's been a sore spot with XCOM since the start of the crisis that these photos are so difficult to analyze, do not furnish proof that is understandable to a layman, and are not precise enough to identify how close the missiles are to being ready. Until the crisis,
I mean, it's the best you got.
This was made public, they refrained from low-altitude recon flights, as this would, first of all, be really dangerous, and second of all, force things to become public right away. But yesterday, Captain William Ecker and his wingman, Lieutenant Bruce Wilhelmy, made the first low-altitude flights.
Low altitude. What does low altitude really mean now?
Now, this is real Top Gun style flight stunts we're talking here, except they have no guns, only cameras on board. They're flying in RF-8 Crusaders. That is the unarmed recon version of the F-8 Crusader, and to make really clear photos, they have to fly really low. Like, I mean, really, really low.
Okay. It's like lower than 30,000?
And to not get shot down, they have to fly fast. Really, really fast. They take off from Jacksonville, Florida, and head for Cuba at their regular flight altitude. As they approach the island, though, they take the planes down to just 400 feet over the
400 feet.
the ocean, flying at 400 miles per hour.
Oh my God.
As they fly in over Cuba, they are certain to be detected. I mean, you know, a fighter jet roaring
That is going to be loud.
by only 25 stories above your head is hard to miss, right? Ecker and Wilhelmy are heading for the missiles at San Cristobal. As they scream over the site, Cuban and Russian soldiers scramble for their guns. One picture even reveals a Cuban soldier tripping out of an outhouse with his trousers still around his knees. The pilots snap their cameras, capturing crystal clear images of the sight. When they're already out of range, they see the smoke puffs of the anti-aircraft artillery behind them. In total, it takes them under 4 minutes to fly over Cuba, but they're not out of danger. Ecker will remember. Then it got kind of hectic. We were flying right into the granddaddy of all thunderstorms. We're talking a wall of clouds rising to 50,000.
Dang, was there like a tropical storm going on?
60,000 feet. Here I've got the pictures, and if the airplane gets busted all to pieces, it wouldn't do anybody any good. At the last second, I see a jet-sized hole open up in the clouds. It was just a sunspot. I said, burners now. We popped out the top. When he returns to base, he's not even allowed to leave his plane. He's ordered to fly straight to Washington.
Wow.
There, to his astonishment, he's debriefed at the Pentagon directly by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Taylor, and several of the other chiefs. Ecker has taken off his pressure suit, and underneath his uniform is wet with sweat. He apologizes. One of the generals takes his cigar out of his mouth and says, "You're a pilot. You're supposed to be goddamn sweaty." Curtis LeMay is fuming at the Navy for having upstaged his Air Force. And later, when the pilots are decorated for the action during a White House event, LeMay will refuse to take part in the ceremony.
What a bitch. LeMay's really unlikable, isn't he? Like, unless you're like his mom, you probably don't like Curtis LeMay. He's just a very unlikable guy.
Remaining in his limousine, pouting and chomping on his cigar. In any case, President Kennedy and Ambassador to the UN Adlai Stevenson now have the photographic evidence they need to confront the Soviets. But they also now know that several of the nuclear missiles are ready and can be fired at short notice. Robert Kennedy was right. What we are doing now is, in fact, closing the barn door after the horse is gone. The blockade has not resolved anything, and instead, the world has taken yet another few steps towards nuclear war. The U.S. Strategic Command is now taken to defense readiness level DEFCON 2, the final stage before imminent nuclear war. See you on the 9th day of the crisis.
Oh yeah, DEFCON 2 is very scary. The interesting stuff though is like, wow, like this is insane. Now they can, but this is a huge huge progress on the U.S. side because the intelligence can confront the ambiguity and the ambiguity of, well, you know, we might have missiles, we might not have. All that stuff from Khrushchev and the Soviets have been pretty much just gaslighting the American diplomats, and now, you know, this can be thrown in their face, and now there can be a little bit more diplomacy. The blockade gave them a little bit more time, even though maybe it was very risky, and it's still happening. But anyway, this was day 9. We have day 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 4 more, I believe. I'll see you guys in the next episodes. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss. I'll see you guys. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for clicking the showdown in the United Nations. We talked about the United Nations being kind of like an arbiter last time. We talked about basically the parent of the 2 children that are struggling to play ninth. Let's watch.
Day 10. Imagine that a boxer gets into the ring for a fight, but his opponent never shows up. What's he supposed to do? With everyone watching, he'd look kind of silly if he just stood there. But with good showmanship and clever image management, he could maybe emphasize his walkover victory with some celebratory air punches, with a manly display of force. Well, that seems to be what a large portion of the U.S. Navy is engaged in the Caribbean on October 25th, 1962.
You just got to get a win. We see that all the time. It's all about optics.
This is TimeGhost, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Today, the U.S. enforcement of its blockade of Cuba continues, despite the fact that the Soviets seem to have turned back all their ships. But we know that 4 Soviet submarines are still on their way to Cuba. Yesterday, the U.S. administration noted that the Russians were respecting the blockade, although the military had noticed already 2 days ago. Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev wrote to U.S. President John F. Kennedy with a forceful rebuke of the
that was a very scary note.
U.S. blockade, and the U.S. preparations to confront the Soviets at the United Nations continued.
Remember, that guy drove flew like 400, it was either feet or meters above sea level, and got these insane photographs and like 400 miles an hour at the same time. Oof.
This confrontation is incredibly important for the Americans, as they need the rest of the world to have no doubt whatsoever that the Soviets have installed both mid and intermediate range ballistic missiles on Cuba. Up until now, the USSR has neither denied nor confirmed this, and while most US allies believe it, the world public might not, and the Eastern Bloc countries stand with the Soviets.
It's such an interesting, like, it's what do you call it? It's masking like intent, because what's the difference? Like, I just cannot stress this enough. What's the difference between the United States having missiles in Turkey, Italy, and Scotland, or wherever? Is it simply just because we have declared them allies? Because that doesn't change anything. If Cuba is declared an ally, there's still going to be this sentiment because of the hemispheric, like, posturing. I think that's a farce, and I think that's kind of like the intent of the thesis that the United States is trying to deploy at the United Nations, because it's contradictory. If they were to declare Cuba an ally, does that actually solve the problem? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's a farce.
All over the world, protests against the blockade have been erupting. In Eastern Europe, well, in all of Europe, and Latin America, the Soviets have mobilized their communist connections to besiege U.S. embassies and demand an end to the blockade. This is no mere exercise in grandstanding. Now, remember that the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Adlai Stevenson, has so far been the only person in the American administration to vocally oppose all forceful actions to resolve the crisis.
Which is, interestingly enough, like half the Soviet CENTCOM felt that way too.
Including the blockade. His preferred course of action would be negotiating the closure of American foreign military bases and removing the American missiles in Turkey and Italy in exchange for the Soviets leaving Cuba. Today, he must confront the Soviets in open session at the UN in front of the TV cameras of the entire world. Unlike the Navy, Stevenson will most certainly meet his opponent, USSR's ambassador to the UN, Valerian Zorin, in the ring. Zorin is a formidable opponent. He's sharp, he's gifted in rhetoric. He is actually also something of a sad figure, which we won't find out until after his death 2 decades from now. See, he didn't really want to be a diplomat at all, actually. His real passion is music, and he deeply regrets only being an amateur and also never being a published poet.
Well, should have altered course.
Anyhow, there is grave doubt by many on XCOM, the U.S. committee dealing with the crisis, that Stevenson is really up to the task. Loads of pressure has been brought to bear on President Kennedy to bring in someone else. Instead, Kennedy has stood by Stevenson and called in their mutual friend and presidential advisor, John J. McCloy, as moral support for good old Adlai. Stevenson has promised to stand his ground. But it doesn't look great when he starts off in his traditional diplomatic and conciliatory tone.
My government is most anxious to effect a peaceful resolution of this affair.
It's great that this is televised so we can watch it in real time. Watch it now.
We continue to hope that the Soviet Union will work with us to diminish not only the new danger which has suddenly shadowed the peace, but all of the conflicts that divide the world.
Interesting. Okay, so with great power comes great responsibility. Also, kind of like pushing aside the Cuban Missile Crisis for like, hey, let's try to solve world peace. Interesting.
He vacillates a bit more, but then begins to pick up speed.
The argument in its essence of the Soviet Union is that it was not the Soviet Union which created this threat to peace by secretly installing these weapons in Cuba, but that it was the United States which created this crisis by discovering and reporting these installations. This is the first time, I confess, that I've ever heard it said that the crime is not the burglar, but the discovery of the burglar.
Okay. Are you convicting your own country? Keep going.
And that the threat is not the clandestine missiles in Cuba, but their discovery and the limited measures taken to quarantine further infection.
His arguments get stronger and stronger, and then he goes off script and delivers what he has promised his president.
And finally, the other day, Mr. Zorin, I remind you that you didn't deny the existence of these weapons. Instead, we heard that they had suddenly become defensive weapons. But today, again, if I heard you correctly, you now say they don't exist, or that we haven't proved they exist. With another fine flood of rhetorical scorn.
I mean, it's kind of stupid to say they don't exist at this point, unless you really just don't know. I think that was kind of part of it last time.
All right, sir. Let me ask you one simple question. Do you, Ambassador Zorin, deny that the USSR has placed and is placing medium and intermediate range missiles and sites in Cuba? Yes or no? Don't wait for the translation, yes or no?
God.
I am not in an American courtroom, sir, and therefore I do not wish to answer a question that is put to me in the fashion in which a prosecutor does.
Boo!
Of course, sir, you will have your reply.
You're in the court of world opinion right now, and you can answer yes or no. You have denied that they exist. I want to know if I've understood you correctly. I should like to say...
Sir, will you please continue your statement? You will have your answer in due course.
I'm prepared to wait for my answer until hell freezes over, if that's your decision. And I'm also prepared to present the evidence in this room.
That's very strong by Adlai. I would say that's a very strong response right there. Very aggressive to get something out of him. He basically is embarrassing Zoran right now because it is a flat-footed answer.
Stevenson then shows the photographs of the missile sites. Most importantly, the low-altitude shots taken 2 days ago. He explains to the council in detail what they are looking at and asks again if Zorin denies the existence of Soviet nuclear missiles on Cuba in view of this irrefutable proof. Zorin once again obfuscates. Stevenson has stood his ground and has made the USSR look like the bad guys.
Yeah, I would say so. It's all about optics.
In the roughly 1 hour that his presentation lasts, he has done more than influence world politics on an historical level. He has also made television history. Ever since, this moment has been replayed again and again as an iconic moment of the Cold War. Meanwhile, Khrushchev has already decided to throw in the towel. Hours before the confrontation in the UN, the Soviet Presidium has met to discuss the crisis again. During the night, they have received another direct letter from President Kennedy, imploring them to not do anything rash and to initiate negotiations. Khrushchev opens the meeting with a concession of defeat. He says, "The further course of events is proceeding in the following way. The Americans say that the missile installations in Cuba must be dismantled. Perhaps this will need to be done. This is not capitulation on our part, because if we fire, they will also fire. There is no doubt that the Americans became frightened. This is clear. Kennedy was sleeping with a wooden knife." Mikoyan.
These sayings, these metaphors and so forth are always so interesting in the the mid 20th century.
Asks, why with a wooden knife? referring to the pre-toilet paper way of cleaning oneself with a wooden stick, Khrushchev replies, "When a man goes bear hunting for the first time, he takes with him a wooden knife so that it will be easier to clean his trousers." Now, at this moment, Nikita
what a photo.
Khrushchev has sealed his political fate. His jest is the beginning of a long row of attempts to pitch the now failed Operation Anadir as a success because it scared the Americans.
Oh, okay. So we want to win. We want to have a little win out of this.
In fact, he had used some of his last political clout to sell the idea in the first place. It will take another 2 years for the rest of the men in the room to oust him and seize power. But in 1964, they will. However, although the Presidium agrees unanimously and starts drafting a letter to Kennedy offering to withdraw the missiles if the U.S. promises to not invade Cuba, the crisis is not over by a long shot. Like I've said many times in this series, when you let out the leash on the dogs of war, it risks slipping out of your hand entirely. And that is what happens right now. Around Cuba, the U.S. Navy is circling, looking for something to do, or at least someone to intercept.
Are they this bored, or do they have like direct instructions to keep doing this?
They want to stop and board 2 tankers. But since the Soviets look like they're respecting the blockade on arms deliveries, the White House is uncertain. Within the military and XCOM, people now begin to worry that it will look like they're not enforcing the blockade if they don't board some vessel, even one that they know they'll let through. On the other hand, they don't want to provoke the Soviets.
Have we got any other ships we can board now?
Oh my god. The optics, I keep saying the optics. The optics are it's such an intangible piece of the puzzle here that there's so much fixation on it. We got to do something. If we don't do anything, then we're going to look bad and we're not going to get elected in 64. Well, Kennedy, you're not going to get elected in 64 either way. But he doesn't know that. But at the same time, this is crazy because there is little to no doubt that they both sides know that this is all about ego and just how good you look.
Well,
Crazy.
non-Soviet ships, there are many. But in order to allow Admiral Dennison to lay on a plan for doing that, we should give him instructions to do so very promptly. I think that'd be highly desirable.
Finally, in order to not provoke the USSR while the prospect of negotiations at the UN are on the table, they decide to let the tankers through and go after a Lebanese freighter, the Markula, instead. There's only one problem. The Navy's lost track of it, pursuing a number of other ships that they think might be it. Well, at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time, they find the Markula again and stop it. Tomorrow morning, it becomes the first ship to be boarded and searched by the U.S. Navy during the blockade. Today, though, the administration is not really certain what to tell the public about the blockade and if and how it's working.
Be very careful about putting out a general punishment. Most of them are going back because I do pick up one. They will put the D on us for being warmonger.
Well, we're caught with one crowd or the other.
But I think we don't want to censor the euphoria that's right around, which I know.
That is right.
The message of Khrushchev is much tougher than that.
I thought the statement last night was pretty good. And loaded, of course, we don't know the significance of it. You don't have to make any additional statements.
They meet in the late afternoon again to discuss what to do next. Robert Kennedy seems to be back to the idea of airstrikes, this time as a way to move the confrontation from the Soviets to the Cubans.
And ultimately, we might decide that it would be better, rather than have the confrontation with the Russians at sea, that it might be better to have knock out their missile base. That's the first step. I don't know. It might, that's more with the
Who's in his ear?
Cubans than with them, and we go look through and we tell them to get out of that vicinity.
This feels very out of character for Robert. Maybe I'm misaligned with how he is, but this feels very much someone's in his ear.
While they continue discussing this, the USSR's ambassador to the United States, Dobrynin, messages the Kremlin in Moscow that he overheard a conversation between journalists that an invasion of Cuba is imminent. Khrushchev is still drafting his letter. The surveillance flights over Cuba are being increased. 4 nuclear-armed submarines are playing cat and mouse with the U.S. Navy somewhere in the Western Atlantic. On Cuba itself, Fidel Castro is preparing his armed forces to shove the Yanks back into the ocean if they invade, or at least shoot down some of those planes that keep on invading Cuban airspace. The crisis is still growing and growing.
Tomorrow.
See you on day 11.
That's crazy though. That all of this is just like getting. It's so we're so close to peace, yet so far from it at the same time. Castro's very much a pawn in this Khrushchev's dealings here. His power is being the reason he is eating the power like Pac-Man at this time. Unfortunately, they cannot hold a flame to the United States technology. They're utilizing the Soviet technology to create a better balanced opportunity. This is insane though, that we're just at our own discretion just throwing these surveillance planes through the region and nothing's happening. We're just getting every intel that we need. And we're making Russia, the Soviet Union, look like a bunch of fools on the world stage. And now there's a concession. This is very much a false win for the Soviet Union. This looks embarrassing. No wonder Khrushchev got ousted in 2 years. I wanted to stay very much balanced in this in terms of like my opinion, but it's so obvious that first off, the Americans were stupid for their ideas of total annihilation of Cuba. We already know about that. The blockade was risky, but the blockade's really not done much at this point. It's kind of like been a bluff blockade at this point anyway. But the Russians specifically, have created more problems because of their rhetoric than their actions. All right. Well, I think that's it for today. Thank you guys so much. Adding some context. Peace out and bye-bye.
It is becoming to be a rowdy time in the Caribbean. Both Russia, or the Soviet Union, and the United States are continuing to push their boundaries in this crisis. Let's see what day 11 brings us.
Will one day, day 11. Robert Kennedy will one day write that on the 11th day of the Cuban Missile Crisis, he felt that this cup was not going to pass, and that a direct military confrontation between the two great military powers was inevitable. Both hawks and doves sensed that our combination of limited force and diplomatic efforts had been unsuccessful. If the Russians continued to be adamant and continued to build up their missile strength, military force would be the only alternative. This is TimeGhost and the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Yesterday, American ambassador to the UN...
Remember this? Yeah. Embarrassed Russia on a national stage, no matter how you feel about it. Let's see what happens today.
Adlai Stevenson faced off with his Soviet counterpart, Valerian Zorin, and made Zorin look foolish while proving to the world that the Soviets had in fact placed nuclear arms on Cuba. Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev decided to offer the US a trade, guaranteed sovereignty over Cuba for removing his missiles. The so-called quarantine, an American naval blockade of Cuba, was in effect, but there were no suspicious ships to stop as they had all turned back to Russia.
So they're just twiddling their thumbs.
This robbed the US of the chance to show the world how the blockade would be enforced. Finally, the Navy decided to board a seemingly random non-Russian ship to perform a demonstration. On the morning of October 26, 1962, this ship, the Lebanese freighter Markula, manned by a Greek crew, which took on cargo in Riga on its way to Havana, is moored to a U.S. Navy destroyer in the waters east of Cuba. American President John F. Kennedy is following the board and search operations via radio link from the White House. As expected, the ship has no contraband on board and is allowed to proceed. At the same time, Kennedy has just received the morning newspapers, and they are full of rumors of an imminent American invasion of Cuba.
Because remember, this is the same president where the Bay of Pigs fell under. That happened not too long ago. A reprisal feels necessary in a lot of people's heads, a reprisal feels inevitable.
Considering that the U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force have now amassed the greatest amount of men and equipment seen since the Korean War, both on and off the U.S. East Coast, this is a fairly reasonable assumption. The letter from Khrushchev, a long one, offering the trade-off, has not yet arrived. Khrushchev actually has other problems on this crisp Moscow morning. His ally in Cuba, Fidel Castro, is getting very nervous. Yesterday evening, he held a passionate public speech in Havana, promising to shoot down any Yankee spy planes that fly over the island. That's already not great for Khrushchev, but it gets worse when he receives Castro's Armageddon letter. It says, if the imperialists invade Cuba with the aim of occupying it, the dangers of their aggressive policy are so great that after such an invasion, the Soviet Union must never allow circumstances in which the imperialists could carry out a nuclear first strike against it. I tell you this because I believe that the imperialists' aggressiveness makes them extremely dangerous.
Everybody's so weary of each other for good reason, but it's so we're so in our own heads in all these situations, and it's obvious that there's a boogeyman for Cuba, there's a boogeyman for the United States, there's a boogeyman for the USSR.
However harsh and terrible the solution, there would be no other. In other words, in case of an invasion of Cuba, Castro wants the USSR to strike the US with nuclear force before the US themselves resort to nuclear weapons.
So each person wants a preemptive.
Khrushchev could just simply not grant Castro's wish, if it was not for those tactical frog missiles on Cuba, which if he wants to, Castro can seize and use himself. Not only could he fire at
that's the dangerous part.
Invading troops from a boat, he could get someone close enough to Florida to fire a couple at the American mainland. Needless to say, that would force both Khrushchev's and Kennedy's hands and launch a nuclear war. While Khrushchev deals with Castro, an American invasion of Cuba is not fake news. President Kennedy is once again considering it. Remember, he still hasn't received Khrushchev's proposal. The topic of the day is what to do next, since the blockade itself will not eliminate the nukes. Now, at the beginning of this XCOM meeting, there are two remarkable things that are covered. This happens before the president starts recording, and in portions of the recording that have been excised and are still classified.
Why is stuff so... It's been, what, 60 plus years? Why are we classifying things 60 plus years old? I get it, but still.
But it's easy to piece together what's going on by looking at the references to these parts during the rest of the discussion and through other declassified documents. First of all, it's now known and confirmed that the US knows about the tactical frog missiles. They were photographed and identified on the 25th in one of the low-altitude flybys. This does not stop discussion of an invasion. Instead, US forces with tactical nukes of their own are being made ready to take part in such an invasion. Second, Director McCone of the CIA now distances himself from a CIA operation to send small groups of Cuban exiles as sabotage crews to Cuba to take out the missiles and assassinate Castro.
Is this like a Be a Pig's Point Part 2?
Remember back on day one when I mentioned that Attorney General Robert Kennedy had been made the unofficial chairman of Operation Mongoose, the secret sabotage operation to disrupt Cuba and possibly eliminate Castro? Well, it turns out that ever since that first day of the crisis, McCone and Bobby Kennedy have been adapting these plans as an alternative to invasion to end the crisis. Now McCone does not want to proceed for fear of failing and getting the blame for another CIA-led debacle like the Bay of Pigs invasion. So on the advice of National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy, it becomes part of the post-invasion plan instead.
My suggestion is that we should reconstitute Mongoose as a subcommittee of this committee in the appropriate way, and I think we can work that out this afternoon.
I think that's good, because this matter you called me about last night, you see, which is what's under the government. And how is all part of the Mongoose.
Yes, I called Mr. McCone last night, and I called Mr. Martin, that I thought we ought to be making a crash program on if the problem becomes in one of invasion, what kind of people, how many Cubans we'll have, what will be the civil government arrangements.
These are very important matters.
Well, now, who will take on that?
McCone informs the...
So, a decapitation, which we've seen in real life. Well, this is real life too. We've seen in Iran in the last month, if you're watching this in March. A similar version of this is going to be proposed for Cuba. A regime change is what they're saying.
The meeting to set that up is already underway. So this is how serious they are about an invasion. They're already planning how to take political and administrative control of Cuba afterwards. Another piece of important intelligence they received is that the work to make the Soviet missiles launch ready is continuing. Many years later, it will come to light that already at this point, a mobile unit of 2 SS-4 missiles is deployable and set up only a few kilometers away from Guantanamo, the U.S. military base on Cuba. The XCOM members have concluded that even if the blockade is stopping new arms from coming in, it's not doing anything to get rid of the ones already there. With more and more missiles being readied, there's now a sense of urgency. In the next meeting, they look at their options to solve that problem. After the UN session and meetings with UN General Secretary U Thant yesterday in New York, Adlai Stevenson and Presidential Advisor John J. McCloy have traveled to Washington and are also part of that XCOM meeting.
Oh.
Both of them are in favor of negotiating with the Soviets through U Thant, possibly even lifting the blockade before those negotiations starts. McCone is not impressed.
Yeah, they're not going to go for that. They're hawkish right now. They're talking about Operation Mongoose. We're not going to back off. That would be showing a weakness. That would be saying that Khrushchev's won in this blockade bluff. Unfortunate.
But I want to conclude by making it very clear that the intention here was a standstill, not positive acts. And the standstill was to include the discontinuance of construction, discontinuance of shipping, discontinuance of the quarantine for 48, we'd have to agree how to do that in 48 hours. After that, we'd negotiate a final settlement which would relate to the withdrawal of the weapons or the inoperability of weapons already inoperable. I would think inoperable becomes meaningless because during the long-term negotiations we're concerned with the withdrawal of the weapons.
I don't agree with that, Mr. President. I feel very strongly about it. But I think that the real crux of this matter is the fact that he's got these pointed, for all you know, right now at our hearts. And this is going to produce, I think it may produce a situation when we get to Berlin after the elections that changes the entire balance of the world power, puts us under a very great handicap to carry out our obligations to our, not only to our Western European allies.
And by the way, elections, he's talking about the midterm elections.
But to the hemisphere. And I think that we've got the momentum now. We've got the feeling that these things are serious and that that threat must be removed before we can drop the quarantine. If we drop that quarantine once, we're never going to be able to put it in effect again.
So once the cat's out of the bag, reverse that. Once the cat's back in the bag, it's hard to get the cat back out. You get what I'm saying. They're saying that once they stop this blockade, that they can't reconstitute it without it feeling like another jab, which could be overly aggressive and cause a digression of diplomacy.
And I feel that we must say that the quarantine goes on until we are satisfied that these are inoperable.
Well, now, the quarantine itself won't remove the weapons. So you're going to get two ways of removing the weapons. One is to negotiate them out, or in other words, trade them out, or the other is to go in and take them out. I don't see any other way you're going to get the weapons out.
While these deliberations go on,
trade them out.
Others are suffering the consequences of the decisions made by the leaders on both sides of the Iron Curtain. The U.S. Navy is now hard on the heels of the 4 Soviet submarines. They chase them from one location to the next, hitting them with signaling depth charges to try to get them to surface. The chase is so intense that the subs cannot even surface for fresh air or to reload their batteries.
Oh, their oxygen supply is going to deplenish, which makes them more irate.
The conditions on board are becoming absolutely horrifying. One of the seamen writes in his diary dedicated to his wife.
We're in the enemy's lair.
Oh, this is awesome. So not we're going to get like a POV. It's not awesome for this guy at the time, but it's awesome for us in entertainment.
Seaman writes in his diary dedicated to his wife.
We're in the enemy's lair, and we can't reveal our presence to them. But they sense our nearness and are searching for us. They detected us yesterday, but we managed to escape. Something exploded somewhere, but at a distance from us, so we don't know how serious it was. But here, inside the sub, the situation is very serious. The men are feeling notably worse. A lot of them are ill. People are fainting. Many have swollen feet. No one can sleep in this monstrous heat and stuff.
Yeah, can you imagine the sleeping conditions? It must have been horrible. Sleep with one eye open. The explosion, of course, he's talking about the signal depth charge that they... Gosh, the POV, man, it's just, it's haunting.
People are fainting. Many have swollen feet. No one can sleep in this monstrous heat and stuffy air. Even though everyone is very tired and weak. Everyone's skin is covered with rash. Some look like Indians. They put some antiseptic ointment, bright green in color, on their rash, and it got smeared all over their bodies because of the sweat.
God.
Today, 2 of the submarines run out of electricity and have to surface. They are allowed to recharge and are escorted back towards the USSR.
So there's 2 to go.
The other 2, the B-36 and the B-59, are still submerged, still evading the U.S. Navy. By now, they have lost all contact with the outer world, most significantly with Central Command in Moscow. In such a
situation, they are allowed to deploy tactical nukes if needed be.
Scenario, they have orders to determine themselves whether or not to deploy their tactical nukes. In Washington, D.C., XCOM meets again.
There's no action that, other than diplomatic, that we can take, which does not immediately to get rid of these. There's only 2 ways to get rid of them, as I said this morning. One is the diplomatic way, which I don't think is going to be successful. The
Wow.
other ways, I would think a combination of an airstrike and probably invasion.
So at this hour, on the 11th day, Kennedy has really started to move towards the invasion and the airstrike part. He was kind of in the middle, you guys know, like this entire time. At least from my point of view. He's been kind of in the middle, kind of like he's been in this appeasement strategy. He started way on the left, but then he kind of like moved towards the middle. Now he's on the right side of the things when it comes to, if the right side is invasion and the left side is diplomacy. Wow.
Which means that we would have to carry out both of those with the prospect that they might be fired.
Now, let's be very clear about one thing here. These are plans and not actions. We should not misread this as saying that either of the 2 leaders want a war. As we have seen before, both are terrified of the idea. It's just that one action after the other on both sides has now led them down that path one little step at a time. It's safe to assume that the president heaves a small sigh of relief when he finally receives Khrushchev's offer this evening. That is, once he spent time reading and deciphering it, because it's long, it's rambling, and at times it's not very clear. What is crystal clear is that by now, both of them have long lost their grip on the leash that was supposed to hold back the dogs of war. Tomorrow, they will bark and bite as one insane event after the other escalates the crisis to the very brink of nuclear war. See you then.
Here we go. These cliffhangers are crazy. One thing I will say is it's obvious that they both don't want war, but it's not obvious in their actions of rhetoric internally. They have, and even externally in some cases, they have really bluffed their way through this. So it's kind of funny how internally they have one thought and externally they exercise another. But when they finally, Khrushchev finally offers an olive branch, it feels better. Because now, oh, yeah, we're on the same page. But anyway, we will see you next time on day 12. Till then, peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for clicking Black Saturday Nuclear War on Autopilot. The Cuban Missile Crisis, day 12, right? 12? We've been on this for a second. and there's still not the pinnacle moment. It falls off right after the pinnacle moment. But here we go.
Says that anything. Day 12. Murphy's Law says that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Now, that dates back to an engineering meeting in 1877. But another pretty cool...
Well, thank you for that history lesson. I didn't know that.
Early variant of that is magician Neville Maskelyne's note from 1908 on the difficulty of performing magic tricks. It is an experience common to all men to find that, on any special occasion, such as the production of a magical effect for the first time in public, everything that can go wrong will go wrong.
That's funny.
In October 1962, both the US and the USSR are trying magic tricks involving nuclear weapons on a massive scale. And on the 27th of October, it seems like almost everything that can go wrong does go wrong.
It's just, it's accountability of coverage. It's oversight. We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
This is TimeGhost with the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Yesterday, chairman of the Soviet Council of Ministers, Nikita Khrushchev, offered the U.S. an olive branch in the form of a trade-off, removing Soviet nuclear missiles from Cuba for guaranteed sovereignty of Cuba. American President John F. Kennedy...
Sounds like a no-brainer, right? Guaranteed sovereignty. But how subjective is that? You have terms of what that means, definitions of what your sovereignty means. That's, I guess, the only thing I would say would be combated.
He was once again seriously considering invading Cuba, and near the American naval blockade line around the island, 2 Soviet nuclear-armed submarines were forced to surface and surrender to the U.S. Navy after their batteries ran out. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Presidium, wake up to some alarming telegrams from Cuba, sent by Ambassador Alexeyev to Khrushchev and Defense Minister Marshal Malinovsky. In F. Castro's opinion, the intervention is almost inevitable and will occur in approximately 24 to 72 hours.
So he means the invasion.
Castro demands that the Soviets make clear to the U.S. that the missiles belong to them and not the Cubans, to hopefully deter the U.S. from invading.
I think that's obvious, but maybe not.
But he also demands that the Soviets make public their alliance with Cuba, which
that should have been done.
They have not done. He seems to be wavering somewhere between morbid panic and suicidal euphoria. The Czechoslovakian ambassador reports, if Soviet Ambassador Alexeyev confirms this information during the night hours, we will give the order to burn all classified materials except for the enciphered data, which we will destroy last.
Wow, so they're thinking they're going to get steamrolled.
At the same time, I will order the emergency measures for informing and organizing our citizens as per the emergency plan. The Chinese embassy reports Castro is firm. Even if Cuba were to be wiped out by a possible nuclear war, as Castro said, imperialism would be closer to facing its demise, and global socialism would arrive sooner.
That's an interesting point. I don't know.
The Presidium is also in disarray. As they meet this morning, Khrushchev starts out by wondering if this whole thing wasn't maybe a mistake after all. They decide to revisit that issue at a later date. They have also received word from UN General Secretary U Thant that they need to publicly acknowledge the existence of the missiles to not further worsen the situation. They
not a bad suggestion.
Decide to make a public statement admitting that the missiles are there, and they will remove them if the U.S. removes its missiles in Turkey and Pakistan.
Okay, so now we're getting... Oh, Pakistan. That's interesting. I don't think that's been mentioned before. If it was Italy and Scotland. But, okay, so Pakistan, you know. Is that more of a deterrent to the USSR? Or was it to China and the combatants of USSR? Because it seems like the proximity to China would make... Okay, but never mind.
Khrushchev leaves the meeting to dictate the public letter, which will first be transmitted to the U.S. Embassy in Moscow and to U Thant. Malinovsky immediately telegraphs orders to agricultural specialist Pavlov, aka General Pliev, to dial back his troop activities on Cuba and show restraint. Stop all work on deployment of R-12 and R-14. You are aggravating the United Nations. Camouflage everything carefully. Work only at night. We categorically confirm that you are prohibited from using nuclear weapons from missiles, FKR, Luna, and aircraft without orders from Moscow. Meanwhile, in the White House, XCOM is meeting with the president again to find a response to the latest developments. They talk about intercepts and surveillance missions when President Kennedy receives a new cable. He reads it aloud.
Premier Khrushchev told President Kennedy yesterday to withdraw offensive weapons from Cuba if the United States withdrew its rockets from Turkey. That's how it's read by both the associations. Put it out so far. The Reuters said the same thing. He did? He didn't really say that, did he? He may not be today putting out another letter. Paper. No such thing. But what is our, but anyway, they got this clear about how this, let's just go on then. Are you finished, Secretary? We want to tell you what? Pierre? Pierre. That wasn't in the letter we received, was it? No. I read it pretty carefully. Read that way. Well, therefore, is he supposedly putting out a letter he's written me or putting out a statement? Putting out a letter he wrote you. Well, let's just sit tight on it. Just have nothing to say. Is it a different statement? Well, I think we better get, Tommy, would you check to be sure that the letter that's coming in on the ticker is the letter that we received last night?
Talk about disarray. That sounds like so much disarray in that room right now. Like, people do not actually know what is happening across the globe. It feels like either they don't have all the context, which is on the low end, to they're in disarray.
Confusion is total. Later, Defense Secretary McNamara complains.
How can we negotiate with somebody who changes the deal before we even get a chance to reply and announces publicly the deal before we receive it?
Now, remember that those missiles in Turkey are obsolete and scheduled to be dismantled anyway, as are those in Pakistan, but no one's taking notice of that part of the offer. It's not as important. You see, the problem is that they don't want to get any of their NATO allies upset by giving them the feeling that they're hanging them out to dry. Pakistan is not a NATO ally.
Of course.
They take a break. McNamara heads off to the Pentagon, and President Kennedy goes back to the residence. At 11:45, McNamara calls from the Pentagon. They have a new problem. A U-2 spy plane has gone missing over Alaska and flown into Russian airspace. The flight has nothing whatsoever to do with the crisis. It's supposed to be a routine flight to measure lingering radioactive fallout over the North Pole after the thermonuclear test over Nova Zemlya, which we mentioned in day 0. Despite this being a super modern airplane, in 1962 there's no GPS, and radar navigation is not possible over the North Pole. Instead, the U-2s pilot by using the stars the same way Magellan and Columbus did. The pilot of this particular U-2 has gotten confused by an unusual amount of northern lights and is now 1,000 miles off course, 300 miles into Russian airspace.
That looks suspect. Very suspect, especially during such a heated point of the contention. What happened?
Also remember that U.S. Strategic Air Command is still at DEFCON 2, the defense readiness stage right before imminent nuclear war. To make the situation worse, the Russians have scrambled MiG fighter jets to shoot down the U-2. In response, instead of informing the White House, Air Command have scrambled their F-102 fighter jets to protect the U-2.
Oh my goodness gracious.
One of those jets is armed only with a tactical nuclear missile.
Why? Why?
But since this is the gift that keeps on giving, there's more. Instead of interrupting all upcoming flights, Air Command has let the next scheduled U-2 go up over the North Pole for its flight. Only after 90 minutes have passed do they get the idea of informing the Pentagon, who immediately inform McNamara. McNamara is understandably furious.
Yeah, I would be. I'd fire somebody after that.
What if the Soviets misunderstand all of this as the initiation of nuclear war? What if the F-102 pilot fires his nuclear missile by mistake? President Kennedy is notably cooler when he's informed, reportedly Riley muttering, "There's always some son of a bitch who doesn't get the word." In the end, the pilot of the U-2 runs out of fuel, but glides back into U.S. airspace and ditches his plane on a private airfield, coming out unscathed but deeply shaken. Kennedy goes back to the XCOM meeting to discuss what to do about invasion plans and which letter from Khrushchev to respond to. It doesn't take long for another worrying message regarding another U-2 mission to come in. This time it is relevant to the crisis, though. A U-2 piloted by Major Rudolph Anderson.
Oh no. It says 1962. What happened?
Jr., one of the most experienced U-2 pilots, has gone missing. Now things are getting too hot, so they decide they can't wait for a decision on how to deal with their NATO allies regarding the missiles in Turkey. Instead, they decide to ignore the Khrushchev letter from today and reply to the letter from yesterday and accept guaranteeing the territorial integrity of Cuba in exchange for a monitored withdrawal of the missiles. They then start to look at when they have to take military action in case the Soviets don't accept the deal. Low-altitude flights have revealed that the Cuban surface-to-air missile sites are being taken over by Soviet troops, and they are much more disciplined than the revolutionary forces of Cuba. In fact, all of the flybys today have had flak fired at them from much closer than any day so far. There is a sense of urgency from the Joint Chiefs of Staff to strike now.
What is the rush about this, other than the fact that we have to make the strike?
I think the rush is what do we do?
Oh, the U-2.
The U-2 was shot down. The fire against our low-altitude surveillance.
Shut down?
Yes, Raj just said it was found shut down.
Pilot killed?
Yes, this was shot down over Finnish, which is right near a U-2 site in eastern Cuba. The pilot's body is in the plane. Apparently, this was the SAM site that actually had the active fruitcake radar. So it all ties in very powerful.
Well, this is much an escalation by them, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. And this relates to the time.
I mean, don't they have... All right, Kennedy, calm down. They have the right to defend themselves, okay? You are in their airspace. You are in their airspace. They do have a right to defend themselves. Calm down, Mr. Escalation. I've given you all the grace, but you're wrong. You're wrong on this part. This might be a quote-unquote escalation in your eyes, but they have the right to defend themselves, so it's status quo to me.
I think we can defer an air attack on Cuba until Wednesday or Thursday, but only if we continue our surveillance and fire against anything that fires against the surveillance.
They shoot at us for being in their airspace, we'll shoot at them. Nice.
Aircraft, and only if we maintain a tight blockade in this interim period. If we're willing to do those two things, I think we can defer the air attack until Wednesday or Thursday and take time to go to NATO. And
how do we explain the effect of this Khrushchev message last night with their decision to review their previous orders, the change in orders? We both had flak and a SAM site operator. How do we, that must
how do we interpret this? I don't know how to interpret.
They feel they must respond now that the whole world knows where we're flying. Yeah, I raised the question of retaliation against the SAM site. We think we have every reason to believe that we know the SAM site. 2 days ago.
How can we send a U-2 fellow over there tomorrow unless we take out all the SAM sites?
Yeah, this is exactly the route. I don't think we can.
Dan, is he the pilot?
Yes, and it's on the ground. Not on the ground. The record's on the ground. The pilot's dead.
While drafting the
Finally, someone's finally said the pilot's dead. He asked like 100 times. I mean, it was assumed, but...
letter to Khrushchev, the conversation keeps returning to airstrikes and invasion. Off and on, there are expressions of shock and incredulity that the Soviets have actually shot down a U.S. plane. It seems the reality of the situation is finally sinking in. Thing is, that's the same sentiment that exists on the Soviet side. Although the commander of Operation Anadyr, General Pliev, was acting as ordered when he shot down the U-2, and Malinovsky knows this, he will soon cable him. We believe that you were too hasty in shooting down the US U-2 reconnaissance plane. At the time, an agreement was emerging to avert, by peaceful means, an attack on Cuba. In the recording of the XCOM meeting, the Kennedy brothers both leave the room at about the same time. It is believed that this is the moment when they privately agree that Robert Kennedy will meet Soviet ambassador to the US Dobrynin that same evening and propose a secret deal to remove the Turkish missiles to resolve the crisis.
And this secret deal cannot be public because they don't want to give away the NATO situation. You know, they don't want to act like they are weak or they are doing a PR fail with all this stuff. Blah, 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 blah.
The conditions are that this deal never becomes public, that the Americans get 5 months to do it, and it's based solely on JFK's word of honor. When RFK meets with Dobrynin at 7:15 p.m., Dobrynin will report back that Bobby Kennedy looked dead tired, like someone who had not slept for a long, long time. Before that, at XCOM, President Kennedy sums up his feelings about any further steps toward invasion at this point.
Very well invade Cuba with all its toil and blood. It's going to be when you could have gotten them out by making a deal on the same missiles on Turkey. And that's part of the record. We'd have a very good war.
What neither the Americans nor the Soviets know, and many of them will never know, is that while all this political talk is going on board Soviet submarine B-59 in the Caribbean on this very day, someone is actually about to fire a nuclear weapon to launch Armageddon.
Yep.
Join us tomorrow.
We're coming to our fateful end. And it's all going to come down to one person on a Soviet submarine who has the authority, who has all the reason to fire. About to sneeze. Oh, goodness. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out and bye-bye. Back and thank you for clicking. It is the last day of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which means we are going to be at DEFCON 2, heading to DEFCON 1. Let's jump right in.
Day 13. It would suck if you hosted a party together with a friend at your place and only the friends of your friend showed up. So you end up more like a servant in your own home. And then your friend and your friend's friends make a real mess and break all your stuff. So all you get out of the whole thing is to clean up the mess and to buy new stuff. So now you're really pissed off. And who could blame you for at least wanting to keep the leftover booze? And who could blame you for losing it when your friend walks off with that too?
This like the... What is this?
Fidel Castro's role in the Cuban Missile Crisis is pretty much being that host.
Yeah, he's kind of caught. I mean, whatever you think about him and like the Cuban regime, they're kind of caught in the middle of this whole thing.
This is TimeGhost with the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm Indy Nidell. Yesterday, things escalated quickly. The U.S. lost track of one U-2 spy plane over Russia. The Soviets shot down another one over Cuba. Finally, both sides realized what madness they were about to unleash on humanity and hit the brakes. Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev offered to take his missiles home from Cuba if the U.S. would not invade Cuba. And American President John F. Kennedy made a secret promise to take his nuclear missiles home from Turkey. As Washington goes to sleep, and as the sun rises in Moscow on Sunday, October 28, 1962, the 13th day of the crisis, the world does not know anything about a deal and is still living in the fear that nuclear war could break out at any time. In fact,
gosh, can you imagine the anxiety?
They have no idea how close they've already come, and almost no one will know for the next 40 years, including the leadership of the United States. As we've seen, in an attempt to evade the American blockade and establish a fixed submarine base on Cuba, the Soviet Union has dispatched 4 Foxtrot-class diesel submarines armed with T-5 nuclear torpedoes. It's unclear exactly what nuclear strength the torpedoes have, but the range is somewhere between 3 and 15 kilotons, enough to kill between 30,000 and 80,000 human beings if dropped as bombs or missiles over Paris.
Interesting. So they're not ballistics, obviously. They're torpedoes with the payload. So this makes me feel a little bit better, but this would be like the catalyst that would start a nuclear fallout. So it's not like this would be the Armageddon missile. This would be the beginning of that.
But a nuclear torpedo works somewhat differently than a nuclear bomb in that the incendiary effects are limited by the water around the explosion.
Right.
The torpedo is fired in the direction of the target, right? Let's say a flotilla of ships. It's not detonated on the target, but deep below it, and it creates a fireball 100 million degrees hot, which in turn creates a huge gas bubble that pushes the water around it outward. Simultaneously, a shockwave is sent through the water ahead of the expanding water, right? Water is many times denser than air, so it transmits force better and faster than air. For an underwater explosion, this means an amplification effect, so the shockwave exerts more force on the medium. Okay, to make a long story short, the incredible force transmitted through the water will shatter the hulls of the ships in the flotilla, instantly sinking them. The expanding gas bubble will then shoot to the surface and push enormous jets of water far into the air. Not a single soul on board the flotilla's ships will survive. Yesterday, 2 of those 4 Soviet submarines had still not been forced to surface. One of those 2, the B-59, was located several times and so had not had the opportunity to surface to recharge its batteries for 4 days, so it's almost out of electricity. They have not had contact with Moscow for a while, so they have no idea what the situation is. As far as they know, Moscow is already a smoking pile of irradiated rubble.
Jeez, it's such a weird thing to be in, you know?
The sub's captain is Viktor Savitsky, who, according to his shipmates, is now going mad under the increasing psychological pressure.
Think about that, probably losing oxygen too.
Merciless heat, lack of oxygen, and CO2 poisoning aboard his vessel. Second in command is political officer Ivan Maslenikov, who is also showing signs of mental impairment from the conditions on board.
That's not, it just exacerbates this condition.
Normally, these 2 men would decide together to fire a nuclear torpedo. This mission is special though. The chief of staff of the whole 4 submarine brigade is also on board, so firing a nuclear torpedo will need his approval. He is Commander Vasily Arkhipov.
He's the hero.
A hero of the Soviet submarine fleet. He previously commanded the fateful training mission of the K-19 nuclear submarine that suffered a breakdown in its reactor cooling system. 7 of his crewmen sacrificed their lives by voluntarily going into the reactor room to perform repairs to avoid a nuclear meltdown. Arkhipov's cool-headed actions during the disaster also contributed to saving the rest of the crew's lives, although he and they were badly irradiated, and many of them would die later from the effects of radiation poisoning. Anyhow, the B-59 has now dared to surface momentarily. They must get air, and their batteries are nearly empty. But before they have recharged and aired out the fetid, overheated submarine that is their prison, they're discovered by American naval airplanes. A whole mess of destroyers and even an aircraft carrier now descend upon them. And as they dive, the Americans drop signaling depth charges on them to force them to resurface. That bombardment goes on for hours, while the B-59 tries to elude its pursuers. Captain Savitsky reportedly loses it completely. He's convinced that World War III has broken out, and in his carbon dioxide poisoned mind, he thinks the signaling charges are actual live depth charges. So he decides to fire one of their T-5 nuclear torpedoes. Political officer Maslenikov agrees to this, but Commander Arkhipov does not. Reportedly, Savitsky screams at him and a fight almost breaks out. And finally, after an intense 30 minutes, Arkhipov manages to cool Savitsky down and they decide to again surface. The American naval ships fire shots across the B-59's bow to signal her to give up. The Americans then allow the submarine to return to Russia under escort on the surface.
Jeez, man. Jeez.
Launching that torpedo will have begun nuclear war between the USSR and the United States. One man, Vasily Arkhipov, has now single-handedly saved
humanity,
saved the world from nuclear war.
What a man.
He will continue to serve in the Soviet Navy, eventually commanding several submarine squadrons and receiving a promotion to Rear Admiral in 1975. In the mid-1980s, he retires, and despite his K-19 radiation wounds, lives to see his 72nd birthday in 1998.
Wow.
He will take the secret of the B-59 with him to his grave, and it will only become known to the public in 2002.
Then how did people know 4 years later? One of his subordinates?
When Khrushchev and President Kennedy decide that it is time to try to stop the madness that both of them have begun, neither knows about the incident. Kennedy will never know, while Khrushchev will find out when the B-59 returns to port.
Wow.
For now, they're still nervous that their deal might not go through. Both sides are very suspicious of each other. The Soviet Presidium has now received the message that Kennedy agrees to guarantee Cuba's sovereignty and will secretly dismantle the American missiles in Turkey over the next 5 months.
But not publicly. Exactly.
To send a clear signal to the Americans and to the rest of the world, Khrushchev will announce the removal of the Soviet missiles on Cuba on public radio in Russia. So his guys prepare the statement. When they're done, they want to pass it to the U.S. Embassy before the broadcast, as protocol requires. The only problem is the KGB has organized massive demonstrations against U.S. aggression against Cuba outside the American Embassy. When Mikhail Smirnovsky, who is in charge of American affairs at the Soviet Foreign Ministry, arrives there with his limousine, a few thousand protesters block his way. At Radio Moscow studios, it is also not going well. Leonid Ilyichev cannot get hold of a newscaster to read the message. Finally, he finds one. The newscaster wants to read through the text to train his delivery for such a momentous message to the world. Now, you might think Ilyichev faces a trivial problem. What could 10, 15 minutes more matter?
Oh, well, we've seen.
But remember what happened yesterday on the 27th. When one thing after another went wrong, and how close the world came to self-destruction, that is on everyone's minds right now, and minutes might in fact matter. Ilyichev forces the newscaster to just cold read the damn message on live global radio. At the American Embassy, it takes the Moscow police so long to clear a path for Smirnovsky that by the time he hands over the script, the Americans have already heard the public broadcast.
Wow.
In Washington, D.C., it is now morning. At the White House, XCOM has gathered to await news from Moscow. As they mill into the cabinet room at 9 a.m., Khrushchev's broadcast is reported to them. The relief is obvious.
Oh, tantamount. Like, can you imagine that relief?
As usual, JFK switches on his secret recorder. Secretary of State
That's kind of crazy. You got a secret recorder.
Dean Rusk opens up the meeting with a few words to describe their success. He becomes so self-congratulatory and pompous that President Kennedy turns off the recorder after only a few seconds. Kennedy still has to make his own statement, though. He gets a draft to read, but remember, it's Sunday morning, and Kennedy is a practicing Catholic. So he takes the draft and leaves with the First Lady and the kids to go to church. In Moscow, the Presidium is still gathered, tensely awaiting Kennedy's reply. Most of them are very nervous. Reportedly, the only one to have remained cool is President Leonid Brezhnev. He's listening to his favorite soccer team playing an important match over the radio, and his only irritation is that no one else is interested in that. When the KGB reports that Kennedy is not working on any statement, but has gone to church, some of them get even more nervous. Deputy Chairman Mikoyan does not make the situation any better when he jokes that maybe the U.S. president has gone to pray before he nuked Russia. Eventually, Kennedy's message goes out, and everyone relaxes for the first time in 13 days. At the White House, an elated Attorney General Robert Kennedy hands out chocolates. In Moscow, they toast with vodka. The whole world is relieved. Very relieved.
Very relieved.
But believe it or not, the crisis is not over yet, and it won't really be for many weeks. First of all, there are many days ahead of hard negotiations with UN Secretary General U Thant regarding monitoring the dismantling of the missiles and their return to the Soviet Union. Then there's still one submarine armed with nukes somewhere in the Caribbean.
That's right.
that has no contact with Moscow.
Oh no.
And continues to play cat and mouse with the US Navy for another couple of days. And then there's Fidel Castro. We've now spent well over 3 hours examining the Cuban Missile Crisis. One would think that Cuba, or at least its leader, would have been featured more. You could assume that we just chose to not cover it, which is sort of true.
But does he actually have a big role in this?
The thing is, though, so far Castro has not played any significant role in this play other than making some speeches in Havana and issuing demands to his...
I mean, I think he's a puppet or a pawn for the USSR aggression in this case.
Soviet ally, which were mostly ignored. Now suddenly he becomes important, however, for he is absolutely livid and
that they're taking the...
starts raising hell with the Soviets and making life difficult for Utant and his inspectors. He feels betrayed, and that's not really unjustified. From his perspective, the Soviets have placed nuclear missiles in his country to deter the US from invading it. Then, at the moment when such an invasion seems like it's going to happen, they decide to take the missiles back.
That's crazy, isn't it?
No matter what Khrushchev says, Castro has no reason to believe that the Yanks are going to honor their promise to not invade.
I mean, think about it, just 2 years before the missiles were even there. Yeah, they did it.
Moreover, his feelings are hurt because he's heard about the trade of missiles on Cuba for missiles in Turkey. He feels like a pawn in a much bigger game, which again is not unjustified.
Nope.
His mood will not get any better when the Soviets exclude Castro from the negotiations to solve the Cuban Missile Crisis at the United Nations.
It's just missile crisis.
Before that, though, he demands to at least keep the tactical nuclear missiles as a means of defense and deterrence towards the US.
No can do.
In a moment of weakness, Khrushchev agrees. Mikoyan is not impressed. As the Presidium member with the most experience of Cuba, he volunteers to go and see Castro and negotiate the handover of the tactical nuclear arms. He will work hard to get Castro back on track. But the fact is that the relations between Cuba and the Soviet Union will never fully recover, especially when Mikoyan decides on his own that Castro cannot be trusted with nukes of any kind and orders them all back to the USSR.
I mean, it's their property, right? Unless there's some sort of secret contract of like dual ownership or something. It's their property, so yeah, take what's yours.
By the end of the year, all the nukes on Cuba are gone. Kennedy does stay true to his word and dismantles the Jupiter missiles in Turkey. Not that this was very difficult, as they were scheduled for the scrapyard anyhow, but the US also never places any new ones there. A small side effect that has never been fully clarified is that the conflict over Berlin never heats up again, despite the Soviets having had real plans to escalate that independently of Cuba.
That's interesting.
For Nikita Khrushchev, it does not end well at all. In 1964, he's ousted in a soft coup, and the failure of Operation Anadir is one important reason for his fall.
Wow.
As we know, John F. Kennedy only has 13 months left to live at the end of these 13 days. So he himself will never know exactly how close to the brink of destruction he helped bring the world. Neither will his brother Bobby Kennedy, who will also die at the hand of an assassin 6 years from now.
Crazy, man.
Mikoyan will side with the new leaders of the Soviet and stay on board. Gromyko will also survive politically and continue to be part of the Soviet leadership until the 1980s.
And we know Leonid, where he's going.
But before all of them disappear into political backwaters, retirement, or death, they will achieve a few things as a result of this mad adventure. After seeing how essential it is to have open and speedy communication lines in a nuclear age, they will install the famous hotline.
Good.
This cuts communication between the two superpowers from hours or days to minutes or seconds.
Yeah.
Contrary to popular belief, it's not a red telephone. It's not even a telephone. It's a whole communication system with heavy encryption, fail-safes, and multiple communication lines that in 2020 still remains in use between Russia and the USA.
I mean, that's good though. Why would you want anyone to be able to intercept that? I mean, we probably have something, and they probably have something to like record it and bug it and so forth. within like the internal agencies. I don't disregard that at all. I imagine that's probably something like that set up. However, like from other foreign third parties, it probably is hopefully secure.
Maybe more importantly, Khrushchev and Kennedy will sign the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty in 1963 and lay the cornerstone for cooling down the nuclear arms race between the two superpowers.
Well, doesn't China test in 65?
I'm Indy Nidell, and this was the Cuban Missile Crisis. We will begin our weekly coverage of the Suez Crisis next week.
Oh my, we probably have so many more videos to do with TimeGhost History. So we'll probably take a break because this was a fun little 2-week adventure doing this about the Cuban Missile Crisis. But let me know down below what playlist we should do next. I appreciate you guys as always. Consider subscribing and let's watch some more history together. Peace out and bye-bye.